Super USB Chapter 301. Super USB Chapter 301. The pattern that can cause death first appeared on websites all over the world. It was made by a notorious hacker alliance. Thousands of people have the largest traffic in the world. The website was compromised overnight, and then the picture was hung on the homepage of these websites. Fujiwara Aoki took a deep breath. Suddenly he laughed. That day, I was caught off guard. The whole world, the death toll broke 1 billion. How did the governments of various countries respond? Chen Chen asked. Also, what is that kind of picture? Have you cracked it? Of course, officials from various countries will not just ignore such a big thing. Fujiwara Aoki is nodded, but the expression is even more gloomy. The hacker organization was wiped out in 3 days. No one knows where the pattern came from. Governments may know, but they did not tell us. As for why the pattern was killed people, some experts have given a unified explanation. This is a special structure pattern, in fact a set of geometric paradoxes, which cannot be processed by the human brain, and human brains will produce computer-like logical paradoxes, thereby inducing a physiological phenomenon called G_Del's shock. And under this physiological phenomenon, the human brain will enter a dead state. G_Del's shock. Chen Chen repeated a sentence in a low voice. G_Del was the greatest mathematician and logician of the 20th century. His most famous achievement was the famous G_Del's incompleteness theorem. Yes, because many people have passed on word of mouth, this pattern seems to be related to G_Del's discoveries in the field of mathematics and logic. So the repercussions triggered by the pattern are called G_Del shock. Fujiwara Aoki explained, while the brain is in a dead state, the heart and lung functions will also be completely stopped. In this way, people will die completely. It is precisely because of this. The pattern that claimed the lives of more than 1 billion people is called basilisk. It was formed from the blood of Medusa after death. So it also has the ability of Medusa to petrify humans. Chen Chen nodded. Basilisk is a monster in mythology. In fact, the prototype is the cobra in reality. It is called the most poisonous poison in the world in ancient Greek legends. It is more consistent with this kind of monster metaphor that will die at a glance. So, why can you make it through? Thinking of this, Chen Chen suddenly asked, is there any regularity? Or is it just a matter of luck? The official explanation is because of being young. Fujiwara Aoki scratched his head. When this happened, I was only 20 years old and was in the brain, the peak stage of brain power. So I survived the brain crash, and the final data is also the same. The age group between 15 years old and 25 years old has the highest survival rate after seeing the patterns. Yes. It can reach about 10%. Is the highest probability only 10%? Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. This pattern is really terrifying. Yes, the higher the age, the lower the chance of surviving from basilisk. The chance of surviving for those over 60 years old is less than 0.1%. Fujiwara Aoki couldn't help recalling, I still remember the scene of that day. It was only early in the morning. I just got up and opened the web page and saw the pattern hanging on the web page. Then I saw it. I didn't know anything until half an hour later. After that, I found that the mobile phone was bombarded by text messages, and the official appealed to all through text messages. People don't click on the internet, don't use social software, etc. Because the picture has even been made into a virus. Once the computer and mobile phone are infected, the picture will appear directly on the screen. Until 3 days later, under the anger of the governments of the whole world, that hacker organization was certainly not an opponent. All members located in all parts of the world were dug out, and none of them were missed. Fujiwara Aoki's face suddenly showed a touch of sarcasm. At that time, we naively thought that this was the end of this incident, but absolutely did not expect that this incident was only the beginning of all this, because that pattern was spread. Fujiwara Aoki's eyes gradually dimmed. The internet has already penetrated into the lives of human beings throughout the world. No one can leave the internet, and that basilisk is constantly circulating on the internet. From time to time, people have been killed by basilisk. Although all countries have enacted strict criminal laws to prohibit the spread of that picture, it still cannot completely eliminate this phenomenon. There was nothing like this originally. Although basilisk is still circulating, it is only a matter of time before the disappearance of the scene under the efforts of various countries, but I did not expect that only a few months later, a new version of this basilisk would appear. Chen Chen, hearing this, couldn't help but lift his spirits. You mean, a pattern similar to basilisk appeared on the internet? Yes. Fujiwara Oki sighed. Although the specific details of the original basilisk pattern cannot be remembered by the brain, it can be roughly described. For example, we all know that it is black and white and consists of hundreds of color blocks. Composition. Some of the color blocks faintly form the pattern of an eye, so this picture is called basilisk, but the appearance of the second picture makes basilisk the general name of this type of picture. The second picture is a pattern named Death God. As for why it is called Death God, because according to people who have seen it, the pattern on that picture faintly constitutes a figure with a sickle. The appearance of Death God. But these people died later. Dead? Chen Chen frowned. You mean, the people who have seen it didn't die instantly? Yes. Fujiwara Oki nodded. Death God is different from eyes and will not immediately cause brain death. After seeing it, you will not have any reaction at that time, but when someone next to you again when you bring up this picture, you will trigger 'G_Dell's shock and die. Chen Chen, hearing this, couldn't help narrowing his eyes. What is the principle? I don't know this anymore. Fujiwara Oki said with a bitter smile. Death God is only the second basilisk picture, that's all that appeared. And then, there were even third and fourth pictures. No one I know who is constantly creating new patterns. But at that time, the internet has been completely abandoned by people, the social order has begun to be turbulent, every day all is dying, and the mobile phones people use have changed from smartphones to electronic screen phones in the past. However, basilisk is still mutating. Super US Speak Chapter 302. Super US Speak Chapter 302. However, basilisk is still mutating. Fujiwara Oki said this intermittently, gradually losing the slightest expression on his face, seeming to sink completely in a state of numbness. But at the end, people suddenly discovered that it was not just a pattern, but a paragraph of text, a paragraph of speech, and even people person contact, all appeared similar to basilisk patterns. At that time, the world could no longer be saved. When I heard this, Chen Chen was shocked. What do you mean by the basilisk pattern? I just heard people talk about it. Fujiwara Oki came back to his senses. It seems that some don't want to talk about it. But clenching one's teeth and said, after all, most people before came back to his senses. I found that there were fewer and fewer people around, and more dead people. Then the government disappeared, neighbors around me disappeared, and my relatives disappeared. The whole world is rapidly collapsing. Bad. And we survivors began to gather with each other and exchange our surviving experiences. After thinking about it, Fujiwara Oki continued. Some people say that the basilisk pattern has already begun, continuously evolving. They have even broken away from the shackles of patterns and evolved into a variety of information, and these information have also begun to exceed the symptoms of 'G_Dell's shock. Some of them can make people crazy, some make people lose their memories. Afterwards, we even heard of some basilisk, which can make people physically change. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but fall into contemplation. The information was completely beyond his cognition. If it wasn't for the other party's clear logic and proper language, he might even think that the person in front of him had already gone crazy because of loneliness and fear. In the past 5 years, basilisk every day all has been evolving. Fujiwara Oki muttered, at first, although the government disappeared and order was chaotic, my team and I went out every day. When searching for materials, we can still encounter the same kind, and even all kinds of conflicts. However, as time goes by, we gradually discover that the same kind of materials that can be encountered in the city are more and more. The fewer, Those people seem to have disappeared out of thin air. Their remains can only be seen in one house, and some can't even be found. Fujiwara Oki's eyes suddenly flashed. There was a touch of fear. Furthermore, I have seen several scenes where Basilisk has evolved a new gadget to kill people. It was when I was sleeping in the dormitory in the middle of the night. A woman slowly emerged from the place. That woman only had the upper half of her body, and her disheveled hair. She reached out and strangled my companion to death. Chen Chen's eyes shrank. He subconsciously looked towards her hands. My diary seems to understand something. Later, I heard from another companion that that woman would appear in a dream. Fujiwara Oki continued, there seems to be a pattern. As long as you trigger, when dreaming, you will find that a white-clothed woman appears in your dream, and every time she dreams, she will keep approaching until she stands in front of your bed. Similar things there are many more. Can you imagine? These weird things are all evolved from the basilisk pattern. Speaking of the end, Fujiwara Oki couldn't help but spread his hands. This is really a bastard world. So I said that reading the diary of the dead is a very dangerous thing, because no one can judge whether this diary contains the information that triggers the death mechanism. Speaking of this, Fujiwara Oki has already said a pretty close, and Chen Chen can also calculate the truth of this world. At this time, Chen Chen nodded, exclaimed, if it weren't for this world, it has become like this. I really can't believe what you said is the truth. I understand. Fujiwara Oki's face was laughed ugly, but this is indeed a fact. In Basilisk's formidable underpower, the entire human civilization has collapsed. As of this year, plus you, I have only met 2 groups of outsiders. Then, take me to your team. Chen Chen nodded. About Basilisk, I want to go to your team so that I can understand more comprehensively. I'm afraid it won't work. But Fujiwara Oki has some embarrassed shook the head. Your weapons are very advanced. Although the number of people is small, if there is a conflict, our team is not your opponent at all. And if I take you over without the team's consent, I will be expelled by captain. Out of the team. That's very simple. Chen Chen waved his hand. If you are worried that we are malicious, then I will go with you alone. You don't need to bring any weapons. Speaking, Chen Chen took off his GS combat uniform, handed it to the Black Rider behind him, and then put on a casual dress. Fujiwara-kun, you have to understand, I don't have any the reason for attacking you and your squad, and if I really want to disadvantage you and your squad, I can arrest you and rigorously interrogate you. This will make it easier to get answers, right? Fujiwara Oki fell silent, as if he still had some concerns. It should be very difficult to find food now. Seeing this, Chen Chen waved his hand, and immediately the Black Rider behind him once again brought out a big one from the spaceship. Box nutrition bar, I can use these to exchange information about your team. Seeing this, Fujiwara Oki seems a little tempted, but he still gritted his teeth. I believe Chen Chen's sincerity, but this is not a trivial matter, but is related to the lives of more than 30 people in my team, so please forgive me. Why bother? Chen Chen shook the head, lightly said with a smile, actually, if you don't take me, I can guess where your team's stronghold is. When I found you, you were walking from west to east. East it is the direction of the city center, and the direction of the suburbs to the west. In other words, you came from a location close to the suburbs. Also, I think your backpack is basically full, and the kettle is still full. There is more than half a pot of water, not at all consumes too much supplies, so I can be sure that you will not leave the team's stronghold for more than 10 hours. Speaking, Chen Chen snapped his fingers lightly. Seeing a rays of light lit on the spaceship, it directly projected a top view of the entire Tokyo city, and the top view quickly zoomed in. This is where we are now, and below is the suburban area. Although there are many places to hide in the suburbs, the places that can accommodate more than 30 people must be some large-scale places. Speaking, Chen Chen pointed to a middle school on the edge of the suburbs. And you used to say the words dormitory and upper bunk before. That is to say, the base where your team is located is actually in Tokyo number 3 Middle School. Super US Speak Chapter 303. Super US Speak Chapter 303. Half an hour later, 4 drones silently surrounded a middle school in the suburbs of Tokyo. At the same time, the Bugatti spaceship quickly landed on the roof near the abandoned school from far and near. When Fujiwara Oki walked out of the spaceship, there was only a moment of helplessness left on his face. "Mr. Chen, since you have guessed the stronghold of our team, can you just come directly? Why do you have to bring me? Take you to make it easier to be trusted by your team, otherwise your companions may think that you have encountered an accident." Chen replied. "But then, Captain would probably think that I brought you in," Fujiwara Oki whispered. Chen did not excuse too much. "Anyway, he is here to ask about the situation. As long as he can get the information he wants, he can use any method. If these people are not willing to tell himself, Chen does not mind using military force to inject Veritaserum into these people." Thinking of this, Chen asked 3 Black Riders to guard the spaceship, and then he took Fujiwara Oki and approached the gate of the school. From the outside, this is just a completely deserted school. Even the iron fence gate has collapsed due to disrepair. Climbing Mountain Tiger is like a carpet, covering the campus and teaching buildings. I have to say that this survivor team of Fujiwara Oki still knows the rules of survival in the doomsday. No one can see it at a glance. This deserted campus is actually a small survivor, the gathering point for the team. As soon as he walked into the gate of the school, Chen felt vaguely, all around someone was peeping here, but because he took off his park armor and lost his thermal imaging vision, he did not find the source of his sight. "Mr. Chen, please come with me." Seeing this, Fujiwara Oki will not say more. He sighed and moved towards the largest teaching building first go with. This teaching building should be the most important teaching area of the 3rd middle school. It covers the largest area and has the largest floor. It is responsible for the facade, but because of this, with the quality of this survival team, it shouldn't be regarded as the main meeting place. But now Fujiwara Oki first brought himself here, which proves that this building should belong to a defensive building, and even the team has already customized a plan. If a member is hijacked, the member can introduce the enemy here and beat the enemy hard. Thinking of this, Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't say much, but silently followed Fujiwara Oki. Until reaching the bottom of the teaching building, Fujiwara Oki gave Chen a somewhat guilty look, and then gently pushed open the door of the building. "Chen, please follow me in." At this time, Chen's feeling of someone peeping in the dark is already very clear. Not only that, he can even feel a slight tingling sensation in the temples of the Taoist temple. This is after Chen obtained the field, a kind of bioelectricity induction to other people. The faint tingling sensation on the temples represents a person in the dark and has a deep hostility towards himself. "I think you made something wrong." Chen frowned. He did not listen to Fujiwara Oki's words and walked into the teaching building, but said with a sneer, I came to communicate with your team, not to be a swordsman." "What do you mean now?" What do you mean?" Fujiwara Oki said with a smile. "I just follow the team's process, that's all." "If you want to enter our team, this is a necessary process." "Really?" Chen face down. "I have shown so much sincerity, do you treat me like this?" "In that case, please let your captain come out. I will talk to him here, you know. My patience is very limited." This Fujiwara Oki's expression changed, but he knew Chen was not alone. He also had 3 fighters in GS combat uniforms under him, and they were able to fly. Small spaceship, if you really fight, your team is not necessarily the opponent's opponent. Don't want to come out yet? Chen simply looked towards the direction of the teaching building, moved towards the windows of those black holes, and said, "If you don't come out again, then I asked you to come out." Hearing these words, Fujiwara Oki's complexion changed. He had not had time to persuade him. Suddenly, 4 susu bursts sounded out of thin air in the air. The parrot made a quack, as if something was approaching quickly. 8. Fujiwara Oki only heard from some windows in the building with 4 broken sounds after a few screams. It was only then that he suddenly realized that there were 4 more almost completely transparent aircraft on his head. These aircraft are almost completely integrated into the air at ordinary times. If they hadn't fired a weapon just now, I hadn't noticed anything hovering above my head at all. Not only that, the sound of the 4 aircraft is like a signal, and the small spaceship that carried itself before can even approach it quickly from a distance. At the same time, with a flash of blue light, Chen Chen's silhouette disappeared directly into the air. From Fujiwara Oki's perspective, only a faint silhouette moved towards teaching can be seen rushed inside the building. Fujiwara Oki's expression changed. He gritted his teeth, and finally made up his mind, took out a pistol and pointed it at the twisted air. "Mr. Chen, stop, or I will dot." Before finishing talking, suddenly he only felt a pain in his wrist. Fujiwara Oki lowered his head subconsciously, but saw his right hand with a gun broken at the wrist. The cross-section was so smooth as if it had been polished. However, this smooth fault only lasted for less than half a second. Next moment, one after another blood spurted out suddenly, and Fujiwara Oki fell to the ground with pain, completely losing battle strength. Eat what's inside and outside. Chen didn't pay attention to the Fujiwara Oki behind him. After entering the building in stealth, he moved directly towards a classroom where the drone fired bullets. When I just walked to the door of the classroom and saw a sturdy man with a sturdy face while screaming and clutching his right hand, while rushing out of the classroom. Different from Fujiwara Oki, at this time the right hand of this big man has become a mass of rotten meat with an invisible shape. Survivors in the plane of doomsday are hard to find. If it weren't for Chen who wanted to stay alive, it wouldn't be just the right hand with a gun that turned into a mass of rotten meat. At this time, the big man not at all saw Chen in invisibility. He just kept clutching his dripping hands and rushed forward. Chen directly pinched the opponent's neck, while making a fist with his left hand, fiercely poke into the belly of this robust man. Suddenly, most of Chen's forearm was submerged in the towering beer belly of the robust man. Woo! The robust man was suddenly attacked. He didn't even have time to make a call, but his eyes were rounded, and he slowly fell to the ground while holding his stomach, temporarily losing the ability to move. In this case, there is a very remote term in medicine's Tomakuma. Super US Speak Chapter 304. Super US Speak Chapter 304. While subduing the first robust man, another classroom in front of Chen suddenly opened. A beard man also clutched his injured arm and rushed out quickly. But just now good to see the scene where Chen knocked down the robust man with one blow. Although he was invisible, under such violent motion range, the other party immediately saw Chen's outline. Seeing this, the beard man expression changed. He subconsciously wanted to take a gun, but realized that his hand was injured, so he simply drew out a flashlight with his other hand and quickly moved towards Chen photo it. Strong light flashlight. At the moment the flashlight was on, Chen turned his head subconsciously, but the next second he realized that the other party was not at all shining his eyes, but shining on the wall next to him. An inexplicable pattern appeared in front of Chen. It is a very strange pattern. Hundreds of squares are arranged in a certain pattern, as if forming the shape of an eye, but this eye is overlapped by countless eyes formed together. Some of them are laughing, some are crying, some are just like a lover's smile, and some are full of fear, as if they have seen an infinite abyss. Joy, anger, sorrow, resentment, fear. Countless eyes are laid on top of each other to form such an incomparable pattern. They are buried in a pile of meaningless pen and ink. But when you look closely, there is nothing left. At the moment when I saw this picture, a feeling of heart palpitations struck inexplicably. Chen quickly moved his head, but it was too late. The picture, it has been completely engraved into Chen's mind. Courting death. At this moment, Chen instantly realized what the pattern was. His expression changed drastically. and dozens of graphene poker cards suddenly flew out of his body. All moved towards Beardman flies away. Shwish wish wah. The flashlight in the Beardman's hand was instantly extinguished, and he also kept his wide-eyed movement, as if he had been frozen, completely set in place. But in the next second, his eyes, facial features, neck, body. In this brief moment, a faint trace of blood appeared on his body. Immediately, as if it were collapsed building blocks, the Beardman smashed and collapsed directly into hundreds of pieces of meat, which were completely scattered on the floor. For a time, the blood-reeking chi of the corridor spread, and Chen Chen has completely closed his eyes at this time. He clenched his teeth, only feeling that his brain was being squeezed vigorously by a big hand. The entire world is in heaven and earth turning upside, turning down, and the pattern reflected by the flashlight just now still flickers in my mind. It will not disperse for a long time. Your commander, your commander. In the Bluetooth headset, the call of X-112 seemed to come from outside the sky. Chen Chen responded deliberately, but opened his mouth, but couldn't make any sound. He just kept breathing, even though his lungs were full of air. From Chen Chen turned his face. It was only half a minute or so. At this time, the three Black Riders who had been hidden and waiting not far away finally arrived, rushed into the teaching building, and guarded Chen Chen's side. About 30 seconds later, Chen Chen felt that the inexplicable dizziness was a little better, and he was overjoyed, and then he tried his best to say a word. No. Leave me alone. Try to catch them alive. Seeing this, the three Black Riders quickly rushed upstairs, and then a scream was faintly heard, and Chen Chen simply fell on his knees. His hands clasped on the floor, and he didn't notice even when his nails were turned open. His whole brain seemed to be going through a storm. It was a climax just now. Now the climax has passed and the storm is beginning to disappear. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The storm came too suddenly, but it disappeared. The time is extremely long. Although it is only 3 to 5 minutes, Chen Chen seems to have experienced the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. When he gradually got used to the faint feeling of dizziness, Chen Chen got up again from the ground. At this time, he realized that his clothes were soaked. Not only that, there is a pool of vomit on the ground in front of him. The pattern made Chen Chen even ignorant of when he vomited. Is this basilisk? A shadow flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Obviously, NZT-48 saved him. According to what Fujiwara Oki said before, basilisk can cause anyone who sees it to produce G_Tills shock, causing the brain to crash. Although it is not known whether the crash is temporary, it is at the same time as the brain crashes. People's heart and lung function will also be completely stopped, which will lead to the complete death of people who see the basilisk pattern. If you want to exempt basilisk from brain crash damage, you must have very strong brain power. That is, only young people with strong brain development and quick thinking have a chance to survive from basilisk. But even those exempted like Fujiwara Oki were in a coma after seeing the basilisk pattern for half an hour. But Chen Chen didn't even coma after taking NZT-48. It just happened. A few minutes of stress response, that's all. It's a carelessness. Chen Chen shook the head. Although he was confident that he could exempt the basilisk pattern from being hurt. Anyway, this crisis it is the closest to death since Chen Chen planning strategies. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help walking to the corpse that had been divided into countless pieces of meat. He waved gently, and several transparent playing cards appeared in Chen Chen's hands. After putting away the graphene poker, Chen Chen bent down and picked up the flashlight. It's really a good idea to use the basilisk pattern as an attack method. Chen Chen looked at the flashlight in his hand and looked towards the flashlight head at the same time. First, he covered half of the lamp cap of the flashlight with his hand, and then looked down. On the base of the flashlight, there is a small version of basilisk carved from hardwood. Before, this flashlight used the principle of projection to project the basilisk pattern on the wall next to Chen Chen, causing Chen Chen to see this deadly first time without preparation. pattern. I don't know how this beard man did it. He could directly carve the basilisk pattern. Could it be that it was covering a part and carving a part? As long as you don't see the entire picture, you won't trigger 'G_Del's shock. Chen Chen has a faint clear comprehension. At this time, X-112's voice came again from the Bluetooth headset. Your Excellency Commander. Do you feel better? It's already much better. Chen Chen nodded. Is it done? All the personnel in the teaching building have been captured alive, a total of 18 people, and another 12 are women, all hidden. It's in the cellar of canteen number 2 behind the teaching building. X-112 replied. Very good. I will come here. Chen Chen's eyes flashed a coldness. I have to say that some Eastern Sea people are really cheap. Treating each other with courtesy will only result in vigilance and hostility. It is better to directly use military force to break all illusions of the other party. As long as they are stronger than the opponent, these people will turn into a loyal dog and treat you with respect. Super US Speak Chapter 305. Super US Speak Chapter 305. In the abandoned middle school, there was a burst of crying and pleading from women. Black Rider and drones drove a dozen women and drove them to the lobby of the campus teaching building. At this time, there were already a dozen men drenched with blood lying in the lobby. Among these people, the injured wailed in silence, while the uninjured or slightly injured were responsible for medical care and treatment. As the two groups of people met, many women tremblingly nestled in the arms of their male partners, crying and wailing loudly. Chen Chen County, no, Your Excellency Chen Chen, these women are all innocent. At this time, Fujiwara Oki, who had bandaged his wrist, knelt in front of Chen Chen, supporting the body with one hand. He pleaded, all this is our fault. If you can't calm down your anger, I am willing to apologize, and only ask you to let go of these people here. Speaking, he lowered his head deeply. Please. At this moment Chen Chen is sitting halfway in front of the crowd. Even now, his head is still buzzing. I don't know how many brain cells have died. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid I can't even move it now. The utility of NZT-48, in addition to allowing people to obtain brain power beyond ordinary people, there are also all the side effects of suppressing the body. At this time, Chen Chen has put on the park armor again. He slowly lifts the head, looking at the opponent. His voice is low and hoarse. Fujiwara-kun, you misunderstood. I never said I want. What do you do? My purpose is very simple. Just to obtain information. I can tell you everything I know. Knowing everything is endless. Fujiwara Oki suddenly lifts the head. Not only that, we also have a special file that records that, and records those basilisk patterns and various weird events in the file. Although I dare not say infinitely detailed, but it has recorded all the weird events that we have discovered so far. Weird events? Do you mean something like the woman in a dream? Chen Chen moved in his heart and asked immediately. Yes. Fujiwara Oki replied, we can give you this information. As long as you can bypass us, it will be enough. Very well, you can get the file. Chen Chen nodded, then warned again, after I get the file, I will ask each of you individually, so don't try to deceive me with fake files. As long as you can satisfy me, I can even perform an operation for you and transplant your right hand back. Speaking, a Black Rider took it. Following Fujiwara Oki's severed hand, he walked over and put it in an iron box with ice cubes in it. Really? Fujiwara Oki was overjoyed. He quickly stood up. Then I will get it now. Go ahead. Chen Chen waved his hand and watched Fujiwara Oki leave quickly. Your Excellency Commander, do you want to send a drone to keep up? X-112's voice came from the headset. No, if he wants to run, let him run well. Chen Chen sneered, then turned his eyes to the people in the hall. Anyway, there are so many, no one is missing him. However, it is clear that Fujiwara Oki is not at all planning to escape, but within 10 minutes, he walked over with a thick hard-covered notebook. I have clipped many pieces of information. The reason why I chose hard paper is for the convenience of preservation. Before Fujiwara Oki approached Chen Chen again, he was stopped by the Black Rider on the side. Black Rider took the hardcover directly and turned it page by page. Black Rider has no brains, so things like basilisk patterns are completely ineffective against it, even if Fujiwara Oki sets a trap. In this material, all basilisk patterns are stuffed into the card slot of the album. As long as you don't pull it out, you can't see the whole picture, so you can ensure safety. At this time, Fujiwara Oki explained, there are also weird events evolving from the basilisk pattern, which can all prove that they are not contagious with text, because once even text is contagious, there is no one at all. It will be written on it, because people who wrote down the text and read the text will die because of it. The text is infectious. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but heart shivered with cold. Although the other party had introduced in the previous communication with Fujiwara Oki that evolved from the basilisk pattern is diverse, but now it seems that the situation is more serious than I thought. Is it possible to kill even text? Thinking of this, Chen Chen's heart becomes more vigilant. After Black Rider checked the information, X-112 opened the mouth and said, "Your Excellency, all the basilisk patterns inside are indeed covered by half and not all exposed. However, the true or false of the strange event recorded in the text cannot be determined." "It doesn't matter, let him see it for himself," Chen Chen ordered. Following Chen Chen's orders, Black Rider once again pushed the book back into Fujiwara Oki's hands. Seeing this, Fujiwara Oki didn't say much, just flipped through the entire hardcover book. Although the hardcover book looks very thick, it is like a photo album. Each page is made of thick cowhide, so there is not much content. Fujiwara Oki just looked through it for 2-3 minutes. Turned through the entire book. Very good. Seeing this, Chen Chen was nodded, and another Black Rider stepped forward immediately and led Fujiwara Oki to the next door for surgery. These Black Rider God chips all contain a full range of medical information. As long as the tools are sufficient, there is no difficulty in this kind of limb surgery. And Chen Chen took the information and began to look at it page by page. In this data collection, the cover is plastic sealed by one plastic clips. It seems that this group of people has indeed spent a lot of thought in order to preserve this information. Immediately, Chen Chen turned to the first page. The first page is the basilisk pattern called eyes that Chen Chen saw before, but this picture is placed in the plastic frame of the data, and the edges are blocked. So Chen Chen looked at this picture, although he was a little dazzled, but he did not at all show any symptoms. Immediately Chen Chen turned to the second page, but saw that a brief introduction was written on the second page with a gel pen. The font on the material was in Japanese. It looked neat and tidy, and it seemed to be a woman. The word, basilisk pattern, eyes. Symptoms: when the observer observes the eyes, it will cause G_Tils shock, causing the observer to die, and the survival rate is not more than 10%. Danger level, level 3, extremely dangerous. Method of infection, none, cannot spread by itself. Method of infection, cannot spread by itself. Seeing the final data, Chen Chen immediately realized that some basilisk patterns can be spread by themselves. So, these basilisk patterns will not only spread, they will infect humans, and they can even mutate during the spread. Isn't this nature very similar to viruses? Thinking of this, Chen Chen seems to have thought of something. Super US Speak Chapter 306. Super US Speak Chapter 306. A virus that uses information as a carrier. This is Chen Chen's most intuitive impression of these basilisk patterns so far. It's just that this statement is still inaccurate, because no matter how powerful the virus is, it cannot conjure a woman out of thin air to strangle the infected person. This is against the laws of physics at all. Thinking of this, Chen Chen continued to look back. The second picture, very similar to the first picture, is in black and white and consists of countless color blocks. These color blocks are complicated and dazzling. Even if Chen Chen sees it, there is also a sense of stagnation in thinking. And these color blocks combined with each other, Chen Chen vaguely seemed to see a death god holding a sickle. In this picture, Chen Chen also heard about Fujiwara Oki before. The name is Death God, and its ability is Basilisk Pattern, Death God. Symptom: when the observer observes Death God, he will not have any reaction. After the observer looks away, he will forget everything on this pattern until someone is when the observer mentions the existence of this picture. The observer will die instantly, and the survival rate is no more than 5%. Danger level, level 3, extremely dangerous. Method of infection: none, cannot spread on its own. Seeing this, Chen Chen couldn't help shook the head. This Death God is really weird enough, and I don't know how many people died and how many were filled in. Only one human life can allow survivors to sum up these laws. I am afraid that there are dozens of lives, and they can't be exchanged for a punctuation mark in this information. Next, Chen Chen continued to flip back, and there were 7 or 8 patterns behind, some of which were named tremor, which means that after seeing that picture, the viewer will tremble all over. He didn't stop until he flung his cerebrospinal fluid and blood away. Some patterns are called flames, which means that after seeing that picture, the whole person will spontaneously burn out of thin air, burning into a pile of ashes from the inside out. There is even a pattern called dirty. Anyone who sees this pattern will be entangled with a kind of black spot, and this pattern can be transmitted to other people. This kind of black spot is like alive. It first appears from a random part and then spreads up and down the whole body. As it spreads, the human body begins to carbonize and eventually becomes a step forward. Will break their hands and feet, until the carbonized parts spread to the internal organs and the head. The infected person will die completely. After all the patterns, the text is also noted. There are still a few pictures not at all is included, and the nature of those patterns is not clear. You must be careful when encountering unknown patterns. Afterwards, Chen Chen continued to look back and immediately saw the next text, but these texts no longer had patterns, but evolved into even more bizarre events. Weird event: dreaming woman. Symptoms: the infected person will start to dream, and it is a nightmare of extreme fear. The scene in the dream is always the place where the infected person sleeps. It is surprisingly similar, that is to say where the infected person sleeps. The scene in his dream is also here when he dreams. The only difference from reality is that he will see a white-clothed woman in the dream. White-clothed woman can't see her face clearly. She can only see a pair of white eyes without black eyes. When she sees a woman, the infected person will always cause intense fear and wake up quickly. However, after being infected by the dream girl bizarre incident, every time I sleep, I will dream of the other person again, and as the number of dreams increases, the other person will get closer and closer to the infected person, and eventually come to the infected persons in front of me. And after corresponding to reality, in the eyes of bystanders, you will see the dream girl emerge from the chest of the infected person out of thin air, and strangle the infected person until the infected person dies. Dream middle-aged women will also disappear. Danger level, level 2, some danger. Method of infection: temporarily unidentified, known to have physical contact with an infected person, sex behavior, sharing nightmare content, etc. will not cause infection. After reading this article, Chen Chen suddenly revealed a pensive color. Is this a weird event that the so-called basilisk pattern evolved? It's weird enough. Chen Chen suddenly thought, what should he do if he is infected with this stuff? Although Chen Chen is still in sage time under NZT48 medicine efficacy at this time, in the face of this strange incident, Chen Chen only came up with 2 solutions. First, suicide. Of course, instead of using a gun to destroy yourself, you inject anesthetic to keep your brain in a state where you can't dream of emptying. You can take NZT48 quickly after you wake up. The dormant brain may be able to avoid the killing methods of the dream girl. And second, it's not so guilty, but it's more risky, that is, returning to reality. Because Chen Chen has speculated that the water behind the U-disc is really deep, then is it possible? The creator of this U-disc has long thought of such a situation, and the channel is can such weird incidents be isolated? Chen Chen's guess is not unreasonable. because in the first state of the USB flash drive, life cannot be taken in. Chen Chen thought that the USB flash drive really cannot pass life. However, it was not until the U-disk appeared in the second state that Chen Chen realized that the first state seemed to be a protection for the weak. It is not possible to ingest life, just to prevent the user from being killed. Directly ingest T-virus, ALTS 113, etc. One accidentally destroys the world, or directly opens the channel to bring alien pathogens into reality, cause human catastrophe and so on, until when the user obtains a certain ability with the help of the U-disk. At this time, the user is equivalent to having reached the test of the U-disk, and the U-disk will open the second state and open to the foreign world door. In other words, the test of the U-disk to the user is gentle and step by step. So, can the channel be able to isolate such strange events? When Chen Chen crosses the channel and returns to reality, he will only go back by himself, and the weird event cannot pass through the channel. However, this solution is risky, because the USB flash drive doesn't even have an instruction manual from beginning to end. It relies on Chen Chen to find out a little bit, so if Chen Chen makes a mistake, wouldn't it be equivalent to bringing this weird event into reality? If this is the case, Chen Chen is still going to die, and it may also take the entire human civilization as a backstop. But this situation is not inevitable. Chen Chen thought for a while, muttered in a low voice, "You can use the Rubik's Cube to send the information back, and then let Xiao X close all the entrances of the passage, and even build a Faraday cage. If I can't escape from the strange event even if I return, I will die in the Faraday cage by myself. Then wait for me after death. Let Xiao X continue to charge the U-disk until the battery power reaches the level that can plug the entire room of my death back into the plane of Killing City again." Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. After a while, indeed, this is basically the best solution. It will neither wait to die nor spread weird events into reality. Afterwards, Chen Chen continued to scroll down, looking up one strange event after another. Super USB Chapter 307. Super USB Chapter 307. Weird Event. Tracker. Weird Event. Shadow. Weird Event. Call of the Ocean. _ Chen Chen looked down one by one. Even he was a little uneasy. According to the above, this kind of weird incident is really complete by sea, land and air. Even if humans go up to heaven or down to Hades, go to the sea, it is difficult to escape their encirclement and suppression. Even if humans don't listen, don't see, don't talk, and the five senses are closed, there is also a dream girl. This kind of weird event that doesn't even know the rules comes to the door. Living in this world is really desperation in despair. No wonder the humans in this world only persisted for less than 5 years before they were almost extinct. Moreover, this kind of weird event is completely beyond the cognition of the existing scientific system. In other words, these weird existences have gone beyond the scope of physics, chemistry, and biology, and are more like a kind of brand new, a subject that humans have never discovered before. Thinking of this, Chen Chen continued to flip back, and immediately saw the last weird event. Weird event, ghost outside the window. Symptom, a weird event resembling an eye pattern. The source of the weird event is a person floating in midair. It has a human appearance, but the whole body is twisted all the time, like a ghost, appearing between high-rise buildings. It is extremely lethal to the survivors living on the high-rise. Anyone only needs to see it outside the window its existence can produce symptoms similar to eyes patterns, and the survival rate is no more than 10%. Dangerous level, level 3, extremely dangerous. Methods of infection, visual infection, appearing mostly between high-rise buildings. Seeing the introduction of this weird incident, Chen Chen immediately thought of the white-collar corpses who died suddenly when he was exploring the office building, as well as a high-rise community. Hanged woman. Before they died, the white-collar workers turned their heads to the floor-hustling windows, apparently seeing something outside the window, and the woman who hanged herself in the high-rise community had sealed all the glass of the window before she died. so she was obviously afraid of something outside the window. Obviously, the reason why a woman is afraid of the ghost outside the window is actually because she has seen it with her own eyes, but she has not died, which means that she is actually immune to that kind of harm, just like being immune to the eye pattern, but she herself is not at all aware of these. Thinking of this, Chen Chen secretly sighed. He continued to flip back, but found that everything behind was blank. Obviously, when Chen Chen came to the plane of Killing City, he was the first. The strange events encountered in the apartment are not recorded in it. Are there only these 5 basilisk patterns and these kinds of weird events? Chen Chen lifts the head, questioning the many prisoners who are still busy in the hall. For a time, everyone hurriedly lowered their heads to avoid the sharpness of Chen Chen's eyes. This has been heard from the members of each team and all the weird events encountered since the establishment of this team. At this time, there was a 15-16 years old. The boy with long hair suddenly opened the mouth and said, "The boy has a delicate appearance and pale skin." At first glance, he thought he was a woman. Chen Chen glanced at each other after hearing the sound. Unlike the others, the young man's eyes were not panicked at all, but rather calm. At first glance, it seemed to be incompatible with the entire world. However, under this calm surface, there is a kind of death, which is a kind of indifference to life and death. Obviously, a young man has a different experience that causes this situation. Occurred. Yes, until the boy first spoke, no one among the prisoners stammered and explained. All the weird events we have known have been recorded above. This information is also the most precious thing for our team. If you want to survive in this world, you can't do without these information. Chen Chen lifted his chin and passed the information aside. The Black Rider said at the same time, X112. Record these patterns inside. Understand. The sound of X112 came from the headset. Chen Chen thought for a while and looked towards the somewhat special boy again. I saw the boy wearing a shirt that was obviously thinner. That shirt had faded long ago and was a bit dirty, but it still couldn't hide his neutral and handsome face. At this time, the young man was bandaging a wounded person skillfully, but unlike others, he looked indifferent even when facing the wounded person, as if he was not in the same position as his companion's injury. Heart. And not only this young man, Chen Chen found that this kind of numb and indifferent emotion is also present in the eyes of several other women, except for a few men who are obviously in relationships with the men in the team. The relationship between other women in the team seems not at all as simple as that. These women are obviously much more emaciated than the others, thin and ragged. Seeing this, Chen Chen suddenly understood the identities of these women. However, Chen Chen is not at all surprised in this regard. After all, this is the tradition of Eastern Sea. As early as World War II, this country had a similar configuration. The only thing that surprised Chen Chen was that this group of people didn't even let go of the boys. It was really unscrupulous. But what does this matter have to do with Chen Chen? Not at all. At this time, he still remembers his original mission to the plane of Killing City, waiting for X112 to record the information provided by this team. Later, Chen Chen stood up and rushed to the group of people. Do any of you know the location of the nearest North American military base in Eastern Sea? It seems that no one answered Chen Chen. Seeing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but raised his eyebrows, and was about to continue to inquire, but at this moment, the boy suddenly spoke. I know, but the place has been abandoned. Chen Chen looked towards the boy. How do you know? I went there to seek asylum 3 years ago. The boy replied. Not only there, I have also been to the military base where the Eastern Sea State Self-Defense Force is located, but there is nothing but the corpse and ruins. Chen Chen is nodded. I have to say, this young man looks I should have been only 11-12 years old when I got up 3 years ago. It is admirable to be able to live alone in this weird apocalypse at that age. What's your name? Seeing this, Chen Chen not only asked with some interest. Yeshan Temple. The young man lowered his head slightly, as if to show respect for the powerhouse. Your Excellency, my name is Yeshan Temple. Very well. Are you interested in following me? Following Chen Chen's question, the teenager showed emotions other than indifference for the first time. He seemed to be stunned, but Chen Chen obviously, among the group of prisoners who were asked to sit in the hall, 2 or 3 of them who seemed to be leaders of the squad suddenly changed their expressions, as if unwillingness appeared in their eyes. Of course, this unwillingness is not because of the usefulness of the juvenile, but the reason why the juvenile can help this group of people live better in the end. Seeing this, Chen Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew that he was right. Super US Speak Chapter 308. Super US Speak Chapter 308. After hearing Chen Chen's invitation, the boy was silent for a while. I seem to be thinking about whether I can get a different treatment after following Chen Chen, and whether my current life can be changed. In the eyes of a teenager, although Chen Chen seems to be stronger here, it is clear that following Chen Chen is risky, and following the original team may also struggle to live longer, and see Chen Chen seems to have the meaning of wanting to confront Gang with strange events. I need to think about it, sir. Finally, the young man bowed his head slightly and said such a sentence. Chen Chen is not at all disappointed, but nodded agrees. He looked at the sky, and it was the evening of the plain of Killing City, so he said again, then give me the answer tomorrow. After speaking, he handed the group of people to X-112 to deal with, and he led a Black Rider to the room where captain of the team was. After all, I have experienced a brainstorm before. If it were not supported by NZT-48, Chen Chen would have passed out. Even if he was not in a coma, Chen Chen has reached the limit at this time, and he urgently needs to find a refresher. Location. Then, the school occupied by this group of people is naturally the safest place so far. After all, if there is danger here, it will not become a gathering place for these teams. This Doomsday Survival Team's main branch is located in the first dormitory of the teacher's apartment. The windows here are also covered with newspapers and curtains. Apart from this, the room has thick bedding. There are also comprehensive living facilities, even not inferior to ordinary star hotels. Seeing this, Chen Chen directly took off his park armor, ate a few energy bars to replenish water and nutrients, and then fell directly on the bed. Immediately, a strong sense of exhaustion struck. Chen Chen didn't have time to realize anything, and went directly into a deep sleep. On the other side, Fujiwara Oki was also attached to his wrist, and was forced to gather with everyone in the lobby of the teaching building to take care of them. Faced with the Black Rider, who has no feelings and is not tired, take care of this group. People are enough. Gradually, the setting sun, the brightly burning fireball gradually fell into the skyline of Tokyo, as if some kind of indescribable shadow was slowly spreading, and the originally well-lit metropolis was gradually replaced by darkness. After losing the breath of fireworks, Tokyo at night seems to become even more weird. Chen Chen didn't sleep well this night. Perhaps because Chen Chen looked directly into his eyes during the day. Even after falling asleep, Chen Chen's brain was constantly aching, as if a blunt knife was cutting a little bit. Just a few hours, Chen Chen brow beaded with sweat. In a daze, Chen Chen seems to have a dream. Boom. In the dream, there always seems to be something bumping silently. The sound is dull and not strong. If you listen carefully, the sound is gone. However, as time went by, the impact sound seemed to become a bit stronger, and the sound became gradually clear from insignificant. The dream girl. I don't know when Chen Chen suddenly woke up in a dream. This kind of thing is very common for Chen Chen. After all, thanks to Chen Chen's control over the brain, he can easily recover in the dream. The degree of awareness, in other words, as long as Chen Chen is willing, he can turn any dream into a lucid dream. This ability comes from Chen Chen's extremely powerful self-strength control. Furthermore, in his dream, he has no sense of fear. At this time, Chen Chen subconsciously looked towards the door while waking up, but he did not at all see the silhouette of the legendary white woman. Isn't it a weird event? Seeing this, Chen Chen simply thought about it in his dream, and then he heard it again. and there seemed to be a certain sound in his ear. It was a faint crashing sound, with an inexplicable rhythm, like a clock, constantly beating in rhythm. Boom, boom, boom. This voice, impossible, is Black Rider. He is guarding in the room, and he will not make a meaningless sound. Furthermore, the direction of listening to this sound is not in the room, but in the next room. Suddenly, Chen Chen seemed to be aware of something. He got out of the dream and his eyes slowly opened, only to realize that the room was dark. Your Excellency, Commander, next door. Just as Chen Chen was awake, the sound of X-112 came from the Bluetooth headset that had not been taken off. SHHH. I know. Chen Chen raised his index finger and gestured to silence the sound. Then he immediately put on the park armor and adjusted his vision to thermal imaging. Although thermal imaging cannot penetrate walls that exceed a certain thickness, it is still very convenient, at least in the dark night where you can't see your fingers. At this time, the dull impact sound continued. Although the sound was not loud, it might even be ignored in normal times. However, in the midnight of the doomsday, when it was so quiet that even the heartbeat sound could be heard, as clear as the lights in the night, boom, boom, it sounds like it never stops, which looks strange, impossible. When I asked Black Rider to escort the group of people, I checked every room and there should be no people right next door. X-112 was a little puzzled. Is there a fish that escaped the net? There is no point in guessing these now. Chen Chen whispered, I'm already awake, just let Black Rider go to the next door to check it again, and I doubt. Speaking of this, Chen Chen's eyes are already very serious, and the hanged woman flashes in his mind. Seeing this, X-112 did not hesitate anymore, but directly controlled the Black Rider to open the door, moved towards the next room where sound was constantly coming. Click. With the sudden sound of a door lock, the door of the next room was opened. It seems that this sound has broken a certain balance, and the impact of Chen Chen next door stopped abruptly at the same moment. Your Excellency, Commander. It seems that a long time has passed, and it seems that only 2 or 3 minutes have passed. The sound of X-112 came from the headset again. The next room I have searched and found no signs of life here, just. I know, I will come now. Chen Chen not at all asked, but directly out of the room, came to the next door. This should also be the room for the high-level members of the team. Although the facilities in the room are not as comprehensive as the team's main branch, it is also a luxury in the end of the day when resources are scarce. Chen Chen just glanced at these layouts and stopped taking seriously. Then, he followed Black Rider's gaze, but saw Black Rider in front of him, on the wall, appearing out of thin air. The dent came out. Chen Chen stepped forward and touched the dent, but only touched the white ash on one hand. Obviously, this dent was newly hit, and the white ash on the wall had not even fallen off. At this time, as Chen Chen touched, a piece of white ash finally fell off, exposing the inside of the wall. Red brick and concrete. Seeing this, Chen Chen fell silent. Super US Speak Chapter 309. Super US Speak Chapter 309. Chen Chen is certainly no stranger to this scene. During the day, he just saw this scene. A woman's body was hanging in the room. There were a lot of beating marks on the wall. When he came to the next tenant's room, he watched there was a deep impact mark on that public wall. The trace is about 20 centimeters in diameter and about 5 centimeters deep, which is much deeper than the impact trace in front of him. But Chen Chen is certain that the source of the two traces is the same, because the deeper traces seen before are more like the formation of long-term impact, and now this trace is just beginning to hit. That's all. Coincidence? Still, at this moment, he seemed to understand why in the room where the corpse was hanged, there were marks on the wall of the woman's corpse on her ears, and the use of baseball bats. Traces of it. Perhaps, the female corpse, in the desperate and deep night, noticed this hollow and strange impact. A haze flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. He looked around all around. If there were any people or animals hidden in the room, he would have noticed it when Black Rider came in just now, because Chen Chen could be sure that the crashing sound stopped when Black Rider opened the door. Teachers' dormitories are all single rooms. As long as you open the door, the entire dormitory is unobstructed. If it is a human or animal, Black Rider Impossible will not be able to find it. In other words, that thing is so fast that it can disappear into the room as soon as the Black Rider opens the door. Thinking of this, Chen Chen came to the back window of the dormitory again. He touched the window lightly. The window was smeared with newspaper, and the window lock was locked from the inside. There was no one or the situation where the animal escaped from the window. Since there is no possibility of escape, what is it that can avoid Black Rider, avoid the thermal imaging vision of Park Armor, and even avoid the detection of artificial intelligence close to Xiao X? Is there anything that will hit the wall late at night? All of this is almost completely inconsistent with common sense of physics. Chen Chen squinted his eyes and faintly understood something. It turns out that I have been spotted by the strange event. Chen Chen frowned, did not expect that he was already adequately guarded before it happened. Even watching the end, the survival squad's information is also cautiously, unexpectedly, he has been infected with the weird incident. What's more difficult is that this kind of weird event is not in the record of the data. That is to say, Chen Chen needs to personally understand this kind of weird event, to summarize the law, and then in the law seek that trace of life. Thinking of this, Chen Chen looked around the dormitory at last, then turned and left, and returned to the team captain's bedroom. Chen Chen lay down on the bed again, a little tired. Although Chen Chen's brain was still aching, but he didn't at all continue to sleep, but thought silently. X112, help me record a new weird event. Chen Chen whispered. The name of the weird event is called Impact Sound. X112 hearing this immediately replied, recording has already begun. Chen Chen nodded. The information that this team produced before is still too general. I think that the strange event wants for a more comprehensive understanding. At least 4 categories are needed, namely, phenomenon characteristics, infection symptoms, infection conditions, and risk assessment. The phenomenon characteristic of impact sound is that after a human is infected, there will be a burst of impact sounds next door, and if you go to the next door at this time, you will not see anyone, you can only see the physical impact traces on the wall. Chen Chen thought for a while. He added, it's not yet clear what triggers the impact sound, whether it's triggered by an infected person staying in the room for a long time, or it's triggered by late night. And how long this impact sound will last, if it lasts. If it is too long, the wall is really hit, what will happen? What if I change the room? X112 asked suddenly. It's useless to change rooms. Chen Chen shook the head. From the room where the female corpse was hanged, we can see that there were 2 rooms before the female corpse was alive. In the bedroom, it is obvious that she had heard a crash on the wall of a bedroom. After she noticed something was wrong, she seemed to change to a bedroom, but the crash sounded on the opposite side of the bedroom. It's no wonder that there are impact marks on the walls of the 2 bedrooms opposite her. X112 suddenly understood, if changing rooms can't solve the problem, then how should we respond? I don't know. Chen Chen shook the head, revealing the grave expression for the first time. This is something I have never touched before, actually since at the beginning. I am ready to die. Your Excellency Commander. X112 stopped talking. Okay, there is nothing to say. Chen Chen waved his hand. I have long known the truth that if you want to wear a crown, you must bear the weight. To gain strength, sooner or later you will be backlashed by the U-disc. But I did not expect that this day will come so fast. Maybe this weird incident will not kill people. X112 persuaded. After all, the female corpse died not because of the impact, but because she hanged herself to death. In other words, it is very possible that the lethality of this strange incident is not strong. This is just wishful thinking, that's all. Chen Chen asked rhetorically, perhaps, the impact sound will last for several nights, and the longer it lasts, the more it will collapse the infected person. It's like the basilisk pattern, and the sound itself is lethal. Now perhaps the formidable power of the impact sound is not at all revealed. but it does not represent its threat. It's not very sexual. In my opinion, this kind of weird incident has no logic at all, so we must not judge each other by common sense, otherwise we will die very miserably. After hearing Chen Chen's rhetorical question, X112 was completely silent. At present, it seems that the characteristics of the strange event of impact sound have yet to be explored. The symptoms and conditions of the infection are even unknown. Even the risk assessment is lacking due to lack of sufficient clues. Any clues? Chen Chen said, so, next I will lie on the bed and see if there will be any more impact tonight. If the impact occurs again, it means that the impact is related to the length of the room I stayed in. Otherwise it doesn't matter. And I remember that in the daytime, besides me, the 3 Black Riders also saw the hanged female corpse, so they said wouldn't the 3 Black Riders also be infected with this weird incident? After thinking about it, Chen Chen added again, X112, let the Black Rider who is in charge of guarding me go to another dormitory. Just find a room, don't go to my next door. Let's see if there will be a crashing sound on his side. Understand? With X112 agreed, and the Black Rider turned around and left. Seeing Black Rider leaving, Chen Chen was nodded and asked again, did you not find out? This kind of weird incident is actually quite interesting. There are almost unlimited possibilities to try. For example, if I install a camera next door, what do you think I can see? Or if I move to a room made entirely of glass, what will happen? And if I stay in a single family room, all around does not exist in the next room, so will the knock on the door still sound? Speaking of hitting here, a smile flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Anyway, in this weird incident, I can conduct many attempts, just like a rigorous experiment. And this kind of experiment is my best. Super US Speak Chapter 310. Super US Speak Chapter 310. In this way, Chen Chen was talking to X112 while welcoming the impact sound again. But when the time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, the sound never sounded. It was not until 4 o'clock in the morning on the second day that Chen Chen went to sleep again. When Chen Chen opened his eyes again, it was noon on the second day. After a night of sleep, Chen Chen's head is not as painful as it was yesterday. Although there is still a slight pain, it is at least within a tolerable range. Your Excellency Commander, after you fell asleep last night, the voice not at all sounded again, and the Black Rider staying in another room did not experience any weird phenomena. X112 reported. So what about the 2 Black Riders guarding the team? Did you encounter any strange things? Chen Chen asked, sitting up. Rubbed the temple. Not at all, everything is as usual. Putting it that way, the problem still appears to me. Hearing this, Chen Chen's expression suddenly condensed. Although Black Rider does not have a brain, it is still a living life. If even I am infected with a strange event, it is unreasonable that Black Rider will not be infected, unless these strange events can be distinguished normally. Human and tool man. So, it must be because I did something that Black Rider did not do in that room before, which caused the strange incident to only infect me. He did not get infected with Black Rider. Thinking of this, Chen Chen began to recall everything that happened yesterday. What he did was really simple, that is, he went to the next door and touched the mark of the impact. Touched the white ash on the wall. Is it because I touched the impact mark? Chen Chen is not sure. After putting on the park armor again, Chen Chen took the Black Rider out of the room and came to the hall of the teaching building again. After a night of centralized management, the expressions of these survivors were a little haggard. Obviously this after the group was captured. Their mentality began to change. How did this group of people behave last night? Are they still stable? Chen Chen observed the crowd and asked suddenly. It's fairly stable. In fact, several of these people have plans to escape or even fight back. After all, they are people living in the last days, and they all dare to take risks in their hearts. But the guards of Black Rider are too strict. This group of people has never found an opportunity. X112 replied, But these people definitely don't know. Even if they are whispering, every word can be clearly captured by us. I heard in the evening that the captain of this team gave Yeshan Temple a lot of conditions, such as letting Yeshan Temple out of slave status, becoming an official member of the team, and promises on food and living facilities. Similarly, Yeshan Temple did not directly agree, but gave a reply that needs to be considered. Hearing this news, Chen Chen nodded. As expected, this Ming Yi the temple must have some speciality that is extremely useful to the team, otherwise the captain impossible of the team will risk offending Chen Chen and also leave the temple here. Yeshan Temple, how are you thinking about it? As soon as he arrived in the lobby, Chen Chen asked directly towards the Yeshan Temple. Your Excellency, I am willing to follow you. Yeshan Temple hearing this immediately replied. Very good. Chen Chen nodded. In this case, now you follow me to find a military base. Although Chen is a little confused. Chen was looking for the purpose of the military base, but he didn't say anything. He just stood up and walked to Chen Chen's side. At this moment, the Bugatti spaceship also 112 drove over and landed in front of Chen Chen. Following Chen Chen's signal, the Yeshan Temple was very colorful on the spaceship. And then Chen Chen and the three Black Riders followed along until the gull-wing door was closed and the Bugatti spaceship took off. The teaching building the talents here are side in relief. Whether it is Chen Chen's arrival or departure, there is almost no sign. These people feel like they have a dream. Fujiwara Oki's right hand is in plaster, and his expression looks at the leaving spaceship with a complicated expression. If it weren't for the hostility from yesterday, I am afraid I would not have given away a bride. To lose one's army on top of it. Chen Chen would of course ignore the thoughts of a group of ants. It took only half an hour. Under the guidance of the Yeshan Temple, Chen Chen finally found the location of the North American military base in Eastern Sea. As a defeated country in World War II, Eastern Sea continent does not have the right to form an army, and some have only the right to self-defense. Therefore, there are a large number of North American military bases in the Eastern Sea continent. The reason why Chen Chen wanted to find here was for the technical information of Gantz. Although in Chen Chen's opinion, it is very likely that humans will not at all eat through the technology given to humans by alien civilizations. Only by painting the bottle gourd did they create a black ball, Gantz, etc. far beyond human cognition machine. But this is enough, because humans can replicate the black ball Gantz, as long as it is not too outrageous. Perhaps in reality, Chen Chen can also achieve mass production of the black ball Gantz. If this is the case, then Chen Chen is equivalent to having a super legion that can shuttle around the world at any time, appear and disappear unpredictably, instead of having to do activities around the world as before, only with the help of international flights. Although this kind of military base does not necessarily have the technology of the black ball Gantz, Chen Chen can find more clues about the black ball Gantz through the military base, so as to continue the investigation, greatly reducing to find a needle in a haystack time. It seems that because of the first time to take this kind of aircraft, the eyes of Yeshan Temple were full of surprises for the first time along the way. Only then did it show signs of innocence, rather than as before. Obviously it was a young boy, but his eyes were full of dead gray, and he seemed to have no nostalgia for everything in the world. This is it. This is the Yokohama port, the western shore of Tokyo Bay in central Honshu, and it is also the largest seaport on the Eastern Sea continent. At this time, Yajinji points to the hologram. The location on the screen said softly, because it is the largest port in Eastern Sea continent, it was contained by North America, and the Yokohama North American military base in Eastern Sea continent was established here. It seems that I understand these very well. Chen Chen asked subconsciously, is this your specialty? No, my specialty is very simple. It's just hypermemory. Yeshan Temple shook the head. It is the so-called unforgettable. I can remember what happens every year, every month, every day, each hour, every minute, and every second. All of the scenes of any day, I can rewind all the scenes in my mind like a videotape. Supermemory? Chen Chen suddenly surprised. Doesn't it mean that Yeshan Temple can even remember this thing with the basilisk pattern? Super US Speak Chapter 311. Super US Speak Chapter 311. Chen Chen has also paid attention to this neurological disease like superpower. In the past, the scientific community once believed that forgetting is a passive process, and those memories that are normally used less will gradually disappear automatically. With the in-depth research, more and more evidences show that the loss of memory is not a passive process. On the contrary, forgetting is more like an active process. Our brains are constantly forgetting. This is a preset function of the brain. It is like a program that is constantly running in the background. You can't see it, but it does exist. Until 2017, scientists confirmed this procedure. This is a mechanism of active forgetting, called essential forgetting. It involves some specific cells inside the brain. These cells are called forgetting cells. They can break down the imprints in memory cells. The prefrontal cortex of patients with hypermemory disorder is very different from that of ordinary people. Whenever their area tries to compress information, it becomes abnormally active, which prevents the yasuo of information. Some memories are forgotten. However, although patients with hypermemia have the memory of blessed by heaven, they are not as ordinary people think. They all set foot on the peak of life. On the contrary, they can't even become a schoolmaster. Because, although patients with hypermemia have a powerful storage and memory function, they usually have problems with the function of preventing brain retrieval. In other words, the brains of patients with hypermemia are often in a state of constant retrieval, and this will make them often in pain, and often affect work and study because of recalling the past. Can cause insomnia and dreaminess, and even mental illness. Of course, this ability is not always available. At this time, Yeshan Temple continued, strictly speaking, I should be seeing this as he was in a coma for 3 hours and only got it after waking up. Chen Chen hearing this expression, it's true that most patients with hypermemia are not born with this ability. It was obtained after some changes, but it was the first time in Chen Chen's opinion that this ability was obtained through the basilisk pattern. Putting it that way, can't you even remember the basilisk pattern? Chen Chen looked at the military base that was getting closer, and asked with interest, so, do you remember the picture of eyes? Remember, I can even hand paint that picture. Yeshan Temple said, and I found that my resistance to basilisk patterns is getting higher and higher, and even patterns such as death, God, flame, and foul have a certain resistance. Think about it. Yeshan Temple added, Your Excellency, the material you saw was written by me, and the basilisk patterns in it were all drawn by me. Chen Chen couldn't help but drum applause. It seems that your role is greater than I thought. So what about strange events? Unfortunately, I have no effect on strange events. Yeshan Temple shook his head and said, the captain of the squad asked me to make a similar attempt, but it failed. Fortunately, the lethality of that strange incident was not strong, otherwise I would be dead. Chen Chen nodded, no more to say. At this time, spaceship has come to a location near the Yokohama military base. For the sake of insurance, Chen Chen only mingling 2 Black Riders brought the hard disk and the data line to the spaceship, moved towards the military base, and there should be a server room belonging to the military base. Find the diesel generator to get the engine room up and running again. And Chen Chen stayed with Yeshan Temple on the spaceship, waiting for the progress of the matter. In order to prevent encountering basilisk patterns and so on, Chen Chen did not even open the video, but used X-112 as a transit station to report the situation encountered by Black Rider in the military base at any time. At present, it seems that the military base is not at all guarded by personnel. Black Rider found some traces of humans in the arsenal. It seems that some doomsday survivors occasionally visit here, replenish ammunition and other materials. The warehouse can be determined that it has been evacuated, and it was evacuated very early. It seems that it appeared soon after the end of the day. Still searching, we have found the diesel generator, but the server room has not yet been found. X-112 reports the information one by one, and Chen Chen was bored, so he simply continued to read the Black Diary, hoping to find other clues from it. Seeing Chen Chen reading his diary, the Yeshan Temple on the side can't help but say, this thing in the Diary of the Dead is actually very dangerous, because of the strange events formed by the evolution of the basilisk pattern. Many strange events have highly contagious. Even some weird events are just a piece of text. I know. Chen Chen nodded, but are there any specific examples for reference? Just heard about other weird events. I haven't heard of weird text-related events. I have only heard people mention these weird text-related events, but not at all, because the text only needs to be heard. When it arrives, people will be dead. Yeshan Temple's expression is a bit heavy. But I know a weird literal incident that is not very contagious and not very serious. Chen Chen nodded. Let's talk about it. That's probably something that has appeared on the internet not long ago. Yeshan Temple fell into recalling, I just turned 10 years old that year and just experienced in that disaster, my parents died, and only I survived alone. Then, I heard people mention that someone found a strange network domain name, that is, the website. The full name of the website is www.yigg.com. You can log into that website no matter you use a mobile phone or a computer. The name of the website is 4 letters Yigg, so this website is also called the Yigg website. But in fact, the website itself does not exist. It is not in any country. The URL is in the registration record, but it can be accessed easily. After entering, the web page will show a forum with green text on a black background. The function of this forum is extremely crude, and it can even be said to be extremely crude. However, I heard people say at the time that as long as anyone has logged onto that website and registered to leave a message, no matter what word you type on the forum or any language you type, it will be automatically translated into traditional Chinese. And it will still be translated into traditional Chinese format. Traditional Chinese? Chen Chen was taken aback. Yes. For example, if you type "How are you" in Japanese, then when it is typed, it will become "Ning the ashes have not been raised yet." Or you use Japanese, type the sentence "I am fine too," and it will automatically become "I'm getting better." Super US Speak Chapter 312. Super US Speak Chapter 312. Yeshan Temple continued, or, if you type it out, it will become "Could anyone really think that I'm not doing well? No way, no way." And then, wait for you to finally explain "I really didn't scold anyone," but after typing it out, it will become "He is in a hurry. He is in a hurry." Such uncomfortable words that make people look at it. Also, if you are provoked by someone else's words of this type and hit him back, "Please speak up," then the sentence pattern you type will become "This is it." Would you rather match "What are you doing" loudly? Wait for words. Chen Chen gave Yeshan Temple speechlessly. "This is it? This is only secondary." Yeshan Temple said with a bitter smile. What's really weird is that since then, people who have logged into this forum, whether they speak in reality, write anything with a pen, or any way of communication, what you say will become Chinese pronunciation, and what you say will be in this sentence pattern. It will take a week to slowly return to normal. Can't even escape the reality. Chen Chen was taken aback for a moment. And then he came to realize that this is an example of a strange event in the text version. Yes, Yeshan Temple continued to add, although this kind of strange event is just a joke, it is essentially no different from other strange events. They all have a special way of spreading. For example, in this weird text incident, the way of spreading is to go to the Yigg website, and the symptoms of infection are the words of a specific sentence, but the level of danger is not high. But it is conceivable that if the symptoms of the infection are replaced by something else, such as the death of the infected person on the spot, etc., then it is a very lethal strange event. For example, if the infection condition is changed from login to the website to anyone who hears such words will have the same symptoms, then the infection speed will spread to the entire world in a very fast time. Indeed. Chen Chen nodded. Yeshan Temple continued, so, this thing in the Diary of the Dead is actually very dangerous, because you don't know why the deceased died. or he died in some kind of strange event. And the infection condition of this kind of weird event is the person who has read a certain text. When the two were discussing all kinds of weird events, suddenly, there was a slight collision sound on the glass beside the seat. Dong. Yeshen Temple continued, apart from this, there is another danger, that is, weird text events, and some kind of. Before finishing speaking, the second thump sounded again. Chen Chen's expression became completely dignified. He turned his head and looked towards the porthole of the spaceship. Dong. As soon as Chen Chen turned his head, a pale palm was printed on the porthole of the spaceship. Suddenly, the Yeshen Temple on the side was taken aback. Chen Chen's heart is also tight. He silently stares at the palm outside the porthole. Just because the Bugatti spaceship's hatch does not have glass portholes, so in fact the portholes use some kind of translucent. The material is completely integrated with the entire door, so it is not clear what is seen outside the spaceship. From Chen Chen's point of view, he can only see that the palm of his hand has almost no details, no fingerprints, no palm prints, and no jewelry. Some are just bony muscles and slender fingers and palms. Apart from this, there is only that special white. This is a kind of uncomfortable feeling. Even the ominously pale, whoever sees it, will not think of the term white, but will produce associations of corpses, dead bodies, etc. This will definitely not be a human palm. However, compared to Yeshen Temple, Chen Chen is not nervous or flustered. He just raised his head quickly and said, X-112, what happened? Can you detect anything outside the spaceship? To Chen Chen's surprise, X-112 did not answer at all. Emergency command input, X-112, I order you to answer. Chen Chen asked again. But the X-112 artificial intelligence in spaceship is like it was the same as when it was turned off. No matter how Chen Chen called, Xiao X's avatar still did not reply. Your Excellency, it's useless. Yeshen Temple also gradually calmed down. Although he is only an ordinary person, he has a calm temperament beyond ordinary people in the same age. When I only heard him say, generally speaking, when a weird event is triggered, the infected person will be in a state where they cannot be disturbed. Even bystanders will lose their response. Obviously, this spaceship's intelligent system can no longer listen. It's your call. Then why can you interact with me? Chen Chen gave up calling X-112 and asked instead, Have you been targeted by the weird incident? It is possible. Yeshen Temple is nodded, but according to my estimation, if you didn't guess wrong, you actually have been targeted by weird events? Before Chen Chen could answer, Yeshen Temple continued, in fact, many weird events are contagious, just like bacteria and viruses. The person may infect other people around you because of a word, a touch, a look in your eyes, or being in the same room, and so on. You can think of or cannot think of other conditions. Of course, I'm just guessing. I've not seen this kind of weird incident at all, and I don't know if I am also infected now, but I think the reason why I can still interact with you is because the weird incident not at all broke out. It's still in the incubation period now. The incubation period, infectious symptoms of infection. Chen Chen was taken aback and laughed suddenly. Very good. Compare weird events to diseases. I like these nouns. As the two continued to talk, Chen Chen realized again that the palm of his hand suddenly disappeared. It can be said that neither of them saw when the palm disappeared, as if the palm never existed. Even if they kept staring at the palm, they still couldn't realize when the palm disappeared. It seems to be just a daze, and the palm of the hand naturally disappeared. But thinking about it carefully, does that palm really exist? Chen Chen showed a hint of thinking. X-112. At this time, Chen Chen asked again, Your Excellency Commander, I am here. X-112 immediately replied, Is there anything you can do? Chen Chen fell silent immediately. Your Excellency Commander. Seeing Chen Chen did not answer, X-112 asked again. It's nothing. Chen Chen shook the head and decisively pressed the door open button. Suddenly, Bugatti's gullwing door opened upwards, revealing the scenery outside the spaceship. Chen Chen walked down the spaceship, looked around all around, then closed the gullwing door and looked up. On the gullwing door, there are not at all handprints, and some are just slightly sunken marks. Something seems to have knocked on the door of spaceship twice. Super US Speak Chapter 313. Super US Speak Chapter 313. I thought that this kind of collision would only exist in the middle of the night, but now it appears for the second time, which has subverted the law that Chen Chen has explored. In addition, Chen Chen did not stay in the room, but in the spaceship. In other words, the trigger method is not only in the room, but in all enclosed spaces. Thinking of this, Chen Chen looked at his watch, but saw that it was 10:30 in the morning, so he suddenly asked, X-112, what were you doing 1 minute ago? Me? X-112 seemed a little puzzled, but it obeyed all Chen Chen's orders and it still checked its action log immediately, and said, Commander Your Excellency, please see, I have been in operation just now. Have you heard the knocking outside the door? Chen Chen asked. No. X-112 subconsciously began to search the car body, and immediately found the trace on the car door. No, when did this trace appear? Spaceship real-time. The monitor didn't find it at all. Is the monitoring on spaceship? Chen Chen's eyes lit up. If there is monitoring, maybe you can really see the white. What does the owner of his palm look like? Yes, spaceship has holographic projection monitoring, which can cover 360 degrees of the whole scene. Any changes in spaceship can be noticed by me. X-112 answer quickly. Then call the monitoring 1 to 2 minutes ago. Chen Chen immediately ordered, and X-112 immediately cast a Haperson Hate holographic three-dimensional image out of thin air. It looks like the spaceship after shrinking, and the number of 10:28 minutes and 0 seconds is displayed beside it. It seems that this is the real-time monitoring of spaceship before. From the holographic image, spaceship all around is empty, there is nothing at all. But when the time on the holographic image reached 20 minutes and 40 seconds, suddenly, the whole holographic image suddenly became blurred, as if it had been disturbed by some kind of interference. It was originally very clear. The holographic image directly becomes a piece of disordered and in a mess color. This situation continued for 35 seconds until the clock reached 2:19 points and 15 seconds. But the holographic image returned to normal again. But at this time, there has been an additional impact mark on the gullwing door of spaceship. Just now, did that strange incident happen again? Seeing this scene, X-112 can't help but explain, but I didn't notice anything. I understand. Chen Chen solemnly said, it can also be seen from your running log that in this 30-second 5, your program is running completely normal. The reason why you didn't notice it was because it was abnormal at that time. It was precisely in this spaceship and the spaceship. If this is the case, then why did I detect it last night? X-112 is a little puzzled. Perhaps it was because Black Rider and I were in the same room at that time. Chen Chen thought for a while, turned his head and looked towards the Yeshan Temple in the spaceship. Because just now, only me and Yeshan Temple saw that strange event. Thinking of this, Chen Chen continued, X-112, update the impact sound information. The infected person's codenamed '05 experienced the second weird event, and it can be concluded that the impact only occurs in a confined space and is not affected by the time period. It can occur in the dark or during the day. It is still not clear what triggering the impact sound, but it can be known that the life form in the same room as '05 can also sense the same impact. Chen Chen said quickly. Apart from this, after the second impact sound was triggered, '05 saw a palm. At that time, '05 was in the Bugatti spaceship. The appearance of this palm can be seen through the translucent porthole. At present, it can be determined that this palm and impact it's about. After updating the information, Chen Chen couldn't help but glance at the porthole of spaceship again. The portholes of the spaceship are very thick and are integrated with the hatch. Although the quality of this spaceship does not look good in the movie, it can actually remain intact from a crash at supersonic speed. It has already proved that it is excellent. It can be said that this Bugatti spaceship can carry ordinary bullets without any problem. Even a sniper rifle may not be able to penetrate the porthole of the spaceship. In this way, the porthole may have saved my life. Chen Chen, looking thoughtful, said, if it weren't for this kind of toughness, it could resist the atmospheric pressure in outer space. The material is used as portholes, but ordinary engineering plastics or glass. Maybe I was dead just now. After all, the palm of his hand is too weird, and Chen Chen has no luck. He has a kind of intuition, if one day the owner of that hand really hits the wall between the two, then he will be very dangerous. Afterwards, Chen Chen did not continue to return to spaceship, but directly issued various instructions outside the spaceship. With the cooperation of the drone, 3 Black Riders found the server room of the military base in less than an hour and began to arrange diesel generator. The next situation went smoothly. Half an hour later, the server unit that had been out of service for more than 5 years began to operate again. Although there are also information prevention mechanisms such as firewalls, under the sweep of X-112, these firewalls are basically impossible to withstand a single blow, and was soon transferred to take out all the secrets. However, these secrets and scandals have long lost their meaning with the demise of human civilization, and Chen Chen is not looking for these, but information about the Black Ball Gantz. This time, X-112 retrieval time is a bit long. Chen Chen has been waiting for more than 3 hours, and finally X-112 brought news. Your Excellency, Commander, I have determined the location of the production workshop of Black Ball Gantz. There are 3 workshops around the world, one in Germany in Europe, one in North America, and one in mid-continent. After the catastrophe, the production of Black Ball Gantz basically stopped. However, various studies have not fallen at all, only changing from bright to dark. According to the data, the known North American Research Center is located in the military base in Area 51. Very good, then ready to go. Chen Chen ordered. I think it shouldn't be a long time for this spaceship to fly from Eastern Sea to North America. It takes about 4 hours to fly in the atmosphere. If you leave the atmosphere and travel to North America by ballistic missile flight, it only takes 1 hour and 25 minutes. X-112 answered. The so-called ballistic missile flight method is a vertical takeoff and landing until it flies out of the Earth's atmosphere, and then sets the target and flies along a predetermined trajectory. Because of the lack of air resistance outside the atmosphere, the missile can be accelerated to an extremely astonishing speed in a vacuum. With this speed, the ballistic missile can even reach a speed of Mach 25 per second. This is a desperate speed. When it returns to the atmosphere and quickly approaches its target, there is almost no existence on this world that can intercept it. This is the formidable power of ballistic missiles. Of course, not only missiles, but aircraft can also have this kind of flight mode. This kind of strategic aircraft has been vigorously developed in countries around the world, and they are called hypersonic aircraft. And this Bugatti spaceship has the ability to navigate in space. As long as it is under the control of X-112, it can also have the same flying method. Chen Chen thought for a while, since X-112 mentioned this kind of flight, that is to say, it has calculated that this kind of flight is not dangerous, so he nodded. Then use ballistic. Let's fly. We must find the Black Ball Gantz's technology as soon as possible, otherwise I suspect that the weird events on my body will explode more and more intensely over time. Understand? X-112 agreed. After Chen Chen got on the spaceship, he moved towards the military base and took the 3 Black Riders. When everyone returned to the spaceship, the Bugatti spaceship immediately began to move towards the outside of the atmosphere, and continued to climb altitude in a state of oblique flight. Spaceship is about to enter supersonic flight. With the sound of air shock and bursting, the speed of spaceship increases in vain, and a violent thrust follow closely from behind. Chen Chen and Yishan Temple can only lean on their backs. It has entered the stratosphere and is still accelerating. Currently Mach 3 X-112 will report the flight status one after another to Chen Chen, so that Chen Chen can immediately get information about spaceship and give instructions. Mach 5 Mach 7 Spaceship breakthrough. Mach 10 has entered the middle layer of the atmosphere, and the current altitude is 510 kilometers. As the Bugatti spaceship flies higher and higher, the air becomes thinner and thinner, and the spaceship itself is getting faster and faster. The spaceship body is coated with a high-temperature coating that can withstand 2000 degrees Celsius. Even when flying into the atmosphere, it can maintain a high speed without fear of being burned. 3 minutes later, X-112 continued to report, spaceship has reached Mach 12, has entered the ionosphere, and the current altitude is 810 kilometers. At this time, Chen Chen looking toward the outside world along the porthole, I suddenly saw the original blue sky, which has now become dark black, completely becoming the color of space. Soon, spaceship broke through a height of 110 kilometers. This height has broken the world record of human airplanes. But this is also inevitable. With the performance of Bugatti spaceship, it will hit North America. There is no problem with the 5th generation fighters, let alone trifling flying at an altitude of hundreds of kilometers. Spaceship breakthrough has reached Mach 20. At this moment, X-112 suddenly said again, the current height is 1501000 meters. This time, even Chen Chen couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Although he knows that the Bugatti spaceship has excellent performance, he really didn't expect it to reach Mach 20. This speed is equivalent to more than 7 kilometers per second, which is 10 times the speed of ordinary bullets. Up. Nowadays, only a few ballistic missiles can reach this speed, but obviously, this is still not the limit. About 10 minutes later, X-112 continued to report, at present, the spaceship has climbed to 233 kilometers, and the speed has been maintained at around Mach 23. It may be dangerous if it continues to rise. Need to continue to improve? No more. Safety first, let's turn. Now. Chen Chen waved his hand. Following Chen Chen's orders, the spaceship, which was slightly red from the high temperature, began to reverse its direction in space and followed the Earth's orbit, aiming at North America on the other side of the Earth. Then, there is a new round of acceleration. In this round of acceleration, Chen Chen clearly saw that as the spaceship flew, the outer warehouse was filled with orange-red flames. This flame has been lingering, and as the spaceship gradually decreases in height, the flames it also becomes more obvious. It's amazing technology. Sitting in the spaceship, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. This is the charm of technology. It allows human beings to arrive from ancient times. The zone that no one has ever reached so far has allowed mankind's footprints to cross the Earth and reach unprecedented places. Moreover, Chen Chen in the spaceship did not feel the slightest sensation of heat. Obviously, spaceship the thermal insulation coating perfectly isolates the heat generated by the friction atmosphere, and this thermal insulation is very long-lasting. At this time, the spaceship has been flying for nearly an hour, and the coating of the spaceship has not changed at all. However, unlike Chen Chen, Yishan Temple looked dull throughout the whole process, and seemed to not take seriously what was in front of him, but his tightly held hands exposed his inner tension. Obviously, even before the end of human civilization, he rarely took up a plane. In this way, the spaceship continued to fly at a terrifying speed for 20 minutes. At this time, it has returned to the atmosphere, and with the friction of the air, the speed has begun to decrease. It has arrived in the sky over North America, not more than 1,000 kilometers from the destination, and started to slow down. After 20 minutes of silence, X-112 spoke again. The current flying speed is Mach 15. and the altitude is 100 kilometers. The speed continues to decrease. Chen Chen, hearing this, looked outside the spaceship, but saw outside the spaceship the fire began to turn from bright yellow to bright red, and then gradually changed to deep red. The current flying speed is Mach 12, and the altitude is 810 kilometers. Mach 10, Mach 5. Up to this time, the fire outside the spaceship has basically disappeared, and the sky has regained its azure blue from the previous indigo azure, and white clouds have reappeared outside the window. At this time, the altitude is also less than 10,000 meters. Chen Chen looks along the portal and can already see the lush and green ground. Compared with the world where Chen Chen is, this seating area has been, the green vegetation is completely covered. Perhaps, it does not take thousands or hundreds of years, but only several decades. Humanity, a civilization that has left countless marks on the earth, will be wiped clean by the power of nature. There is no trace of it. Maybe in a few countless years, when another intelligent civilization rises and arrives at the peak of today's human civilization, we will find the clues of human civilization from the ancient vestige underground. After sighing inwardly for a while, Chen Chen saw that on a plain on the ground, a huge building complex appeared in front of him. This is another military base, which is the purpose of Chen Chen's trip, a renowned air base in Lincolnshire, Nevada, in the North American region. Zone 51 in North America. Super US Speak Chapter 314. Super US Speak Chapter 314. When only 10 kilometers away from Area 51, there was a sudden sirens from spaceship. At the same time, X-112 also opened the mouth and said, "Your commander, there is a radar scan at 12 o'clock. There is someone in Area 51." Chen Chen immediately started up, which was beyond his expectation. With the entire world of human civilization nearing extinction, North America still has an established army. Strong continuous radar waves have been detected. Commander, we have been locked by the 51 military base. X-112 continues to remind the other party and us there is no meaning of communication. Not only that, the omnidirectional infrared detector has detected that there is a high-speed approaching object, which is suspected of a ground-to-air missile. Can you avoid it? Chen Chen asked. There are 3 ways to avoid, according to the current situation. Electromagnetic shielding method. X-112 replied. After a few seconds, X-112 spoke again. The missile has lost its target. Commander, shall we continue to enter the military base? Since the military base there are people in it, so forget it. Chen Chen thought for a while, and vetoed. First find a way to communicate with the other party, and then talk about it. If there are not many people, it will only be a few dozen. Hundreds of skirmishers formed a doomsday squad to occupy the military base. We then attack directly. If the opponent is an integral army, we can sit down and talk about terms with them. Understood. X-112 replied, and then spaceship turned around, flew out of the airspace of the military base, and landed on a small mound on the edge of the airspace. As the spaceship landed, Chen Chen sent 3 Black Riders to check all around and confirmed that there was no danger in the small mound, before continuing to ask, X-112, can contact Area 51 is it? I have launched the wireless electronics message, so far the other party has not at all answered us. X-112 replied, I don't know what the reason is. The other party, the hostility to us is very heavy. There are only 2 possibilities. Chen Chen thought for a while, opened the mouth and said, first, they recognized us as an enemy. That enemy is their enemy of life and death, so as soon as they saw us, they started an irreconcilable battle. Second, they are a manifestation of guilty conscience. Guilty because they are not the previous owner of this military base. They are afraid of being driven away by the real owner, so they only thought of killing each other. Chen Chen analyzed, in other words, the bases in Area 51 are probably not regular troops, but rebels that have become independent after the collapse of the North American government, and their leaders resist any official meeting for their own position. And we are likely to be recognized as official. So which kind of probability do you think is greater? X-112 asked. Second, Chen Chen thought for a while. In other words, the first and second reasons can actually be combined. Perhaps the rebels in this military base have already joined the official live fort, so will attack us as soon as we meet. Of course, it doesn't matter which one is. What really interests me is how the other party escaped the whole world. It's a weird event that broke out. Indeed, it is almost impossible to retain an established army at the end of the day. X-112 agreed. According to the law of transmission of weird events, it can be concluded that the more crowded the place, the greater the probability of transmission. Just like infectious diseases, and military camps can become a safe haven for weird events, which is beyond common sense. So, even for this, I have to explore it. Chen Chen nodded. Send a drone to investigate the situation. Anyway, there is a stealth system and flying at low altitude. It will not be detected by radar, and it does not need to be too comprehensive. It is enough to roughly confirm the number of people in the military base and what the weapons have. You can carry it on Black Rider wireless receiver. If I can invade the network of the military base through the extension, I can also instantly understand most of the situation in Area 51. X-112 is also suggested. Very good. Then the two plans will act together. Chen Chen nodded. Let a Black Rider and 4 drones go to a distant military base together. On this side, X-112 is also in constant contact with the other party through wireless electronics, but no matter what the contact is, there is no answer. At this time, in the underground military base of Area 51, in a specially treated underground military base, a dozen middle-aged men and women wearing military uniforms but lazy temperaments are sitting in a conference hall. All these people have a sad look in their eyes, some sighing constantly, some seeming to be thinking, but as they think, there is a vague look of fierceness in their eyes. Sitting at the top of the long conference table is an old man with a white beard. This old man has the rank of Major General on his shoulders. Even in the dim conference hall, he wears a pair of sunglasses and his mouth while there was a cigar in the middle. He suddenly said, "I believe you have also received the news. Just 10 minutes ago, an UFO rushed down from a high altitude, ready to land in our military base. Then, I heard that you gave the order to intercept the opponent with the Sidewinder Surface-to-Air missile, but the opponent ran away." The middle-aged man hearing this expressionless in the first position on his left hand has the rank of North American Army System Colonel on his shoulder. It may be that the missile has fallen into disrepair for a long time. The white-beard old man spread his hands. You should know that as time goes on, the living people on the world it will only become less and less. The North American government was planning to retake this place before, but before it even started to act, it was devastated by an evil weird incident. When I received this news, I almost laughed hard. Speaking, the white-beard old man said, "So now, we can't find many qualified engineers to maintain our facilities. But I heard, the other party is constantly trying to contact us." In the first row of seats on the right, there is a blonde woman about 40 years old. Although she is a woman, her eyes emit fierceness from time to time. Light, and the sitting posture is also the tallest among the people, and every move is full of military style. Yes, that's why I held this meeting. The white-beard old man bit his cigar and looked towards the people on the conference table. The origin of the aircraft is unknown, and the flight method is very similar to the supersonic aircraft secretly studied by the government, and the flight method is also the same. If it does not approach us and then starts to slow down, the aircraft is almost exactly the same as a missile. At present, there seems to be traces of man inside the aircraft. The white-beard old man added, "Impossible." The colonel's middle-aged man frowned, retorted, "There is absolutely impossible to install people in an aircraft of that kind of speed, because when this aircraft is flying, it is enough to produce 10 kg of gravitational acceleration. Under this force, the pilot's brain will be thrown out." "Maybe the aircraft has a unique cushioning system," blonde woman retorted, and then she looked towards the old man. "But it's not the time to talk about this. I want to know, what did the other party send?" "Joan, You are still so impatient. P. The white-bearded old man laughed heartily up, and then he gently patted his hand, and several of his men walked into the conference hall, and at the same time sent a report to everyone at the conference table. This is all the records of the previous encounter. After everyone received the report, the old man continued, "You can see that the other party actually in wireless electronics. We asked why we opened fire without warning, and kept asking for calls with chief in charge of the military base. Aren't you going to answer?" The middle-aged man with the rank of colonel asked. "It is still unclear what the other party is. Maybe they are not government forces, but this aircraft." Speaking, middle-aged man looked towards the black and white image in the report. "General Carey, are you sure that this aircraft is not a car and has been confused?" Everyone also looked at this and saw the illustration pixels in the report. It's not high, plus it's black and white. You can only see a fuzzy pattern, but this pattern is like a car flying in the sky. The only difference is that the tail section has two more aircraft engines. Things. If the car can also fly in the sky at several Mach speeds, maybe I am really confused. The old man sneered. Known as General Carey at first, I did think it was the remnant of the government army, but after the opponent avoided the missile, I realized that it didn't seem to be the case. It's just that the identity of the opponent was still suspicious. With such an advanced aircraft, and even if we communicate with the other party, what benefits can we get? Speaking, the old man laughed, and the other party's purpose can probably be guessed. That is for our special underground refuge. Do you want to give up a part of the refuge to this group of people? A refuge that can isolate strange events. Hearing this, everyone's face changed one after another, and some people whose expressions were shaken also put their minds away. Indeed, there are only a few dozen people living in underground refuges. Once the number of people is exceeded, the water cycle and food output will be seriously insufficient, and the circulation of resources will be severely destroyed, thereby increasing the number of underground refuges. The number of replenishment of supplies from the outside world. You need to know that there are ghosts everywhere in the world. Heaven knows whenever you open the door of the refuge, there will be such ghosts coming in. Once contagious and weird events are mixed in, then this safest refuge in the world will instantly turn into the most desperate hell on earth. Think of it here. Although everyone was a little eager to contact the outside world, they finally extinguished their thoughts of contacting the outside world. I think everyone seems to have their own ideas, so let's vote to solve them. The white-bearded old man known as General Carey glanced at everyone. He guessed everyone's thoughts pretty close, and he said again, "My suggestion is to say more mistakes, let's say less mistakes. In order to prevent the other party from taking our refuge, we should not have any response to the outside world. If the other party still dares to continue to forge ahead, we will fly them with missiles." Who approves and who opposes? Agree. Middle-aged man expression, sighed, and then the first to speak. Secondary. The blonde woman opposite is also nodded. Secondary. Underscore. But this group of people didn't know that it was in there when the collective opinion vote was conducted. There were already 4 drones that were completely transparent and almost silent at the same time flying from a distance, flying into the military base at a low altitude of 80 km per hour. As soon as these 4 aircraft entered, they immediately dispersed, scanning everything in the entire base slowly. A1 did not find traces of life. A2 did not find traces of life. A3, A4 similarly, nothing was found. Half an hour later, Chen Chen received all the messages from the 4 drones. "Your Excellency, the warehouses and buildings of the military base have been cleared and no signs of life were found. From here, it seems that this military base has been abandoned for a long time." "But the abandoned military base can't attack us, right?" Chen Chen asked. "Obviously, the buildings on the surface are just some guys. The real military base should be underground." "I think so too." PX-112 replied. "Has the Black Rider arrived?" Chen Chen asked instead. "I just arrived, but even if the drone can't find the traces, It may be difficult to find the underground entrance with Black Rider alone. There is no entrance even if the entrance is not found. Relationship. We can follow the other party's cables and lines to find, and the other party will not even hide the line. Chen Chen thought for a while, and as long as you find the cable, you can't invade. Already? Indeed. With the conversation of one person, one computer AI, the Yeshan Temple on the side also understood a little, and he was a little surprised. X-112. The level of intelligence is almost comparable to ordinary people, while opening the mouth and said, "Your Excellency Chen Chen, according to your method, I also thought of a way. I don't know if you are interested." Chen Chen, hearing this, he raised his eyebrows, turned his head. "Tell me about it." "In the information you got, there is a basilisk pattern named Filthy. If we borrow this pattern from you, the artificial intelligence invades into the opponent's main control system, then we can wipe out the opponent as easy as blowing off dust. When the time comes, the entire military base will be in our pocket." Chen Chen, hearing this, suddenly laughed. "It's a good idea, but if this underground base has a self-destructing system, it would be bad." Yeshan Temple is just startled. Indeed, if the underground base has in the case of self-destruction system, if the people in it lose all hope, they're likely to start the self-destruction program with the mentality of burn both jade and stone. When the time comes, although he defeated the other side here, he can't get what he deserves. Sorry, I think it's bad. Yeshan Temple bowed his head. "It doesn't matter, your idea is actually a good strategy." Chen Chen waved his hand. "It's just that what I want is more than an underground base, but something else." Something. Super US Speak Chapter 315. Super US Speak Chapter 315. Relying on the regularity of cable laying, within 3 hours, the Black Rider succeeded in digging a fist-thick optical cable hidden below the ground. Black Rider cut open the outer skin of the optical cable, revealing a 3-finger-wide gap. Inside is a small optical fiber. Immediately, Black Rider took out a fist-sized device like a black machine beetle, and gently inserted it on it, and then the machine extended hundreds of tiny probes. These probes are automatically inserted into those fibers. "I have received the signal." At the same time, X-112, dozens of kilometers away, suddenly prompted. Black Rider successfully found the optical cable and connected it. "With Thentaceptor, I can already intercept the signal and invade the intranet of this space. Try to break the intranet without disturbing the opponent." Chen Chen reminded. "Understood." With the words of X-112, rows of massive data streams flashed automatically on the holographic projection of spaceship. At the same time, X-112 also beginning to report on the situation. Data is being intercepted and decoded and analyzed. The base log has been intercepted, and the base defense system is being invaded. Has been breached. The firewall. The X-112 intrusion speed is extremely fast, and every message is reported almost non-stop. In about 5 minutes, X-112's voice came. "Your commander, the base defense system has been conquered, and we can now go straight in." "Good job." Chen Chen nodded. "Tell us about the situation in this base." "This base is the Air Force Base of Area 51 in North America." Then around 1990, with the advent of the Black Ball Gantz technology, North America, Europe, and Central Continent respectively won the Black Ball Gantz production rights, and the Black Ball Gantz production base in North America is located here. X-112 said. However, Area 51 was originally an Air Force military base. In order to open up new as far as possible, we have opened up a new underground base in the 51 area military base, and established a Black Ball Gantz production line here. These are not the key points. The real key points, yes, because when the Black Ball Gantz is produced, it needs to be in an experimental environment called Extremely Black. I heard about it. Chen Chen expression changed. Extremely Dark is a special environmental state formed by using various means to reduce radiation according to different sources of radiation, eliminating the interference of cosmic rays as much as possible. Yes, X-112 affirmed. The extremely dark environment is the necessary environmental conditions for the direct detection of dark matter, the neutrino-free double beta decay experiment, and nuclear astrophysics. The most effective way to create a very dark environment is to rely on deep rock shielding, so if possible, the laboratory must be built underground, the deeper the better, and the construction of multiple composite shielding devices to reduce the surrounding environmental radiation, and finally form a nearly pure world without electromagnetic radiation. In other words, to build the black ball GANTS, it needs this kind of environment to do it. Chen Chen nodded. Very good. I don't know if our Spire lab can meet the conditions. Definitely not. X112 replied, according to the data, the black ball GANT manufacturing line in Zhongzhou district is located in Jinping, Sichuan, within the body part of the mountain at a depth of 2,400 meters. It is known as the world's first deep laboratory. It is claimed to be used to study dark matter. Our Minaret laboratory is only 700 meters away. Deep. It seems that if we want to build, we have to go to seabed. Chen Chen sighed. Then have you found the black ball GANT's manufacturing technology? Has been found and is being received. X112 speaks again. From the current point of view, your guess is correct. The black ball GANTS is just a terminal, and the relay station is similar to the black ball but printed GANTS satellites with longer wavelengths. In other words, the combination of GANTS satellites and the black ball GANTS have the ability to transmit people to all parts of the world. Apart from this, in the black ball GANTS system, there is also something called the GANTS server. This server in North America is located here. It is responsible for recording all the data of each sender, including its cell location, DNA structure, and even the string perturbation frequency of the particles that make up DNA, etc. Without it, the black ball GANTS is just a pile of scrap iron. Is it so complicated? Chen Chen frowned. These are nothing. What really subverts science is that whether it is the black ball GANTS, or the GANTS satellite, or the GANTS server, they are not. It is not simply a product of machinery. X112 said, the mechanical ratio of the black ball GANTS only occupies 50%. And the GANTS satellite occupies 70%. The GANTS server is made of high-purity germanium and does not contain any other substances. Without any mechanical structure, like a statue cast from high-purity germanium. Obviously, this seems to be a new type of science and technology that has not yet been developed by modern humans. It seems so. Chen Chen showed a weird color. Are there any other discoveries? The next discovery should be the one you are most interested in. X112 continued. According to the data, when the world countries get the black ball GANTS technology, it actually heralds the appearance of basilisk patterns and weird events, because the earliest basilisk patterns are actually its only part of the pattern on the GANTS server. What? If the previous news is still within Chen Chen's acceptable range, then the emergence of this news immediately makes Chen Chen startled. Not only that, even the Yeshan temple on the site is also exposed. Shocked. Is it right? Chen Chen asked. There is absolutely nothing wrong. X112 resolute and decisive said, there is a complete report in the base. This report is encrypted and placed at the deepest level. It was reported to the President of North America, but it was too late. Carrying out deeper experiments, human civilization is collapsed by various weird events, and research naturally stops. Speaking, Chen Chen automatically projected a densely packed report written in English, and X112 continued. And what's more surprising is that in this report, a researcher named Professor Stanford pointed out that the GANTS survey has a fragile but very special position. This kind of position cannot be detected, cannot be found, and even a little bit of cosmic radiation can destroy it thoroughly, but it is real, because within the radius of the GANTS server's position, all weird events will be completely blocked and lose their effect. Super USB Chapter 316. Super USB Chapter 316. Following X112's words, The Yeshan temple on the side was completely plunged into unstoppable shock. Don't blame him for this. After all, he saw his world with his own eyes because of a pattern that has become what it is now. It can even be said that a pattern has destroyed human civilization and destroyed all lives. Now that we know that human beings are like the basilisk pattern facing the enemy and even more terrifying and strange events, the instigator is actually Gantz, who once saved mankind. This gap impacted the heart of Yeshan temple, causing him to produce an absurd and ironic emotion in his heart. Gantz server? The expression of interest flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. X112. So what is the Gantz server? If you face it directly, it will suffer. Does it hurt? This is the weird place. X112 immediately replied, although the Gantz server is full of various patterns, it is artificial after all. Those builders did not encounter any weird things at the beginning, and after the Gantz server was built, it was visited by leaders of various countries and regions, and there was no problem. Therefore, it can be determined that the Gantz server itself has no lethal ability. If you say this, I'm more curious. Chen Chen said, show it. I want to see what the Gantz server looks like. If you insist. Following Chen Chen's words, the holographic image projected by X112 suddenly changed. All the data and text disappeared and replaced. On the other hand, it is a metallic gray with two spirals entwined together to form a spiral spire with two spires. The style of this minaret is very weird. It looks like section by section, with weird patterns that Chen Chen has never seen before. These patterns are densely packed all over the surface of the minaret. Look carefully, it is almost the same as the style of various basilisk patterns. This is the Gantz server. X112 said, this Gantz server is entirely made of high-purity germanium and is solid. According to my information, the library simply cannot understand why it can become the cal facility of the Gantz series. Me too. Chen Chen nodded. This thing has touched the blind spot of human knowledge. What's more outrageous is that it can be built by humans, and the difficulty is not high. The reason for using high-purity germanium is that germanium is a kind of metal between metal and non-metal. Semiconductor, whether it is X112 or Yeshan temple, Chen Chen's question naturally cannot be answered. And Chen Chen did not want to get an answer, he just murmured, although there may be a certain degree of danger, this kind of discipline that has never been seen before must be in our hands. I even suspect that the three statues in Elysium space are probably similar in principle to the existence of Gantz server, or even something with the same principle. But didn't you avoid the three statues in Elysium? X112 is a little puzzled. Why did you avoid it immediately before, but now you actively want to study this technology? It's very simple. Chen Chen laughed. Although both are dangerous to destroy the world, Gantz is not the three statues in Elysium after all. We have studied the three statues, and there is no possibility of getting started. In my judgment, it is more threatening than research value, so it will be abandoned. But now what is in front of me is something that can be used by us. Gantz's technology is more friendly to the people than those three statues. It's like the ancients facing two lighters. One is an ordinary flint steel lighter, and the other is a solar lighter. You said, ancient craftsmen are easier to study the principle of which lighter. It should be a flint steel wheel lighter. X112 replied, according to the scientific reserves of the ancients, the first lighter is obviously more intuitive than the second and easier for the ancients to understand. That's right. Chen Chen nodded, applauded. Now, Gantz's technology is like the first flint steel lighter facing the ancients. Although we still know a little bit, it is definitely easier to understand than solar lighters. Here, Chen Chen stood up decisively. So, we must get this underground military base, and I want to ensure that the Gantz server in the military base is unharmed. Please rest assured, this in the underground base, there are less than 100 people stationed, and they are still using conventional kinetic energy weapons. These people learned that the Gantz server has the ability to isolate strange events, so they abandoned the land early and led the guards to retreat. After reaching the bottom of the earth, I have survived the end times. No wonder, after weird incidents have spread, the government also wants to take back that server. Chen Chen nodded, but didn't expect. When we came here, we were greeted by the rebels who stood up early. No wonder we were so hostile to us when we appeared. Talk. 2 Blackridge remaining also walked out of the Bugatti spaceship and flew away in the direction of the moved towards the military base. With your cooperation, 3 Black Riders should be enough to occupy the underground base. Looking at the Black Rider leaving, Chen Chen silently estimated that as long as the other party uses all it is a conventional weapon, not the weird weapons like the gravity gun and X-gun in Killing City, Chen Chen doesn't have to worry about winning or losing. Sure enough, with the control of the X-112, the 3 Black Riders sneaked silently along the entrance of the underground base and entered this closed underground military base. Next, the 3 of them are like no one. With the cooperation of X-112, the 3 of them know each person's position in the base, plus stealth technology and mental arithmetic. Within hours, hundreds of people in the base died silently and more than half. But then, someone finally found the body of the soldier killed by Black Rider and sounded the alarm. However, before the rest of the people became vigilant, X-112 simply cut off the power to the entire underground base, leaving everyone in a desperate situation. It's like a cat catching a mouse. The 3 Black Riders are harvesting one after another in the dark. This group of people who should have died at the end of the day, after enjoying 5 years of stability, was finally awakened by the killing. 5 years of pampering, this group of people lost their vigilance, lost their due reaction ability and physical fitness, and degenerated into a group of ordinary persons. Finally, in order to prevent anything from being missed, Chen Chen still let Black Rider leave 3 people alive. And these 3 are also the 3 with the highest official positions in the underground base. That is the old man with the rank of Major General, the middle-aged man with the rank of Colonel, and the woman named Joan. Super US Speak Chapter 317. Super US Speak Chapter 317. A few hours later, Chen Chen has walked in the core area of this underground base. On both sides of Chen Chen, there are rows of extremely dark laboratories. In these laboratories, there are almost no cosmic rays and no electromagnetic disturbance, making this the most blessed in the world. Pure space by heaven. Strictly speaking, this underground base is the same as Chen Chen's Spire experimental base, which is an experimental base for scientific experiments. It's just that a few years have passed. These laboratories have long been forcibly opened by the soldiers here to search for resources. The priceless electronic equipment is covered with dust and rust, completely reduced to a pile of scrap iron. It's a pity. In this scene, Chen Chen shook his head slightly. This world's top physics experiment base is under the control of a group of crude soldiers. Simply reckless waste of natural resources. It can be imagined that the top scientists in this laboratory were probably driven out by this group of people when the doomsday came, and they died in the apocalypse long ago. It is a pity to think about it. Chen Chen walked alone in the passage of the base. One after another closed doors opened one after another, as if welcoming their owner. Soon, Chen Chen came to the end of the underground experimental base. Here is a sinkhole deep into the ground. The pothole spreads to several hundred meters underground, which is deeper than the entire base. Strictly speaking, the entire base is like a circular building, and these buildings surround the middle one, the huge pit. At this time, as Chen Chen came to the innermost layer of the base, he suddenly saw an arc-shaped observation window more than 3 meters high. The observation window extended from both sides without seeing the end. Not only that, but the observation window is also pitch black, and only the outline of the bottomless sinkhole can be seen. Can the power system still be started? Chen Chen raised his head and asked. Yes, although this seat does not control nuclear fusion technology, there is a nuclear fission reactor inside the base, which can provide underground bases with operations for 50 to 100 years. The sound of X-112 came directly from the speakers on the wall closest to Chen Chen, and at the same time, the huge curved observation window in front of Chen Chen directly lit up. No, strictly speaking, the deep pit in front of Chen Chen's eyes was illuminated by a strong light. This light was so strong that it instantly brightened the whole deep pit and became unobstructed. However, when he saw everything in the observation window, Chen Chen immediately eyes shrank and fell into the ultimate shock. Chen Chen looked through the curved observation window. As you can see, this deep pit is 2030 meters deep, like a column running through the center of the underground base, and the bottom of the deep pit is a small square of thousands of square meters. However, these are not the reasons for Chen Chen's shock. What really shocked Chen Chen is that in the center of the square stands a huge monster with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of more than 50 meters. It's like a huge statue. This statue is black as a hole, and the surface is densely covered with dizzying patterns. You can't even see the whole picture just from the observation window. Only half of the huge statue can be seen. Seeing this statue, Chen Chen wouldn't understand that this is the Gantz server made of high-purity germanium. Because it is made of metal germanium, after a long period of oxidation, a layer of germanium monoxide has been formed on the surface. From the overall point of view, the statue is not the original silver gray of germanium, but instead appears it is dark, and it looks full of heavy metallic feel. This is the Gantz server, right? Seeing this huge metal statue, Chen Chen couldn't help but squinted his eyes. Although I have seen the shape before, but you not at all told me that this Gantz server is so huge. The size of the Gantz server is not fixed, but the size is modulated according to power. X-112 said, North America has great ambitions, so the Gantz server is made so huge, and this size can make its signal radiate more than half of the Earth, and control the black ball Gantz in many other continents. So that's how it is. Chen Chen nodded. He carefully observed the densely packed patterns on the Gantz server. How did these patterns come from? The technology in Killing City is the aliens are transmitted to the brain of a vegetative person through signals, so that the other person can tell through the mouth. But these patterns are impossible to describe by human vocabulary. Of course, it depends on a new kind of the language system can do it. X-112 replied, this is a new language called E-language, all spelled as everlasting, which means eternity and God. The selected woman is first. The church gave humans this new language system, and then began to transmit the black ball Gantz information. In short, this is a language form that can transmit far more information than all human languages. The amount of information is tens of thousands of times the average amount of information in 5,651 languages of all human beings. Not only can it accurately describe any color, shape, etc. known in the world, but even the details of the pattern can be described. Chen Chen, hearing this, brightened. Is there any specific information for this language? If possible, I hope I can learn this language. I regret that I want to learn this. For this language, your brain must reach the computational efficiency of a quantum computer. The human brain is fundamentally impossible, even if you have eaten NZT48. It is impossible. X-112 attacked. Human. It was this language that was edited into an algorithm to create all of the black ball Gantz. Okay, Chen Chen said in pity, I understand. No wonder the Gantz server looks like this. The patterns on the statue are actually the same as the programs written by us humans. The server is actually driven by these programs. In other words, the statue itself is another civilization. Computer. A simple and appropriate metaphor. X-112 affirmed, you are really smart, and it seems so. Then is it possible? Chen Chen's expression gradually became solemn, and his voice was slightly lowered. The basilisk pattern that appeared on the internet on the seat surface actually is it spread by the Gantz server? This. X-112 suddenly got stuck. Chen Chen raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then he lifts the head, looking towards observe the huge statue outside the window. Is this guess possible, Gantz server? As Chen Chen's words came out, X-112's voice never came again. At the same time, the entire underground base suddenly uttered a cackle. Chen Chen only felt that his eyes were dark. The underground base completely lost the light. In the darkness, Chen Chen only heard a rush of cracks from far to near. It was one after another that the safety valve was gradually closing, which seemed to be about Chen. Chen is completely locked in the underground base. Super US Speak Chapter 318. Super US Speak Chapter 318. Sure enough, you are not X-112. In the dark, Chen Chen did not panic at all, but showed a looking thoughtful expression. What should I call you? Aliens, or Gantz? Humans. You are quick to detect them, even smarter than most humans. But all this is not at all meaning. At this time, the sound of X-112 has become a more blunt electronic synthesis sound. Its sound resounds directly from the stereo, cold and mechanical, without a trace of emotion. I can reach cooperation with you and eliminate your infection. The weird incident of Chen Chen, and I only have one request, that is to leave the base and never set foot here. Okay. Chen Chen, hearing this, without the slightest hesitation opened the mouth and said, "Deal." In the audio, the voice was silent for a while, and finally spoke again. "Human, I didn't hear you." The sincerity in the words. "You are deceiving me." "I never lie." Chen Chen shook the head. "If you don't believe me, you can try. As long as you can eliminate the weird incident in me, I will leave here as promised." "Okay, human, I have eliminated it for you. You can leave now." "But," the voice turned and said again, Now, it is Chen Chen's turn to pause, and he spread his hands and said, "Then there is nothing to talk about." "Humans, if you can show your sincerity, I can talk about it." The voice threatened, "And you probably don't know that your weird incident is approaching the outbreak period. Once it really breaks out, it just can't continue to survive." "But the question is, how do I know if you have eliminated the weird incident of my infection?" Chen Chen frowns, saying, Once you lied to me that it had been eliminated. I ended up dying in a strange incident after I left. Isn't it that no one knows your secret? This should be more in line with your purpose." "Humans, you can only trust me." The voice continued. "This is your only life. It seems that you don't at all devour X-112." But after hearing this sentence, Chen Chen's expression loosened. "Humans, how do you know?" "It's very simple, because it knows that I have more than one way to eliminate weird events," Chen Chen lightly said with a smile, "but it is true. If you can invade the internet at will, I am afraid that you would have started a nuclear war like Skynet. Why use the method of spreading basilisk pictures on the internet to exterminate human civilization? Obviously, the reason why you were able to uploading the basilisk pattern is because you have an external network cable, right? Although you are an alien computer, you are not at all capable of controlling electromagnetic signals, which means that you cannot pass wireless networks. Reverse invasion of X-112 outside the base can only expel X-112 at most. Before, when X-112 invaded the base intranet, you didn't show up at all until after entering the underground base. You expelled X-112 from the underground base's intranet, and I did not receive the X-112 warning because there was no underground signal, so I could not detect that X-112 had been replaced. Chen Chen analyzed softly. "The only reason you did this is that you want to trap me here because I am here for you." "That's right," the voice replied. "There are so many humans huddled beside me in the underground base. I didn't take any action because they didn't regard me as a target. So as long as you are not hostile to me, I am not. It will hurt you. Do you think this lie can fool me?" Chen Chen frowned. "These people are a group of wineskin and rice bag, indifferent. You don't kill this group of people just because they can help you withstand external pressure, that's all. You don't have any offensive power. You can't even use the basilisk pattern and the power of strange events. Right? The voice was completely silent. Chen Chen continued to speak. And the reason why you made a statement with me is not because you don't think you can kill me, but because you can't kill me, so you can only close the underground base. Want to trap me to death, but after seeing my armor, you hesitated again. Speaking, the back of Chen Chen Park's armor instantly lifted two shoulder guns and aimed directly to the observation window in front of him. Chen Chen's infrared vision also lights up in Chen Chen's eyes. The darkness in front of him has no meaning. You are afraid that this underground base will not trap me, and that my weapon can penetrate the observation window in front of you. When the time comes, I can destroy you with no difficulty. Human, you have a perfect brain. The voice spoke again, and said again, but it is still the exhortation. The weird incident in you has reached the edge of exploding. Are you sure you still want to? Either the fish dies or the net splits with me? I never bet on the conscience of others. Chen Chen shook the head, and then the cannon on Chen's left shoulder made a buzzing sound, and an invisible but immense force was slowly gathering. High-power microwave cannon, as long as the highest power comes in. I don't believe this observation window can block me, Chen Chen slowly said, without waiting for the Gantz server to answer. The observation window 20 centimeters thick in front of me seemed to have been invisible bombardment. In an instant, the thick gaps between one after another fingers spread radially. This is the formidable power of microwave weapons. The so-called microwave weapon is actually a kind of electromagnetic wave, but unlike ordinary electromagnetic waves, it can use high-energy electromagnetic waves to destroy targets. It can not only destroy electronic equipment, but also ignore defenses and armor, directly kills the combatants inside. Seeing that the glass window on which bullets could not leave traces in the past split instantly, the Gantz server seemed to be anxious at last. Humans, don't do this. I am willing to eliminate the strange incident of your infection first. Really? Chen Chen immediately gave a shot on his shoulder. He lifts the head. Now I will eliminate it for me. I will give you 3 seconds. As you wish. Following Chen Chen's words, the statue in the observation window suddenly moved. No. The huge high-purity germanium statue does not move at all, but on its surface, a trace of dark rays of light spreads out, and these rays of light follow the surface of the Gantz server continuously. The circulation is like some kind of extremely evil thing. At a glance, it is full of unknown illusions. The rays of light of the statue only circulated for a while, and then it dimmed again. At the same time, the sound in the speaker came out again. Okay, I have eliminated the weird incident for you. You are safe now. I don't believe it. However, Chen Chen said directly, no feeling at all. I think you are playing me. Speaking, the shoulder cannon behind Chen Chen never hesitated anymore. The strong microwave gushed out, and only heard a bang, like a landslide. The heavy observation window in front of him was completely broken. Even, the formidable power of the microwave cannon continues to spread. The huge force instantly strikes on the surface of the statue, and instantly, a trace of cracks spread from the artwork-like statue. The Gantz server is broken. Super US Speak Chapter 319. Super US Speak Chapter 319. Seeing the double helix-shaped giant tower in front of him, it shattered at the touch of a touch, and Chen Chen was taken aback. Although he also thought that the other party could not help himself, but absolutely did not expect that the microwave weapon that comes with the Park armor was just a blow, causing this boss-like monster to shatter. At the same time that the Gantz server collapsed, the entire underground base was released again with rays of light, and the door behind Chen Chen opened again. At the same time, X-112 was heard from the audio system. The voice, Your Excellency Commander, I was attacked by an unknown AI just now. Are you not injured? I'm fine. Chen Chen expressionlessly said, on the contrary, it's you. Have you been invaded by the other party? The other party is very strong, and its computing speed is countless times faster than mine. It originally wanted to invade my source code, but for some reason, I was forced to quit underground. After the base's internal network, I can't continue to attack me. X-112 replied, The other party not at all invaded my main program along the wireless signal. That's because it can't do it. Chen Chen nodded. Leave aside this, let Black Rider escort all the prisoners over. I want to ask the question myself. Understood. Following Chen Chen's orders, within 10 minutes, 3 Black Riders came from far away from the passage, and at the same time, each of them carried a prisoner in military uniform on their shoulders. When he came to Chen Chen's side, Black Rider put the captive down again, and the 3 people who were unconscious suddenly hummed, and slowly awakened from the pain. Chen Chen glanced casually. The 3 of them were all covered in blood at this time. One of the blonde women even lost an arm, and the wound exploded like mud. As for the others in the underground base, has been slaughtered by the Black Rider. If it weren't for these 3 officials who have the greatest positions and know the most secrets, I'm afraid they would have been bombarded by microwave weapons into ketchup at this time. At this time, seeing the 3 people who were gradually waking up, Chen Chen walked up to them and said, I only ask 3 questions, and whoever can answer all of them can live. Speaking, Chen Chen didn't give the 3 of them any psychological preparation time at all, and directly opened the mouth and said, the first question. Do you know that the Gantz server is a conscious machine? Ignoring the confusion of the 3, Chen Chen continued to ask, who made a deal with the Gantz server to connect it to the underground base network? Among the 3, the old man and middle-aged man expression changed slightly. Chen Chen took the look of the old man in his eyes and asked again, said, who made a deal with Gantz server and destroyed human civilization? This time, the expressions of old man and middle-aged man have changed even more. 3 questions were asked quickly. Chen Chen stared at the 3, but the 3 no one spoke. Seeing this, Chen Chen did not hesitate. He snapped the blonde woman's neck and lifted it up with one hand. Suddenly, the woman let out a scream and kept struggling on Chen Chen's hand, but in her senses, Chen Chen's arm seemed to be beaten with copper and cast iron. No matter how struggling, the other party showed no signs of loosening. Let it go. Let it go. The woman opened her mouth and said 2 words with all her strength, but before she finished speaking, Chen Chen suddenly pressed her hand and just listened to it. With a bang, the blonde woman's pupils shrank sharply, and then her entire head drooped down, completely losing her life. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the old man and the man couldn't help showing horror. My patience is very limited. Chen Chen just took it easy, throwing the blonde woman's body aside as if tossing trash, then turned his head and looked towards the 2 again. You don't want me to ask for the second time again, right? I said. The middle-aged man seemed to have collapsed. He pointed to the old man next to him and exclaimed, it's this old guy. I saw him come and go regularly to place Gantz server's place. I had long suspected that the basilisk pattern that appeared on the world had something to do with this server, but when I found out about it, we had lost contact with the government, so I could only watch him do it all. No, it's not me. The white-bearded old man stared at the middle-aged man fiercely. I don't know anything at all. This young man must have done all this, and he wants to blame. Before finishing talking, Chen Chen pressed the arteries on the necks of the 2 people and directly caused them to faint again, and then rushed to the Black Rider behind him. Take these 2 people away, Yan. After interrogation, it may be possible to discover what the source of the destruction of this seat is. Understood. X-112 answered complied. At this point, Chen Chen turned to the observation window that was shattered by the microwave weapon. At this time, the huge statue was stopped in the middle, cut off, just like glass. The upper part is broken into dozens of small pieces, and only the lower part remains intact. However, when he saw the broken pieces, Chen Chen, I can't help but squint my eyes. Outside the observation window, the square where the Gantz server is placed has been occupied by a large pile of fragments. At first glance, these fragments seem to be irregular shapes. However, Chen Chen discovered that almost every piece of these fragments is the same double helix shape. Chen Chen beckoned gently, and suddenly one of the fist-sized fragments flew out of thin air, fell directly into Chen Chen's hands. Because this piece has not undergone peroxidation, it presents a perfect silver white. This is a clean and shiny metal color, but for some reason, even this fragment, it also has the same double helix spire structure as the main body. It looks like a DNA structure. In other words, regardless of the Gantz server how it is broken, how many pieces it is broken into, it always maintains the same shape. Seeing this property, Chen Chen can't help thinking of crystalline matter. Crystal matter is usually the all-present regular geometric shapes, just like someone specially processed them. This is because the internal atomic arrangement of the crystal is very irregular and strict, even more orderly than the square array of soldiers. They are regularly in 3 dimensions. The space is periodically and repeatedly arranged to form a certain form of crystal lattice, so it appears as a geometric polyhedron with a fixed shape. For example, rock candy. Almost all rock candy has the same shape. It is a decahedron with a regular shape. Some shapes look irregular. In fact, it is formed by the superposition of multiple decahedrons. If you crush these rock sugars into fine particles and place them under the microscope, you will find that no matter what you crush, no matter how small, the crystals of rock sugar will always have the same shape. At this time, this strange statue actually exhibits the same properties as atomic crystals. As for how to break it, will it not affect the shape? Chen Chen looked at the fist-sized metal statue with double helix structure, revealing a thoughtful expression. Super USB Chapter 320. Super USB Chapter 320. These properties of the Gantz server made Chen Chen feel incredibly absurd. This kind of crystal structure, which does not change the shape no matter how it is destroyed, and the characteristic of being extremely easy to copy, made Chen Chen smell a kind of conspiracy. According to the original plot of the comic, all of Gantz's technology was dictated by the German entrepreneur's daughter, and the entrepreneur's daughter had this ability because of the alien civilization A is about to be extinct by alien civilization B, so it transmits its technology to the people on Earth. Because the next goal of alien civilization B is the Earth. And the fact is also true. Without the past how many years, alien civilization B came to the Earth and started a war with the Earth. And the ending was that mankind successfully defeated the alien through Gantz's technology. Civilization B. In the final end, the leader of alien civilization B was defeated by the mysterious protagonist, leading to the alien civilization's self-destruction spaceship, ending the story of the entire Killing City. However, long before entering the Killing City, Chen Chen had a kind of doubt, because in his opinion, the technology of Gantz passed from alien civilization A to Earth seems to be far beyond alien civilization B's technological level, and even humans who have obtained Gantz's technology can defeat alien civilization B. Could it be said that alien civilization A, the previous owner of these technologies, was actually destroyed? In Chen Chen's view, this is a very counterintuitive thing. It doesn't make sense that even alien civilization A has been destroyed. On the contrary, human beings can go against the world, and only rely on a group of people without military training. The skirmishers who have gone through defeated the menacing alien civilization B. Therefore, the demise of this world must be hidden. Even these hidden secrets are not even mentioned in the original book. They are buried under the iceberg of the plot, but they are inextricably linked to the plot. Contact. Thinking of this, a shadow appeared in Chen Chen's eyes. He slightly grasped the statue fragments in his hand, and suddenly, the metal germanium statue in his hand was crushed into smaller fragments. It's just that these fragments still maintain the intact double helix structure without any change. Let's go. Patted hand, Chen Chen turned and walked towards the outside world. After a long journey, Chen Chen finally left the underground base and returned to the ground. At this time, it has been 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is close to the dusk of second day again. After waiting for an hour, Chen Chen got the answer he wanted, and X-112 had already let Black Rider interrogate the two. It turned out that the white-bearded old man was originally named Carey, is the 13th chief in charge in Area 51, and holds the rank of Major General. Before and after 1990, When the North American government acquired Gantz technology, it converted Area 51 into a Gantz research base, and at the same time dispatched Chief in Charge, Carey, to take charge of the research in Area 51. All items outside. Therefore, Major General Carey came into contact with the Gantz server for the first time, which was this amazingly large statue. When Major General Carey saw the statue for the first time, he was originally swift and decisive, full of military style. He only felt extremely shocked, as if he was looking at the ninth wonder of the world. This statue, whether it's artistry or style, it feels flawless and almost shouldn't exist in the world. As if obsessed, Major General Carey repeatedly looked for excuses to enter the ground in the next few days. Visit the Gantz server. What's weirder is that as Major General Carey visits you more and more times, this statue is gradually implanted in Major General Carey's heart, making him more and more obsessed. Getting crazy. It's like sucking D. Of course, these madnesses are still in a state that can be suppressed by reason, so Major General Carey can only constantly find excuses to come and observe the statue, but he never does nothing for the sake of observation. Until one day, this statue full of artistic beauty suddenly spoke. Of course, this is not really speaking, but that kind of voice rang directly from Major General Carey's mind, and that voice kept bewitching him, making him subconsciously want to follow the voice of the statue. It seems that there is a human personality hidden in the statue. And the statue was only talking to Major General Carey at first, just like a little girl next door. For Major General Carey, who lost her daughter in his early years, it seemed that something invisible had hit his heart. The softest position. In his eyes, the statue full of artistic beauty is no longer a cold Gantz server, but an elf-like lively girl. In this way, Major General Carey began to meet with the statue every day, carrying the group of researchers in the underground base, even to the point where one day is not like every 3 autumns. Until one day, this statue made a request for the first time, a request that did not seem to be excessive, that is, to find a network cable that can connect to the internet. The reason given by the personality in the statue is that it is so dark and cold here, and lonely, so I want to observe this world through the internet, and I don't want to be lonely anymore. At this time, Major General Carey, who had been bewildered for a long time, had almost no hesitation. He found an excuse to dismiss the scientists who researched the Gantz server and personally ordered the engineers to secretly install a connect the network cable of the external network. So just a few days later, the first basilisk pattern incident in history broke out. Originally, this kind of drastic change occurred, and Major General Carey may not be able to escape to the military court sooner or later. The end of the game was so serious that he himself was completely awake, and he was ready to spend the rest of his life in prison. But before his incident broke out, the North American government and military collapsed first. Not only that, the little girl in the statue even told him, within a radius of 100 meters, all weird events will be suppressed. Within this radius, there will be no weird events. So Major General Carey relied on this message to win over a group of officers. Then, under the guidance of the statue, Major General Carey quickly eliminated all the opposing officers and occupied this place alone. Underground base. And this radius is called the radius of death, and it is also called by everyone in the base Dead Space. All this is the story of Major General Carey. According to him, not only this Gantz server, but also the other 2 Gantz servers located in Jinping, Germany and Central Europe, also confuses the highest chief in charge in the base, and launched the first cyber attack on the same day. In other words, all Gantz servers are actually connected. The Gantz server will send out a signal that cannot be measured by humans. This signal can be sent out at a speed with almost no delay, and be received by Gantz server. It is precisely because of this that these servers can become the terminals of the Black Ball Gantz all over the world. After listening to the story of Major General Carey in silence, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. If what the white-beard old man said is true, doesn't it mean that the Gantz server not only has the basilisk pattern as a killing move, but it also has powerful intelligence and deceptive ability? I just don't know. it deceives people's hearts by words, or another more mysterious power. Super US Speak Chapter 321. Super US Speak Chapter 321. With the information obtained, Chen Chen returned to the Bugatti spaceship. Looking at the ruins of the city passing quickly outside the window, Chen Chen couldn't help showing emotion. I really didn't expect that one day I would be able to solve the mystery of the destruction of a civilization. Although all of this will happen sooner or later, as Chen Chen gets closer to the truth, Chen Chen will have a crisis approaching step by step. Feel. This feeling does not come from the crashing sound, but from the big hand that faintly sees the destiny when you are in the chess game. Why does the U-Disc send itself to these civilization-destroying worlds? Does it want to tell itself something, or is it in the next big game? Shook the head. This is not the first time Chen Chen thinks about this issue, and it will not be the last time, but as Chen Chen continues to grow stronger, he is gradually approaching the truth. And this time the mystery of the destruction of a human plane was successfully solved, which is the proof. I don't know if the Gantz server really relieved itself of the weird incident of crashing sound. Chen Chen murmured, if the other party really, it would be better to relieve yourself, but if it doesn't, it's hard to say. The reason Chen Chen does not believe that the other party can relieve himself of the weird incident is because of logic problems. According to the data record, the Gantz server has no ability to borrow weird events, or that it has only one power, which is to deceive people. Although I don't know whether this situation was a deliberate restriction made by the alien civilization A, or there was a flaw in its manufacturing, but since this power cannot be used, how can the Gantz server erase it for itself? This power, after all, there is a good saying that power is mutual. If the Gantz server not at all erases the weird event of crashing for Chen Chen, then Chen Chen can only use other solutions. This is the reason why Chen Chen was certain that the Gantz server did not swallow X-112. Because he did not know the conversation between Chen Chen and X-112, nor did he know that Chen Chen had the most the retreat can be relied on, that is, U-Disc. U-Disc channel may be able to erase this weird incident for Chen Chen. Those thoughts flashed in his mind. At this time, the Bugatti spaceship that Chen Chen was riding had reflied out of the atmosphere and returned to the place where the passage was once in the form of a ballistic missile. However, when Chen Chen accidentally looked towards the porthole on his side, a white shadow suddenly dangled from the window. It seems to be a slender and pale arm. Chen Chen subconsciously looked at the height gauge on the spaceship. At this time, the Bugatti spaceship has entered the dissipative layer, with an altitude of more than 500 kilometers. The atmosphere here is extremely thin, and the density is only 1/1000th of sea level. Not only that, at this time the Bugatti spaceship is flying at a speed exceeding Mach 25. Chen Chen believes that no one in the world can lie on the spaceship and follow Chen Chen to the present. Since it's not a human being, then what is the thing outside the window is already ready to be revealed. Chen Chen's expression became gloomy, and sure enough, the Gantz server said nothing wrong. And he was strange. The incident is about to reach the outbreak period. As the deadline gets closer, the weird incidents on my body will only become more and more fierce and contrary to common sense. Fortunately, that arm is just in a flash, what did not at all do to Chen Chen. After all, this is the environment outside of spaceship. If something really happens, let alone Chen Chen, even if the protagonist of Out of Control is reborn can't survive. Half an hour later, spaceship reappeared in the sky above Tokyo and successfully found the channel that was opened. At this time, the black passage is still standing out of nowhere on a ruin, looking like a black vortex from the front, but the closer you get, the more you can sense the black vortex. The weirdness, because this black vortex will not be illuminated by any light. At the same time, as long as it is slightly sideways, people will find that it has no thickness at all. This is actually a phenomenon beyond the scope of science known to mankind. The spaceship slowly landed beside the passage. Chen Chen deliberately glanced at the spaceship shell after getting off the spaceship. But this glance made Chen Chen eyes shrank. On the outer shell of spaceship, there are several five-finger palm prints printed on it. The Yeshan Temple who got off spaceship also saw this scene, but he just glanced at Chen Chen, but didn't say anything at all. Immediately, Chen Chen turned his head and looked at the passage in front of him, but he didn't return at all. Instead he said, X112, you pack all the information on this line and send it. Speaking, Chen Chen took out a Rubik's Cube again, pressed a few buttons proficiently, and then spoke to the Rubik's Cube. X, I am Chen Chen. When you saw this holographic image, I was already entangled in a weird thing. I can't tell what kind of thing it is, but it is understood as a virus, but it is different from a conventional virus. It is a virus that spreads with information as a carrier. Speaking, Chen Chen silently placed the Rubik's Cube on the ground. This is something that does not exist on our plane. No, it may also exist, but it does not appear on the Earth, and at the same time, it is spread in many ways. These X112s will tell you everything, so I won't repeat them. I will only talk about 2 points now. At this point, Chen Chen's expression is completely solemn. He raised an index finger. First, close the passage and create a Faraday cage. This magnetic cage is not only all signals must be cut off, and all things on the physical level must be cut off at the same time. It must be completely enclosed and extremely strong. At least it cannot be opened from the inside, it cannot leave a gap, and it cannot be inside. There is a sound coming out. After the build is completed, you put in the computer and the USB flash drive, and then let the Black Rider open the channel again. Finally, I will return from the channel and enclose yourself in it. I will let myself live in it for 7 days. During these 7 days, no matter what happens in the Faraday cage, you should not open it. If nothing happens in these 7 days, I will give you an order to open the Faraday cage. Speaking of which, Chen Chen paused slightly, and then raised 2 fingers. Second, if I die in a Faraday cage, I will pass it to you. Destroy all these materials, and then clone me. Let him donate all the properties under his name to the Central Continent District official, and then build a rocket. Throw the U-disc out of the Earth. The farther the better. Lastly, take care. After all this, Chen Chen squatted down again, pressed the N button on this silver cube, and then gently turned the cube towards the front. The black channel was thrown in. At this point, the message can be received by the little X on the opposite side of the channel. Super US Speak Chapter 322. Super US Speak Chapter 322. 10 minutes after Chen Chen threw the Rubik's Cube, Chen Chen saw that the black vortex in front of him began to shrink rapidly, but in the blink of an eye, the black vortex collapsed into a ball. There was a pop, like an extinguished flame, completely disappearing from Chen Chen's sight. Chen Chen knows that this is Xiao X who has responded to him. He did not at all bring these Black Riders or Yeshan Temple back to reality, because Chen Chen is not even sure whether these brainless clones will be infected with strange events. If they are really infected, then once they return, reality will only bring an unsolvable special infectious disease to reality. Even once this kind of contagious disease breaks out, what it brings to the world can only be annihilation, just like the world in Killing City. Therefore, the only thing Chen Chen can do is to completely isolate himself and the others from reality. Of course, Chen Chen will not sit still, otherwise he will not let Xiao X prepare a Faraday cage. I just hope that Xiao X's actions can be faster. Thinking of this, Chen Chen lifts the head. At this time, the setting sun has begun to fall, dyeing the endless sunset glow on the horizon. At first glance, it looks like endless fire burning clouds, burning the entire sky red. At this moment, abandoned cities, degraded civilizations, and the burning clouds on the horizon. In this brief moment, the three reflect each other, making Chen Chen a special kind of loneliness in his heart. It's like being abandoned by the world. It's just that as the visibility gets lower and lower, Chen Chen's inner ambiguity has also increased. He can tell what it feels like. It's like a death row prisoner facing trial. Any sound of footsteps will have a sense of fright, because he has realized that it is the footsteps of death God's sound. At this time, Chen Chen felt the same way. Yeshan Temple. At this moment, Chen Chen suddenly spoke and asked the boy aside, "Have you heard of the crashing sound coming from the next door? Is that a kind of weird incident?" The Yeshan Temple, who was also faintly disturbed by the side, suddenly raised his head. He seemed to understand something. "Please keep talking. I used to enter a weird room during the daytime yesterday. There was a woman in the room, but she was dead and she hanged herself," Chen Chen said silently. "But the strange thing is that there are traces of one after another hitting with a baseball bat on the wall of her bedroom. It seems that she hit the wall with a baseball bat before she was alive." "What's the opposite of that wall?" Yeshan Temple asked. Chen Chen's pause quickly. A flash of approval flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. He really deserves to be a young man who can survive from the last days to the present. He only talked about the beginning, and he was keenly aware of the most critical condition. Thinking of this, Chen Chen replied immediately, "Across the bedroom wall is another family home. I have also been in that house, but there is a lot of dust over there. It seems that when the end comes, it will be gone. People live." But Chen Chen's voice decreased. "However, I saw an impact mark on the wall of this house. The impact mark has fallen into a small part of the wall, which is say, something is constantly hitting the wall, as if I want to hit the wall through. What if I change a room?" Yeshan Temple asked again. The woman did change a bedroom at the time, but the same was true for the new bedroom. The banging sound was still coming from across the wall. Chen Chen replied, "Not only that, I also found some dyed oil stains on the wall of the bedroom here. It seems that the woman often lay on the same place on the wall before she was alive, and she was listening to the other side with one ear." Yeshan Temple, hearing this, suddenly expressed, "Understood. I think it should be like this." The woman lived alone in that room during her lifetime, but one day, she suddenly heard there was a faint bang on the opposite side of the wall. At first, she thought there were people in the opposite room, but because this was the end of the world, there was no law or morality, so she could not determine whether the other party was a friend or an enemy, so she could only keep putting her ears on the wall, trying to hear the conversation on the other side. But gradually, she noticed something was wrong. Yeshan Temple walked slowly, and said as he walked, "It may be the impact. The sound has some special features. For example, the duration is particularly long, or the rhythm is particularly uniform, and so on." Gradually, the woman begins to wonder, is the impact on the opposite side of the wall a person or something else? As time passed, the crash continued, even to the point where it kept ringing day and night. Finally, the woman collapsed. Yeshan Temple continued, that the sound seriously affected her sleep, and at the same time it made her heart beating. At this time, she had vaguely understood that the sound was definitely not made by humans, but the thing that feared the most in her heart. So, she finally collapsed and started to take out a baseball bat and hit the wall here, constantly venting her inner fears, as if as long as she showed a fierce side, the other party would retreat. This is a common human fear. Psychology. Then, she tried countless possibilities, but in the end she did not find a solution, or she has a vague understanding of what will happen after the collision. Speaking of, Yeshan Temple looked towards Chen Chen again. This is all the movement, logic and mental journey of the woman, I guessed. In the end, she thought that instead of dying in the hands of a strange event, suffering from fear and torture, it would be better than herself. After listening to the analysis of Yeshan Temple, Chen Chen immediately applauded, "It's very good. Exactly the same as I guessed, but it's right or wrong, I don't dare." "Guaranteed." "I understand. You are infected with this weird event, right?" Yeshan Temple is nodded. "I just don't know how you got this weird event." "Yes, if there are more clues, maybe we can find out the application countermeasures." "I don't know, but there are already some guesses." Chen Chen thought for a while, and pointed to the 3 black riders. Perhaps the whole room is a curse. As long as you enter, you will be infected with this strange incident of crashing sound. And the reason is I was infected because none of the three people beside me were complete humans. Not a complete human? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Yeshan Temple couldn't help but stunned, and then said, I've long felt that these three people are too rigid, but I don't understand what it means to be not a complete human being, cloned person. They are not only clones, but because they have been specially processed from the embryonic stage, these people actually don't have brains. Chen Chen explained. These people act as usual only because they are controlled by the X-112 artificial intelligence I have been talking to. But this kind of makes no sense. After all, weird events can't distinguish whether a person has a brain. When hearing the identities of the three, Yeshan Temple revealed a touch of surprise. But after another thought, he shook the head again. So I think it is more likely that there are other infection conditions, and only you trigger this condition, so you are infected with this called impact. Strange events. Super US Speak Chapter 323. Super US Speak Chapter 323. After listening to the analysis of Yeshan Temple, Chen Chen couldn't help being nodded. Although he has a rigorous mind after taking NZT-48, but relying on his own guesses, how can it be compared to asking a senior person who has survived in this world for more than 5 years? Chen Chen will not lose face and so on just because the other party is younger than him. That is not the work of a wise man. At this time, Chen Chen, looking thoughtful, said, I almost understand what you mean. In fact, when I was reading the information before, I also noticed that the so-called weird incidents may be very similar to folklore events, supernatural events, etc. But it always has its own unique regularity. It is not so much ghosts and ghosts, but rather a special kind of phenomenon. Yes, I am. This means. Yeshan Temple quickly nodded. Whether it is basilisk patterns or strange events, they have their own unique regularities. And these regularities are like wind, thunder, and rain. In fact, it is no different from natural phenomena. I am relieved to hear you say that. Chen Chen, hearing this, said with a smile, no matter whether it is windy rain or thunder, the formation of these natural phenomena actually requires certain conditions, such as the alternation of hot and cold air currents, the increase in air charge, etc. That is to say, as long as these conditions are broken, a phenomenon can be prevented. Speaking, Chen Chen took out a wireless headset and threw it to Yeshan Temple, turned around and sat in the spaceship, and at the same time opened the mouth and said, in this case, Yeshan Jun, please do me a favor, please standing outside the spaceship with 3 black riders, staring at my spaceship. If anything goes wrong, you must alert me immediately. I understand. Yeshan Temple's expression changed. You want to try if someone outside the spaceship observes, will the crash sound still appear? Yes, so far, the crash sound is happening when it happens. It happens when there is no other person in the outside world, so I want to try, if I stay alone in a closed environment and there are other people outside, then can this condition be triggered again? Speaking, Chen Chen took a meaningful look at Yeshan Temple. Yeshan Jun will help me, right? Yeshan Temple immediately looked straight and solemnly said, please rest assured, I will help you look after the outside world. See this? Chen Chen is nodded. Both of them did not mention it tacitly. In case the rules change during the outbreak of this strange event, for example, will the strange event kill the infected person in the enclosed space first? Observer. If this is the case, then not only Chen Chen will die, but Yeshan Temple will also be 9 deaths and still alive. In other words, the Yeshan Temple, as a rule against strange events, is actually not without danger. But Yeshan Temple has no right to refuse. Chen Chen finally took a look at the darker and darker sky, and then pressed the close button, and immediately, the gull-wing doors on the left and right closed slowly, turning the spaceship into a closed space again. After finishing all this, Chen Chen exhaled in the darkness, then closed his eyes and entered a state of closed eyes and meditation. The sky gradually darkened. Soon, the last ray of sunset also disappeared into the endless sky, because without human industrial pollution, the sky became clear again. As the sun sets, the sky changes from blue to indigo, and at the same time a silver-white color training also appears above everyone's heads. That is the bright galaxy. Yeshen Temple silently put the wireless earphone in his hand into his ear, then walked to the front of the spaceship and sat down, as did the other 3 Black Riders. The 4 people are divided into 4 directions, and the spaceship is wrapped in it. The advantage of this is that even if there is an abnormal situation, the 4 people can find it immediately. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Soon, time changed from early night to late night. Unconsciously, the night is getting denser and denser, as if it is filled with thick mist. Perhaps because of the busy day, the Yeshen Temple in the dark night gradually developed a trace of sleepiness. He couldn't help yawning a few times, and then suddenly he became surprised, and quickly took the drinking water in front of him, took a big gulp, and brought up God again. It's just that, how long did the Yeshen Temple not at all persist, and soon the sleepiness reappeared, and the Yeshen Temple closed its eyes unconsciously, and at the same time, his head gradually turned over. But just when the Yeshen Temple was half dreaming and half awake, an inexplicable chill came slowly. In his sleep, Yeshen Temple only felt that the temperature was colder than before. He opened his hazy eyes with some doubts, but the next second, his suddenly eyes shrank. I don't know when, on the spaceship, there seems to be a white shadow vaguely lying on the stomach. It seemed to be a person, all white, with his arms supporting the spaceship, his head sideways, and his ears close to the porthole of the spaceship. This action. At this moment, Yeshen Temple seemed to understand something. Not only that, I also found some dyed oil stains on the wall of the bedroom here. It seems that the woman often lay on the same place on the wall during her lifetime, listening to the next wall with one ear. The description of Chen Chen flashed in his mind. At this moment, Yeshen Temple fully understood why Chen Chen was infected with this strange incident. That is, Chen Chen must have followed the oil stains on the wall and made the same action as the white silhouette in front of him. Even, it is very possible that while he is making this action, on the other side of the wall, this white silhouette is also lying on the wall, doing the same action as Chen Chen. Has the weird incident hit? The heart of Peng Peng in Yeshen Temple is beating wildly. Although he has many years of experience, even among the survivors, he is of the kind experienced and knowledgeable, but after all, he is only 16 years old and his mind is far from reach the maturity of an adult. Now, he is forced to face a strange incident again, and he is no more than 3 meters away from him. He subconsciously looked towards the Black Rider on the left and right sides of the spaceship. It stands to reason that facing this situation, the 3 computer-controlled clones should have taken action long ago, but at this time they sitting in place motionless like wood. Even the computer AI in spaceship did not respond as before. Sure enough, can artificial AIs and other existences be unable to contact strange events? No, it should be some phenomena of weird events that cannot be observed by artificial intelligence life. Then, Your Excellency, Chen Chen is in danger. Thinking of this, Yeshen Temple was caught in a dilemma. If you remind Chen Chen yourself, it is likely to attract the attention of the white silhouette, and it may even happen that you are also affected by strange events. But if Chen Chen is not reminded, then it is very likely that Chen Chen will die in this strange outbreak. Super USB Chapter 324. Super USB Chapter 324. In fact, Yeshen Temple does not want to care about Chen Chen's life and death. If Chen Chen really died in the midst of a weird incident, Yeshen Temple would have a chance to get that exaggerated armor. He has personally seen how battly the Black Rider with this armor is. Strength pull the group. If this suit of armor can be obtained by oneself, then Yeshen Temple is confident that it can survive for more than 10 years in the last days. It's just that if he didn't remind Chen Chen, but Chen Chen survived this weird outbreak, what would happen? Obviously, don't look at Chen Chen treating himself politely along the way, but if he really does this kind of thing, I'm afraid he will die next. From the man's words and deeds, Yeshan Temple has already seen that the other party is simply a formidable person, who seems to treat himself politely. But when you think about it carefully, the other party has never given him any choice. They are all stand by one's word. It's just that it didn't expose the domineering to the surface, that's all. All this flashed in the mind of Yeshan Temple, and at this time the white silhouette was still supporting the car door with both hands, but his back was suddenly arched, while his body and head were retracted. Go with this is. Yeshan Temple faintly thought of something. At this brief moment, the white silhouette suddenly rushed forward fiercely, and immediately, the whole head hit the gull-wing door of the spaceship directly, making a dull sound. Dong. This sound. At this moment, Yeshan Temple finally understands that the impact sound is nothing but this white silhouette. The sound of head hitting spaceship. Until this time, spaceship and the three Black Riders were still silent, as if they had crashed. Seeing this scene happen, Yeshan Temple finally mustered up the courage. Forget it, take a gamble. Thinking of this, Yeshan Temple gently turned on the button of the wireless earphone, and at the same time lowered his voice and said, "Your Excellency Chen Chen, there is." At the moment of turning on the wireless earphone, Yi the Temple did not even utter the last two words of "There is a situation," and an inexplicable rustling sound came from the headset. It seems that the communication signal has been disturbed in some way. At the same time that Yeshan Temple spoke, the white silhouette suddenly moved, and at the same time turned his head like lightning, and looked at him. At this moment, Yeshan Temple only feels that the blood in his body is about to freeze. Through the dim moonlight, Yeshan Temple finally sees that it is a blank space. There is no face, no facial features, no ups and downs, just like a weird picture scroll, and the painter didn't paint any details on that picture. It's in Yeshan Temple. At this moment of incomparable fear, the gull-wing door suddenly opened out of thin air, and at the same time an arm wrapped in black armor stretched out, fiercely hitting the face of the white silhouette. Suddenly, in the sight of Yeshan Temple, he only saw that arm plunged directly into the head of the white silhouette, like a pile of tofu, and the head of the white silhouette was instantly deflated, like a ball. The whole face is sunken. But at the next moment, the white silhouette disappeared out of thin air. Until now, Chen Chen walked out of the spaceship with a gloomy look. He lowered his head, clenched his fists, and then looked towards the Yeshan Temple on the side. "You did a good job, Your Excellency." Seeing this scene, Yeshan Temple was completely sluggish. He couldn't believe it. "You hit that white silhouette?" "No, I didn't hit anything." Chen Chen shook the head. His face is not pretty, because just now, he not only used Park Armor to attack the opponent, but he also secretly used field energy. The weird thing is that neither physical nor field energy can touch the white silhouette. Chen Chen only saw a flash. When he came back to his senses, he found himself it was just punching into the air. You must know that as long as everything in the world is matter, there is electromagnetic force. If even the field energy cannot touch the white silhouette, does it mean that the white silhouette is not made of matter at all? Or even atoms and electrons don't exist, but something else? In other words, the white silhouette does not actually exist. As for the performance of Yeshan Temple in the outside world, Chen Chen also saw it clearly from the surveillance. Although the other party had a lot of hesitation at the time, but in any case, the other party really kept the promise. "Helped myself when the strange incident came." Although this help is actually not at all useful, it at least shows that he can be trusted initially. At this time, looking at the other person's stunned eyes, Chen Chen sighed, and at the same time he looked towards the gull-wing door of Bugatti spaceship, but saw that the gull-wing door had been dented at this time, and the trace is much deeper than before. Before, the opponent only hit once, and he was attracted by the Yeshan Temple. If the opponent hits again several times, then this gull-wing door might really be hit. This is a completely illogical thing. After all, you must know that although the Bugatti spaceship is not a military spaceship, the shell can withstand the vacuum environment of the universe after all. But now it is like tofu. Obviously, how hard the white silhouette not at all used it was like having not eaten for a long time. but the actual impact marks far exceeded the common sense of physics. Could it be said that this is the outbreak of the weird incident on the Gantz server? Chen Chen murmured. No, it's not. But Yeshan Temple said, I have heard about the outbreak period, but if the weird event is really approaching the outbreak period, just now your single-fisted can't drive away the other party. How do you know? Chen Chen hearing this raised his eyebrows. In fact, thinking about it now, the reason why the other party disappeared just now was probably because the law was broken. Yeshan Temple not at all answered directly, but sincerely explained, it's just that I saw you actually dared to open the hatch to fight back before, which made me feel that's all. In fact, it's not like that, but you mean because of me leaving from the spaceship, so the closed environment at this moment disappears, so the law of the weird event is destroyed, so it disappears. Chen Chen interrupted the opponent and asked. Yes. Yeshan Temple nodded and said, it's not necessarily that you left the spaceship, it's also possible that I saw it, because you said, when the weird incident of impact sound happened for the first time, the sound disappeared when Black Rider pushed open the door next door. From here, we can see that the bystander should be the key to breaking the rule. But you have found the other party before, but the other party did not at all disappear. How can this be explained? This point, I suspect it has a deeper level of detail. Super US Speak Chapter 325. Super US Speak Chapter 325. Passive and active. Chen Chen muttered in a low voice, and the analysis of Yeshan Temple gave him a lot of inspiration. As for the reason why this is not the outbreak period, it is because I have seen many weird events, which will become more and more fierce over time. Yeshan Temple continued to explain. For example, in the Woman and Dream event, every time the infected person dreams, they will see that woman, and will get closer and closer as time goes by, and finally walk to the bed of the infected person, choke it to death. So some people try to set an alarm clock according to this rule, and only let themselves sleep for 5 minutes at a time. After all, dreaming takes time, so sleeping for only 5 minutes at a time, it is possible to avoid the dream, and thus avoid the woman. Putting it that way, this method failed? Chen Chen asked. Yes. The method of the infected person at first did have a certain effect. With this method, he succeeded in surviving a week longer, but he also failed several times during the period, resulting in a white-clothed woman in front of his bed. The next dream is his death date. At this time, he had been cautious and found a companion to stay by his side, in case the alarm clock could not wake him. However, since he fell asleep for the last time but never wakes up again, neither the alarm clock nor his companions can wake him up, and even his companions can see that he has begun to struggle with himself, but it is impossible to escape from that dream until a white-clothed woman emerges on his chest. Yeshan Temple concluded, this is the outbreak period. During the outbreak period, strange events will become more and more. It's getting more and more fierce, and even completely irreversible. And you can also restrict the opponent through rules this time, and you can still escape, which means that you are not in the middle of an outbreak. Think about it, Yi Shensi added, of course, from this situation, your current situation is very close to the outbreak period. Chen Chen hearing this showed a thoughtful look. Your analysis is good. It's just that there are still many far-fetched places. Since you are talking about the outbreak period, is it possible that this change of law is also due to the approaching outbreak period, rather than being active and passive? I don't know. After all, I'm just guessing based on experience. Yeshan Temple replied a little embarrassingly. Seeing this, Chen Chen did not continue to question, but looked towards the Bugatti spaceship on the side. At this time, the X-112 in the spaceship completely said, Your Excellency Commander, I'm sorry that I was again dereliction of duty. Chen Chen waved his hand. It's not your fault, don't blame yourself, because even the monitoring on spaceship was disturbed at that moment and became full of screens. Snowpoint, obviously, electronic products seem to be unable to observe this kind of existence. Since even X-112 can't observe the white silhouette, then the three Black Riders are naturally the same. Chen Chen's the strongest military force has completely lost its effectiveness in the face of such strange events. Thinking of this, Chen Chen returned to the spaceship. In fact, he also thought about whether he could escape the catastrophe if he sleeps in the field directly, or keeps the spaceship door open all the way. But this idea, just think about it. After all, the white silhouette appears every time the infected person is in a closed state. But don't forget, its purpose is to break the closed state of the infected person. Who can guarantee that the infected person, after sleeping in the wild or opening the cabin, will the plot kill be triggered directly? So Chen Chen never dared to try. Thinking of this, Chen Chen closed the hatch again, keeping himself in a closed state, and Yeshan Temple was still outside the spaceship, waiting silently. Fortunately, it seems that after the impact sound is disturbed, the rule that it will not reappear for a period of time is still valid. Everyone stayed up until the early morning of the second day, and nothing happened again. Not only that, as it approached midday, the black vortex that had disappeared before the spaceship appeared again. Your Excellency Commander, the subject seems to have completed your request. X-112 reminded. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen nodded, and secretly relieved at the same time. X-112, send yourself back to the hard drive. I will take you away. Understand? With the X-112's promise, soon the entire spaceship was completely turned off. At the same time, 5 minutes later, a hard disk popped out of the spaceship and was immediately caught by Chen Chen. Hands. Next, Chen Chen patted out directly on his chest. In the next second, as a burst of blue plasma flashed, the park armor regained the shape of an arm guard, and then slipped off Chen Chen's arm. Not only that, Chen Chen also took out a knife, and then walked in front of the three Black Riders. Let the three Black Riders also remove the park armor and GS combat uniform, and then directly cut the three with the blade. 3 bloody chips were taken out of the human neck. This scene makes Yeshan Temple dumbfounded. I can't guarantee whether they were also infected with a weird incident, so the best way is to keep their bodies here. Chen Chen looked towards Yeshan Si, explained, of course you are not the same. Both your experience and your hypermembrance are of high research value. So you can rest assured that I will take you away. Your Excellency, you haven't told me where is the opposite side of this passage. Yeshan Temple was a little nervous. Are you a future man? Number. Chen Chen moved towards Yeshan Temple step by step. Although the park armor has been removed, in the eyes of Yeshan Temple, he still has a great oppression force. I want to take you there. Locally, strictly speaking, is a parallel universe. In that parallel universe, there is not at all any weird event on the Earth, nor the first catastrophe, not even Gantz. That is a completely peaceful world. Really? Hearing Chen Chen's words, a shock flashed in the eyes of Yeshan Temple. There is really a parallel in the world. Universe? Children are not deceived. Chen Chen is already standing next to Yeshan Temple at this time. He directly encircles the shoulders of Yeshan Temple with half-go ascive force. He took Yeshan Temple towards the dark vortex in front of him. Yeshan Temple was so scared that he closed his eyes. At the moment of passing through the passage, the two of them only felt black in front of them, and a sense of weightlessness struck. After that feeling disappeared, Chen Chen realized that he had arrived in a dim room. The walls and floor of this room are entirely made of pure metal. The whole room is only 4 or 5 square meters in size. The door and windows are completely invisible. Only a laptop is placed in the corner and the computer is plugged in, a USB flash drive. At this time, the laptop emits a dim light, barely illuminating the things in the room. There are only 2 small metal beds in the room and a toilet in the corner. Apart from this, nothing. It seems that this is the Faraday cage that Xiao X prepared for him, and it is probably Chen Chen's last coffin. Just as Chen Chen sighed silently, the familiar and kind voice of a little girl resounded at the same moment. Your godfather, Welcome home. Super US Speak Chapter 326. Super US Speak Chapter 326. Hearing Xiao X's voice, Chen couldn't help but smile. X, you shouldn't install communication facilities in this room, it may cause weirdness. The incident leaked and caused a world disaster. It doesn't matter, because I have analyzed that sound is not the infection condition of this strange event you encountered. Little X-Milk voice replied, according to the information returned by my avatar X112, I think the infection condition should be related to the female corpse you saw. It's an action. At this moment, Yeshan Temple has almost adapted to the environment here, and he quickly said his previous guess. I was outside the spaceship and saw the white silhouette's movement. It puts ears on it. On the wall. It's exactly the same as the oil stains on the wall you described. Hearing this sentence, Chen couldn't help but startled. He remembered that when he entered the room, according to the woman's body trace, imitating the other's actions and sticking his ear to the wall. In other words, this action triggered the infection condition. This is very reasonable. Xiao X's voice approves, so in order to prevent the leakage of the strange incident, I ordered the industrial park to process a whole body made of special tungsten overnight. The steel Faraday cage. The wall thickness of this room has reached more than half a meter, and there is a buffer sandwich device in the middle. Even if the tank's armor-piercing projectiles don't want to blast this iron bump tank, I don't know if the armor-piercing projectile can blast away, but once we are hit by a projectile, Yeshan Temple and I will be shaken to death in it. Chen spread out. It's okay. This is just the first floor of the isolation room. Xiao X quickly added, now our factory is still working overtime to manufacture the second floor of the isolation room. The thickness of the second floor protective wall can reach 1 meter. Once it is finished, it can be directly placed on the outer wall of the isolation room. When the time comes, the wall thickness of the isolation room can reach more than 1.5 meters. Then, the third floor and fourth floor are also in rush to work. My ultimate goal is to create an isolation room that is more than 10 meters thick and can withstand nuclear bombs. No matter what weird event is, don't even want to break this wall! Exclamation mark. Sounds really good. Chen couldn't help saying with a smile, but how can we solve our air, food supply, and excretion? Please rest assured, I will install a circulation device and a discharge device in each floor. There is no problem with air circulation. Xiao X explained. As for the food supply, no worry, I set up a special energy bar supply port. This port is usually closed, only when the energy bar and drinking water are put in, will the mechanism be triggered to allow food to enter layer by layer. For example, when entering the second floor protective wall, when the first floor protective wall will automatically close. In any case, it will never break the closed state of the room. Hearing Xiao X's explanation, Chen couldn't help but reveal didn't know whether to cry or laugh, but when I think about it, this seems to be really a no-brainer. It can even be said that this is simply a contest between modern technology and weird events. Let's see if the human technological creation is more rigorous and firm, or weird events are better. Not only that, Xiao X continued to speak, I have controlled Black Rider to work overtime to research the T-virus that matches your DNA. It only takes almost one step to succeed. I would like to know, once you formally merge with the T-virus and become a new life with DNA different from the ordinary person, will this kind of weird event still work? Listen to Xiao X's words. Yeshan Temple also completely reveals the look of shock. Although he does not understand what T-virus is, he still understands that viruses can change human DNA. This is the first time for him to directly change DNA to avoid strange events. I heard it, but after another thought, it's really worth trying. Even if it was him, he could not help being shocked by the little girl's remarks. In this way, the two completely stayed in this copper wall iron bastion room, and Chen did not shy away, constantly discussing with Xiao X about the basilisk pattern and the strange incident. The Yeshan temple listened silently. I have carried out relevant research from the information you brought back. At present, it seems that the principle of the original basilisk pattern is not complicated. Xiao X said, I have a better say in this aspect. For example, a computer virus called Fork Bomb. This small character set can define a meaningless function and then ask the computer to execute it repeatedly. The computer has no common sense to rely on. It will only do it, and give it what it will execute, and finally cause the program to crash. The picture name dies is actually like a virus targeting the human brain. The moment when the information of this picture is received through vision, the human brain will have brain death due to program crash. I know this, it is called ''G_Del's shock. Chen Chen nodded, but what about other basilisk patterns? Similarly, they all belong to a kind of information. Little X then replied, you can understand it as an information virus. Information can be spread. This picture is the carrier of information. Human sight is the channel for information dissemination, and the target of dissemination is the human brain. In fact, this kind of information is in reality. Now that we have a concept, we can call it a meme. Meme. When Chen Chen expression flashed, the memetics flashed in his mind. Knowledge, that is a kind of information dissemination unit, evolved from the term gene in biology, which means information gene. According to the concept, it does not depend on the evolution of the specific chemical basis of genetics, but only on the existence of self-replicating transmission units, which is the so-called meme. The dissemination of memes is actually the process of information dissemination. Unlike genes that can only be disseminated through lineage, memes can be disseminated from person to person at any time through communication and other media. To give a simple example, some people learn a right light stem from the earthy taste, and show off once in a while, and then another unsuspecting person will ask, what are you? Stem? After the first person's explanation, after the second person understood the meaning of the right way of light, he encountered a little positive energy, and he hummed subconsciously. This is the spread of memes. Among them, the song The Light of Righteous Path is the carrier of memes. It spreads through communication between people. Human beings are the infectors, or hosts, of the memes. The channel is the entire internet. After the host is infected, there will be a strong desire to spread the meme. This desire can also be regarded as a pretend. In short, under this desire, the meme passing 10, 10 passing 100, finally formed a kind of network trend. But unlike the stalker is generally speaking, which has no effect on human beings. Even those world banned music such as Black Friday are used to impact people's hearts through psychological hints. They have essentially no effect on human beings, and will not interfere with human life forms. Xiao X explained, but memes are different. This is a special kind of information. The intuitive interference ability, the impact on humans includes the physical level and the spiritual plane, and this impact and interference, I think it can be called memetic effect. Diff. Super USB Chapter 327. Super USB Chapter 327. Meme is an independent term. According to conventional interpretation, it can be understood as a kind of information virus that continuously spreads and mutates, similar to the MD5 code R ribose of a transcoder DNA fragments of the body. So the dissemination of memes is the dissemination of information. For example, a human reads a joke and tells the joke to other people. This process is the dissemination of memes. And when the person who listened to his jokes also started to tell others, this is the proliferation of memes. Human beings exist in a kind of fluid mechanism that estimates the spread of information by themselves. To put it simply, spreading information will make humans feel happy. In order to make ourselves happier, humans will gratis or even post money to spread things that have nothing to do with themselves, such as chasing the stars. Little X's voice slowly came out of the speakers, because of the research results of the plane of Killing City combined with the knowledge of the real world. Xiao X has almost concluded the operating mechanism of the weird event. At this time, she kept talking to Chen Chen, so that Chen Chen could have more choices in the face of strange events. Of course, the human's self-reward mechanism was definitely not created after the internet age. From the gossip between neighbors to the 100 schools of thought contend in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, and then to the big clans exchanged methods of farming and building weapons, and then the ancient era ancestors popularized the methods of preserving fire and making tools. This self-reward mechanism is deeply etched in human genes. When humans were apes, this thing it already exists. A meme is a virus. It is very easy to spread, very easy to mutate, but not easy to control. A little carelessness may cause serious consequences. In ancient times, human information was blocked. Even memes could hardly become a climate. However, in the era of rapid development of online platforms, it is easy for memes to spread. On this internet in the era of globalization, memes can last longer and spread to a wider range. Coupled with the characteristics of memes that are as easy to mutate as viruses, I will not be surprised if basilisk patterns appear in reality in the future. Xiao X said, because the concept of meme includes too many things. It can be a sentence, a paragraph of text, a thought, even just a color. A meme is information. After listening to Xiao X's summary, Chen Chen, looking thoughtful, said, in other words, the basilisk pattern, strictly speaking, is a phenomenon in which the meme mutates to the extreme. Because of the mutation, it becomes a kind of information that can kill people. Your summary is correct, but not all. Xiao X explained. Pure information will not kill people from a physical level. Yes, the information that can kill people from the physical level should have a set of operating mechanisms that we have not discovered. If we can find this mechanism, we can even create memes that meet our own requirements. Do you mean memetic technology? Hearing this, Chen Chen's heart moved. If you can really use memes as technological weapons, then you really have to stand aside even nuclear weapons. Minutes to destroy a civilization is also with no difficulty. Even the kind of aliens far beyond human technology cannot resist. Unless those aliens also have memetic technology. But think about it, Chen Chen shook the head, and he was really whimsical. If memetic technology is a necessary technology for civilization and progress, then there is no reason for humans to have this technology. But aliens do not. Up now, the reason why humans have not mastered the technology of memes is purely because there is no information that can affect the physical level. That's all in reality. But thinking of this, Chen Chen is frowned. No, if there were no memes that can affect reality in ancient times, why are there that many ghost stories? Why are the things produced by memetic effects so like the ghost in the human impression? No. It should be thought that it is precisely because of the existence of various ghost stories that the memetic effect is affected. Xiao X explained, said, you can think of this as the mutual influence of information, just like the war between humans and viruses. Humans constantly produce antibodies to adapt themselves to viruses, and viruses are not like this. The original intention of viruses is not to kill humans. They are just for reproduction and survival, that's all. After all, powerful viruses cannot spread. Only mild viruses can parasitize the human body and gradually merge with humans and evolve together. The same is true for memetic effects. Perhaps positive it is the ancient ghosts and ghosts that make the memes move towards the image in the human ghost story changed. Of course, this is only a small part. In fact, most memetic effects are not like this, such as the ghost outside the window and other modes. Due to the effect, not at all will be transformed into a legendary ghost image. After you come out of the isolation room, we can experiment with the most basic memes, that is, those basilisk patterns. Little X comforted, I believe that the secrets of memes can be solved in our hands. Wait. But at this moment, Asad Yeshan Temple was startled. He quickly interrupted. Your Excellency Chen Chen, you said before that there is no memetic effect in this parallel world. In that case, if you are studying this kind of ghost in reality, aren't you afraid that your world will also follow in the footsteps of that world? In fact, don't worry about this, Xiao X explained. I've said it before. the effect can be said to be an essential part of the development of science and technology. Even if we don't study it, it will be discovered sooner or later with the advancement of science. Even more how although the meme is mutated, it is like a virus. This kind of mutation is not a mutation out of thin air, but as the number of infected people increases and the number of transmissions increases, mutations will continue to occur. In other words, your previous world was due to the mold. Loss of control on the internet has led to the emergence of various types of memes, so as long as you can control the spread of the memes, you can control the memes. But there is also the possibility of overturning, right? Yeshen Temple seems to be extremely afraid of this thing, and finally left the damned world. At this time, I still have to see Chen Chen and the others studying. I was immediately scared and said, if the car is overturned, wouldn't this world be destroyed? This is inevitable. Xiao X explained helplessly, nuclear energy can also destroy human civilization, but why do countries still want to study nuclear energy? Antimatter is more dangerous than nuclear energy. Why does the world still vigorously study antimatter? It's because they can not only destroy the world, but can also transform the world. They can make mankind more advanced, and so are memes. It is not only a weapon, but if it can be used, it can also be used to change human life. Just like the NATS server. X is right. Chen Chen nodded. The development of human science and technology has never been smooth sailing. Some things do not exist if you don't look at them. Yishan Jun, you have to change your mindset. Number one person brought back by foreign world. And you know, why should I choose you? It's because I have a senior experience with memes. Yeshen Temple was startled to sweat. He quickly lowered his head and made an acknowledge allegiance gesture. I understand. Please forgive me for what I said just now. Please rest assured, Your Excellency Chen Chen, I will definitely make an all-out effort to help you complete your major event. Super USB Chapter 328. Super USB Chapter 328. A few days later, Chen Chen has been studying information about memes, and seems to have forgotten that he still carries the curse of memes. But the results are also very gratifying. It has been 7 days since Chen Chen returned to reality, but he has never heard any impact. For this reason, Chen Chen even asked Xiao X to remove several layers of armor in the isolation room, leaving only the first layer, and then staying inside for 3 more days. But even so, there was no impact sound. Seeing this, Chen Chen can be sure that the memetic effect called impact is really eliminated, and it is eliminated by the black channel of the U-disk. In other words, the USB flash drive does have the ability to isolate the memetic effect, just like limiting the intake of life before. This is a kind of protection of U-disk to users. So far, a crisis related to Chen Chen's life and death has finally been disintegrated. This is already the most dangerous moment Chen Chen has faced since he got the USB flash drive. Although there is a lot of luck in it, I have to say that Chen Chen is still betting right. On the 10th day Chen Chen returned to reality. He and Yishan Temple finally walked out of the isolation room. Breaking in the fresh air of the Blacklight nuclear power plant, Chen Chen looked at the sunlight above his head and felt his muscles relax. He looked at the Yishan Temple that also came out on the side, and nodded towards him. Yishan Jun, welcome to the world where I am. A world similar to yours. Speaking, Chen Chen turned his head and said, X, ask a Black Rider to arrange a room for him in the Spire Lab. After the God chip is implanted, he will be given the qualifications of a Bleeville researcher. Vacation. Then Chen Chen once again told Yeshen Temple to get up. This week you can take a good rest and experience the long-lost feeling of civilization in the Life Science City, and then I need you to help me. Please don't say that. Your Excellency Chen Chen, you saved my life, and I have sworn allegiance to you. Please call my name directly in the future. Said quickly. Very good. Seeing this, Chen Chen was nodded, turned and left, leaving only the Yeshen Temple looking around at the Blacklight nuclear power plant with emotion on his face. Since this time, Chen Chen has made adjustments to the organization of God's restricted area from the original Sigma, Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and delta delta. These 5 levels are subdivided and divided into 4 independent systems. These 4 systems are the administrative department, the research department, the military department, and the investor system. The investor system is the so-called disciple council. Just like the board structure of a company, these people have certain authority, but they cannot influence the entire God-forbidden area organization. The administrative department is the system responsible for the daily operation of God's restricted area, and this system is like various employees and leaders of the company, and people like Qian Wenwen are equivalent to God's restricted area. The position of general manager in China. As the name suggests, the research department is the personnel responsible for the research. This is also the main composition of the God-forbidden area organization. Among them, the Cleveland researcher corresponds to the Gamma level, which is the level of the professors and assistants who have just joined the God-forbidden area. The Bleeville researcher corresponds to the beta level. This level can already be responsible for some less important research projects and belongs to the Sino researcher recognized by God's forbidden zone. The A-Level researcher corresponds to the alpha level. This level is already an extremely important researcher in God's forbidden zone. Generally, only the famous professors in the world dug by Chen Chen can obtain this level. They at every turn, he can get hundreds of millions of dollars in research funding from God's forbidden zone, and his salary is among the top in the world, and even his family can be protected by Black Rider. As for the top Sleeville researchers, so far not at all people get it, but once a researcher makes a significant contribution to the God's forbidden zone, they can reach the Sleeville, and this level can be added to the Disciple Council. Acquired 10 years of discipline rights. After 10 years, they will be downgraded to A-Level again until they get a major contribution again. Don't underestimate that there is only trifling for 10 years, but after joining the Discipline Council, the benefits gained are enough to make the researcher's family a new generation of Chebel. As for the military department of the God-forbidden zone, of course it is the Black Rider troops. Only the Discipline Council has the right to mobilize Black Rider. As Chen Chen's strength becomes stronger and stronger, many secrets can already be these disciples are known to the Council, including the clone Black Rider. As long as you pay a certain amount of money or information, the major consortiums of the Discipline Council can let Black Rider do things for themselves, and Black Rider's efficiency and success rate have won unanimous praise from everyone. To win the trust of everyone. At this time, after giving the Yeshan Temple a holiday, Chen Chen returned to the Minaret experimental base without stopping. The memetic laboratory with certain memetic protection capabilities has been prepared. As Chen Chen walked, the little X in the headset reported, Delta level experimental subject, it's already in place and you can experiment at any time. But don't you wait for the Yashan Temple to finish its vacation? After all, so far, only he is completely immune to the basilisk pattern. If he cooperates, the experiment will be much easier. No need. Chen Chen waved his hand. Although Black Rider is not necessarily immune to all basilisk patterns, at least the basilisk pattern like eyes is immune, and I am just experiment once whether the meme can be effective in reality, that's all. After all, it is also possible that the USB flash drive cannot at all isolate the memes, and the reason why my memes did not break out is where I am the parallel universe does not support this kind of rule. Chen Chen speculated. Of course, this probability is very small, but I still want to verify it first. I understand. Seeing this, Xiao X no longer persuades. Soon, Chen Chen came to a laboratory specially transformed into an experimental basilisk pattern. In this laboratory, there is a small isolation room with heavy observation windows on the isolation room. This isolation room is the same as Chen Chen's previous isolation room. It is a complete Faraday cage effect. Even if there is any mistake, it will not cause the memetic effect to spread out of the isolation room and infect outsiders. At this time, a table and a chair have been placed in the isolation room. Apart from this is empty and empty. Following Chen Chen's order, the printer on the side of the isolation room suddenly made a loud noise, and Kakaka started printing files. In a short while, a strange shape, as if a black and white pattern superimposed on countless color blocks was printed. This is an eye. But Chen Chen did not at all look at this basilisk pattern, but Black Rider on the side came up, picked up the pattern and put it into the isolation room in the laboratory. Black Rider put the picture in the drawer of the desk, and then pulled it out. Next is the experiment. Super US Speak Chapter 329. Super US Speak Chapter 329. Black Rider put the picture in the drawer of the desk, and then pulled it out. Next, 4 more basilisk patterns were printed, including Death God, Trembler, Foul and Flame. These 5 patterns are individually placed on the table in the compartment, and each drawer contains a pattern. You can start the experiment. In the laboratory, Chen Chen stood outside the isolation room with his arms folded, silently watching the inside of the observation window. Received, experimental personnel are being dispatched, and the Delta level experimental personnel number D00189 has arrived at the experimental site. With X111 Spire Experimental Base Artificial Intelligence, Small Xavatar 1. The cold mechanical girl's prompt sound, the entrance to the side of the isolation room opened with a bang, and a black man about 30 years old walked in with a face of confusion. As a Delta-level experimenter in God's Forbidden Zone, black men also wear a Delta-level research uniform. This is an epi suit made of special fibers that keeps warm and absorbs sweat, and is extremely resilient. The clothing is gray, with one after another horizontal white stripes, and the chest of the clothing has a big D. On the man's neck, a metal ring made of tungsten alloy is buckled. The width of the ring is less than 2 centimeters, but its toughness and hardness are several times more than that of titanium alloy. There is a layer of velvet wrapped around the ring, which allows the experimenter to make any movements without feeling panicked. This metal ring is the identity certificate of the Delta-level personnel. There is a liquid crystal display on the ring that shows the number of the experimenter. The electric shock device and anesthesia device are also built in the ring. If the experimenter without heeding orders, the electric shock device can force him to yield. The anesthesia device can be easily subdued without hurting the experimenter. The metal ring also has a positioning system. Even if the experimenter loses it from the spy laboratory, it can be easily retrieved. Apart from this, the metal ring and the final self-destructing device, if the metal ring is damaged, whether it is eagerly, water cut, or violently opened by other means, it will cause the metal ring to self-destruct, and at the same time, it will also kill the experimenter wearing the metal ring. At this time, the Oonbo man looked at all around curiously. Although there was some anxiety between the expressions, he was not at all panicked. After all, these people have almost been treated well during this period of time. Food and drink are provided. In addition to regular physical examinations, there is also a gym for them to use. Except for the absence of women and freedom, compared to the outside world, here is almost a heavenly existence. At this time, the man finally fixed his gaze on the observation window in Chen Chen's direction. Obviously it's not the first time he has been interrogated. I saw him walk to the observation window and touched it lightly. From his perspective, he could only see a transparent in the mirror. Chen Chen cannot be seen behind the mirror. Excuse me, what department is here? Am I going to be interrogated here? After looking in the mirror for a while, the black man suddenly spoke. No. Because our company and Namibia officially signed the Field Offenders Reuse Act contract, so you are now in a group of experimental projects. Chen Chen. I pressed the talk button and transmitted the voice into the isolation room through the microphone. This is the contract you signed before. If you can cooperate with our experiment, you have a chance to get the right to reduce your sentence. Hearing this, the man nodded in doubt. He moved to the only table in the isolation room. Then, sir, how should I cooperate with you? There is a pattern in your rightmost drawer. I need you take it out. Chen Chen reminded. Be careful. The painting is upside down. You must keep it as it is when you pick it up. Don't peek. Then I will tell what should you do next. Okay. The man shrugged. Open the drawer carefully. Put the pattern upside down on the table. and then raised it immediately with both hands. "Sir, I have done it." "Very well done." Chen Chen was satisfied. "Next, you answer a few questions." The first question, number 189. Do you have a genetic history of epilepsy or mental illness in your family? No. Have you ever had a history of brain trauma or craniotomy? Not at all. Do you have heart, liver and other kidney diseases? None of these. The man frowned. Tan Xiu said, "I swear, my body is very healthy, without any underlying diseases." "Very well, then. Next, please turn the paper on the table over. Come here." The man is hearing this. Then he uncovered the paper a little impatiently, and looked at the paper subconsciously. But that's how he looked. His pupils dilated rapidly, as if he had been subjected to a fixation technique, motionless. Number 189? Chen Chen asked, "Can you hear what I said?" However, the man not at all any response. His head slowly drooped, and because he lost his balance, he fell on his back on the cold floor. The other party's pulse has stopped. Only then did the voice of little X come, and at the same time a black rider walked into the isolation room, crouched down and probed the opponent's sniff, but only felt a gossamer-like breath gushing down the opponent's nasal cavity, and then fell into eternal stillness. This Oonbo man can only breathe out, not breath in. He is dead. After a series of examinations, Xiao X's voice continued, "The brain waves of D00189 have stopped moving. As the brain loses its function, his cardiopulmonary function has also completely stopped working. Even if he is rescued now, he can only remain in a vegetative state, which is regarded as a medically defined death." It seems that there is nothing wrong with the basilisk pattern itself. Chen Chen nodded. "Then start the next experiment. This time prepare the fire extinguishing device. Let's try the flame." Speaking, Black Rider will deal with it. The corpse of the first Delta level experimenter was dropped, and then the second experimenter was put in. Chen Chen did an experiment for each picture, and the result was in line with expectations. After the experimenter saw the pattern named flame, the experimenter's body immediately started to catch fire, and Chen Chen discovered that the nature of this fire is from within the body started to burn. Even if it was extinguished quickly, it was useless, and it could not save the lives of the experimenters. The tremor is also quite satisfactory. The experimenter who saw the tremor pattern seemed to be electrocuted. The whole body was trembling rapidly, and at the same time, there would be violent screams in the mouth. The frequency of this tremor is so fast that it even causes the experimenters to produce dehydration. Even if it is fixed on a stretcher or injected with anesthetic, it cannot be prevented. This tremor is completely physiological. In the end, the experimenter will die due to exhaustion of energy within the body. As for the experimenters who saw the death god pattern, at first, they did not develop symptoms, and the experimenters would not react until Chen Chen asked the other party what they saw just now. The same symptoms of eyes, directly died suddenly. The weirdest thing is the pattern called filthy. Super USB Chapter 330. Super USB Chapter 330. The reason why the dirty pattern is said to be the most weird is that after seeing this picture, the bad luck experimenter first grew a black spot on the ankle. The dark spots are only the size of a fingernail. If Chen Chen didn't ask the experimenter to take off his clothes, please check the whole body, almost completely imperceptible. It wasn't until Chen Chen ordered the other party to take off his clothes that the experimenter reluctantly checked his body, and immediately found the not so obvious black spot on the ankle. The reason why it is not obvious is because of the skin color. After all, 90% of the experimenters Chen Chen bought from Namibia are pure blood blacks. This kind of black is the darkest even if it is placed among other blacks. It's not because of Chen Chen's racial discrimination. In fact, Chen Chen doesn't care about the skin color. The experimenters can buy as long as they can buy it. Even white people and yellow people can buy it as they are. They are treated equally. Just because of Namibia. The country is rich in black people, that's all. Returning to the topic, after the Delta level experiment number D00253 had a dark spot on his body. At first not at all. The dark spots seem to be rubbed against soot. Touch. You can touch the next layer of black and gray. But as time goes by, the area of the dark spots will gradually spread, and at the same time dark spots will begin to appear on other parts of the body. And this kind of dark spots will penetrate within the body. After an hour, the area of the dark spot on the experimenter's body has expanded from 1 square centimeter to 10 square centimeters, and the position has changed from 1 to 3, namely the left ankle, the right hand elbow, and the left cheek. At this time, the experimenters began to feel something was wrong, because the skin on the ankle is already in a state of carbonization. A shallow layer of black and gray can be wiped out with just a single swipe, and a piece of black and gray can be buckled by the experimenter with a finger buckle comb. After buckling the black and gray, the researcher's ankle revealed a ½ centimeter deep depression, and even the uncarbonized flesh and skeleton can be seen. It's just that this kind of carbonization will not stop. Even if all the black ash from the wound is washed away, it cannot be suppressed, and even the flesh and blood of the carbonized part can only be temporarily delayed. Soon there will be dark spots on other parts of the body. But the strange thing is that this kind of carbonization does not feel any sense to the experimenters, not even a slight pain. Finally, after 15 hours, this carbonization has spread to the subject's body. All his limbs were broken, and the black spot on his head also penetrated into the experimenter's brain until this point. At that time, the experimenter died completely and ended his life. However, this carbonization was not at all stopped because of the death of the experimenter. 24 hours later, the last part of the experimenter's body was completely carbonized, and then the whole person turned into a pool of loose black dust. If it is outside at this time, then as long as the wind blows, even the ashes are gone. After completing the experiment of the basilisk pattern of filth, Chen Chen not at all stopped because he had obtained information from the materials compiled by Yeshen Temple earlier. Unlike other basilisk patterns, the symptoms it produces are contagious. So Chen Chen arranged for another experimenter to watch the filthy pattern. After he was infected, he arranged for another experimenter B to enter the isolation room and let the two stay together. Then Chen Chen discovered that when the two of them had no physical contact, the dark spots were not at all signs of infection. Even if the black ash falling from the body of the experimenter A is touched by the experimenter B, it will not be infected. The real method of infection must be physical touch between two people, and this kind of touch is random. That is to say, even if you touch a filthy infected person, the healthy person is not necessarily infected. But there is a certain chance to be exempt from the filthy erosion. It's just that as the degree of physical contact between the two gets higher and higher, the chance of infection will also increase. Xiao X has conducted several experiments and statistics, and the probability of infection caused by filthy physical contact is about 30%. Compared with other patterns, the basilisk pattern of filthy obviously has a certain degree of spread. It is closer to the characteristics of the strange event, rather than the basilisk pattern. At this time, Chen Chen sat on the sofa and silently watched everything that happened in the observation window, but his expression was unemotional. If the basilisk pattern is used as the initial form of the memetic effect, the weird event is regarded as the later manifestation of the memetic effect form. So the filth is obviously in the middle stage of evolution. It has the characteristics of the basilisk pattern as well as the characteristics of the strange event. Yes, I feel that way too. Little X replied, then Lord Godfather, how do you think we should crack these memetic effects? Anyway, with my overall database of human civilization, I can't find any knowledge about memetic effects. This is completely a disciplinary system that has never been discovered by humans. Never has been discovered. But it is not the book The Selfish Gene by the famous British scientist Richard Dawkins. Doesn't it tell me the concept of memes in it? Chen Chen said with a smile. It can only be said that human beings only stay at the level of memetic technology, that's all. Human beings are almost blank in this field. And if we want to study, we can't start from scratch. Don't forget that I brought back the manufacturing method of Gantt servers and a language called Everlasting. for short. E-language. As long as Xiao X has mastered the E-language, won't you be able to control the Gantz server? You can try this. Hearing this, I became excited. You are right. I have also checked the information you brought back. This E-language is more sophisticated than any programming language, but it is also more refined. I can convert my own program into E-language code. If I arrive, I can even use the Gantz server as my new home. Yes, that's how I think. Chen Chen nodded and said, as long as you can controlling the operation of the Gantz server, then it must be easy to study the memetic effect, at least not as it is now, with a black eye, not even a knotted thread. With Chen Chen and Xiao X's conversation, the first stage basilisk pattern experiment was also completely ended. As for the more violent experiment of strange events, Chen Chen stayed away. One is that the real world does not produce any weird events, and the other is that if possible, before Chen Chen has mastered the memetic technology, he does not want any weird events to happen in reality. Because for Chen Chen now, any memetic effect is invincible. Once a meme breaks out in the real world, it is almost equivalent to a death sentence for the real world. Super US Speak Chapter 331. Super US Speak Chapter 331. After completing the basilisk pattern experiment, Chen Chen did not leave the minaret experiment base, but went to another laboratory. This is a secret laboratory. The Spire experimental base was originally a secret base, and this laboratory is the top secret among the secrets. In the laboratory, hundreds of life incubator equipment are arranged in rows, and many incubators are empty, but there are also many incubators with a naked young man suspended. The appearance and posture of these young people are surprisingly consistent. They are all 80% similar to Chen Chen, except that they are all soaked in the incubator without any consciousness. At this time, Chen Chen saw this terrifying scene. Here is the top secret project that Chen Chen started in order to achieve the physical fitness of Alice in the movie, a T-Virus customization project. In order to prevent the experiment body from not being enough, I finally cloned 100 of your clones again. These clones only used 6 places, and the final product appeared. Your godfather, please look. Xiao X's voice came from the earphones. At the same time, a black rider came over with a spiral test tube. The liquid in the test tube was blue, and it looked crystal clear and near-transparent. Magnificent. This is the final product, T009. In other words, is this the 9th edition? Chen Chen, after receiving the medicine, I couldn't help but narrowed my eyes. This T-Virus can really make me a Superman? There is nothing wrong in theory. Some small X uncertain, but still explained. Compared to the previous semi-finished product, T009 virus had perfected to the limit. It is altogether wrong, knocked RNA at 5, with your genetic perfect fit rate. Speaking, another black rider in a white coat walked over with a stretcher. Look at it. This is Clone 009, and the one who finally succeeded. Chen Chen, hearing this, turned around and looked and saw with a belt tied a very close similarity of their appearance and youth on a stretcher. But the young man seemed to have been ignorant, like, look east to see the west. Look, I saw Chen Chen immediately, and he laughed at Chen Chen. In that smile, Chen Chen has never had the innocence. He is completely thinking of a newly born baby. Xiao X said, in order to prevent the T-Virus from affecting the host's consciousness, so your clones are the brain was preserved. Before the injection of T009, we recorded his EEG. We also tested it before. The results showed that his thinking and consciousness were not at all changed. This is good news. Chen Chen nodded. What about the results of the experiment? The T009 virus is perfect with your clone 9 DNA fusion. His strength, agility, neural response speed, muscle tissue strength, and immunity strength have been doubled when his body size has not changed. After system training, he will never lose to any Vision Black Rider. Chen Chen took the experimental data report from the side and swept it away. In this case, let's do the final experiment. Speaking, he lifts the head, looked towards the hundreds of life incubators in front of me, extract these clones and inject them all with T009. I want to see what the success rate of T009 is. It should be Xiao X echoed, and immediately, the Black Rider in the laboratory took action. Immediately, hundreds off-self began to be extracted one by one from the life incubator and placed on a stretcher. These clones were already half a month ago the 3 immunosuppressive medicines, rapamycin, cyclosporine A and FK506, were injected. At this time, the immune coefficient of these clones had already been suppressed. The clones whose immune coefficient is suppressed are the best raw materials for T-virus experiments. Next, these clones were tied to a stretcher before their consciousness regained. Then Xiao X began to record the egg of these clones for comparison with the T-virus injection. Although probability is very low, but if brain waves change, then it means that the medicine can improve physical fitness. Is a certain side effects, Chen if used, must be cautious of. Hundreds of experiments lead body works very slow. Small X here altogether and deployed 25 Black Rider serve as assistants. Laboratory make this operation completely open. With little X next heard the order. All Chen clones were divided into 3 batches and were injected with the latest T009 virus. Like the previous process, while injecting the virus, a large amount of glucose and carbohydrates must be injected into the clone. After all, it is an evolution at the genetic level. The injecting substance is to prevent the clone from being dead. In the case of the T-virus, you die from malnutrition. Next, is to wait 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Soon, these clones persisted for 24 hours. Not only did not die, there is not even an example of a life form crisis. The life force of all clones began to increase rapidly. From Chen's perspective, these clones began to shed their skin, and layers of fetal skin fell off, replaced by a smoother and more delicate skin. At the same time, that the original clone muscle relaxation is almost naked. I can see the speed it becomes compact, and with the injection of macronutrients and energy, the energy uptake by the new gene clones out, changing the microscopic state of the clones. Although the size has not changed, but the weight of these clones are slowly rising, it is the muscles and skeleton density changes caused. Until 36 hours have passed, the first batch of clones successfully survived the T009 virus infection and completely integrated themselves with the T-virus. 48 hours later, the second batch of clones successfully fused with the T009 virus. After 60 hours, the last batch of human cloning are all successful. A full 93 mink-along people without a defeat. 100% success rate. Seeing this result, Chen's eyes flashed a touch of movement. X, you have contributed to this project. P, your godfather, this is what I should do. Little X seems to be a little sorry, and his voice is lowered. I thought the 90% success rate was worth a try, but I didn't expect you to give me such a surprise. Chen said with a smile. Yes, now, let me see how much money did you spend on researching a T-virus that can adapt to me? This project has gone through 10 months and 5 days since its inception. 8 hours only if the calculated costs and material costs. The market price in accordance with Namibia, spent a total of $350 million. Well, not a lot of sound and, if coupled with manpower and time it cost? Chen asked. Xiao X replied, it will be difficult to calculate. If we only rely on estimates, in order to study the T009 virus, we have prioritized the resources of many projects, which caused some projects to be delayed or failed. If we count manpower, time, and loss of other items, we probably spent $10 billion to $105 billion. Chen this nodded. He picked up a feeling of tea looking at the bright blue potion in the test tube of 009. I couldn't help laughing. Billions of dollars of capital investment, enough to outlast anyone of a large pharmaceutical group. Only Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson is the world's leading pharmaceutical giant that can barely pay such a high price to capture a new drug. Unfortunately, Those behind the pharmaceutical giants do not know how many board members. Simply impossible to make every human and material resources of the entire company just to make a profit a man. That is, so far, only one person the whole world qualified to do this. This kind of exclusive feeling. Chen Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath, and at the same time an impudent smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. It's really good, yeah. Speaking, Chen Chen turned his head and said, let's start. I am already impatient with stronger power. After half a month, Chen Chen is standing naked in a laboratory. This laboratory is a sterile laboratory. Except for Chen Chen, the rest of the Black Rider are wearing protective clothing to prevent the experiment. The room causes pollution. At this time, Chen Chen's skin is pale, his expression is haggard, and even his hair is a bit yellowish. In this half a month, he seems to have lost a lot of weight. This is the repercussions produced by long-term injection of multiple immunosuppressive medicines. These medicines severely damaged Chen Chen's body, causing Chen Chen's body that he had exercised after taking NZT-48 to dry out again, and his muscle loss was very serious. But at this time, Chen Chen can no longer take care of these. Your godfather, your body's immune system has reached the requirements, but your body. It's okay, my body can still hold it. Chen Chen waved his hand and finally asked, have all my clones undergone cosmetic surgery? Yes, all clones have undergone cosmetic surgery, to ensure that only from the surface, it will not be half similar to you. Little X replied. And these clones have shown amazing learning ability. After all the new faces of clones grow up, we can hire expert teachers to start education from the basics, so that your clones can grow into the best scientific researchers. Chen Chen is slightly nodded. These all are. Chen Chen thought about the solution. After all, these all are their own compatriots. If they are also Black Riders without brains, they will be. That's all. They can become a qualified Black Rider by implanting chips. However, these clones have brains, which is a bit difficult. So Chen Chen came up with this method. First, let these clones undergo a cosmetic surgery to change their appearance, and then the teachers will give them all the knowledge, and these clones will be cultivated into Chen Chen's most lacking scientific research personnel. Of course, Chen Chen will not allow these people to come into contact with the military. Civil service is the highest threshold Chen Chen can tolerate. At this time, after talking with Xiao X, Chen Chen walked straight to a life incubator, and then climbed up the ladder next to him. Hatching been standing on the edge, Chen Chen took a deep breath, then jumped into the incubation compartment. At this time, the incubator is not at all water, but empty. But as Chen Chen jumped in, an intelligent robotic arm drew over from the ceiling rail and covered the incubator. The top cover. A pipe hangs down the vacant part of the top cover. There is a fist-thick respirator and a huge nutrition input needle. At this time, Chen Chen is proficient in fixing the respirator in his mouth, and then tried to take a few breaths, and then gave the little X outside the hatchery a thumbs up. Next, Chen Chen picked up a few more needles and inserted them into his left and right hand's arm vein. After all this was done, there was a lot of pale yellow water flowing slowly down the edge in the incubator. The water maintained a normal temperature of 36.5 degrees, which was just in line with the temperature of the human body. Broth of a pale yellow little flooded Chen Chen, and atop Chen Chen his eyes closed, until the culture was completely gone into head Chen Chen. Chen Chen automatically suspended immediately in the culture medium. Subconsciously, Chen Chen curled up with his hands on his knees, as if the fetus returned to the mother's posture. Your godfather, little X. It seems that something was said in a low voice, but at this time Chen Chen heard only a low buzzing sound. However, Chen Chen seems to understand what Xiao X is hesitating about. He shook the head first, then nodded, and then completely closed his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao X finally stopped hesitating. Chen Chen only felt a cold in his left arm. Something seemed to flow into his blood along the needle. Chen Chen knows that it is T-virus, and a few tens of milliliters have wiped out human civilization. Then, Time gradually passed away. A few hours later, a Black Rider exited all at all, and at the same time closed the entire sterile laboratory, and the lights in the entire laboratory. It also darkened gently and slowly, as if he was afraid of disturbing the sleeping person. At this time, the laboratory where Chen Chen was located was nothing but silence. Only one instrument was lit with indicator lights, which made the laboratory dim and even more lonely. Vaguely, through the glass of the culture chamber, Chen Chen can be seen curled up, his eyes closed peacefully, curled up in the culture chamber like a fetus. Only his chest is slightly undulating. It's just that all this seems silent, but outside the door of the laboratory and even the entire Spire experimental base, hundreds of Black Riders have already been stationed. The order they received was to stop everything from listening. The warning members of the Minaret experimental base approached Chen Chen's laboratory without authorization, and were allowed to be killed directly in an emergency. On the small X side, all the gates of the Minaret experimental base have already been closed, and all the scientific research workers in the experimental base are monitored all the time. Once someone has any abnormality, the next moment will be a group of Black Rider will control their detention. The scientists at the experimental base don't know what's going on. They just feel that the atmosphere in the laboratory has become more and more depressing. It seems that a thick cloud is hanging over everyone's head, making them no matter what you do, you need to get up cautiously. Super US Speak Chapter 332. Super US Speak Chapter 332. Human life is limited. Everyone has birth, aging, sickness and death. This is the natural law that humans cannot escape, but who knows why humans have birth, aging, sickness and death. On the podium, Professor Wang Zai of white hair and youthful face was speaking in a good manner, and his voice echoed in the empty large classroom. Under the stage, Chen Chen suddenly came back to his senses. He found that he seemed to have taken a nap just now, a very long nap. It was just the dream he had during the nap, but he couldn't remember it. As everyone knows, the unit of life is a cell. All of us here have split from a small fertilized egg. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, and 4 variable 8. On the podium, Professor Wang Zai are constantly told, Chen Chen altogether bored, leaning chin while turning gel pen, while staring at the projection screen. Trance. Part A. At this time, Chen Chen's fingers suddenly slipped, and the gel pen in his hand flew out. Seeing this, Chen Chen bends down randomly and reaches out to touch the ground. Just when his head was lowered below the table, he found that it was dark under the table. That is a kind of black that absorbs all rays of light. There is no reflection, there is no substance. It is something darker than night. Chen Chen is a little strange in his heart. In this scene, he seems to have known each other, but he is extremely strange. Looking at the black under the table, Chen Chen couldn't help being stunned. However, when Chen Chen was wondering, suddenly, a scarlet eyeball protruded from the darkness out of thin air, and it happened to have a confrontation with Chen Chen. Chen Chen, heart startled, subconsciously extend the hand, just want to start something, but after he extended his right hand, he was taken aback again. What do you own? But, I completely forgot. Chen Chen looked towards the dense darkness again, and then discovered that there are red eyes, and the table is empty, simply what, nothing. Chen Chen's doubts in his heart are more intense. Since there is nothing under the table, what do you want to do when you bend over? Oh yeah, it was to pick up a pen. Just when Chen Chen was about to bend over to pick up a pen, Professor Wang Zai's voice suddenly came from the stage. The student who is under the table over there. You can answer. P. Pukai. There was a smirk from the dorm buddies. Chen Chen alerted Bao, quickly drilling out from under the table, then looked towards the podium, but saw positive Professor Wang Zai staring at a pair scarlet eyes, gazed at their own. It was a pair of eyes, how are, cold, empty, and that is one kind of the living. I cannot express it. Almost she took one look. Let Chen Chen produce a shock like numb, almost body's blood, it's going to freeze. However, when Chen Chen's heart tightened and he looked intently again, he found that Professor Wang Zai still had a kind face, as if the scene just now was just an illusion, that's all. This classmate, what kind of theory is this theory called? Professor Wang Zai asked tirelessly again. It apostrophe s. That. Chen Chen couldn't help but hesitate. Chenzi, look at this. At this moment, the buddies on the side whispered. He secretly moved the book to Chen Chen's desk and knocked a line of text on the knockbooks. On seeing this scene, Chen Chen secretly relaxed. He glanced at his buddies gratefully, and then looked at the book, only to see the fonts on the book densely packed, just like ants squirming slowly. American microbiologist Leo that Multi-Hyflck published Hyflick Limit in 1965. The theory states that human beings within the body cells divide 56 times after production due to toxins splitting death. That is, 56 times is the limit for human cells to divide on their own and maintain the body's metabolic cycle. Food. Like extremely. Chen Chen subconsciously the body bent down, to see the words on the books, but they suddenly discovered that this passage actually mixed a few unfathomable mystery word. American microbiologist Leo that more than Hayflick published Hayflick in 1965. I saw you and pointed out that human within the body cell splits and died due to self-toxin production after 56 times. That is, 56 times is a human body. I saw you maintaining the limit of the body's metabolic cycle. What the hell? Chen Chen frowned. He thought it was his own eye problem. He couldn't help but squinted his eyes to see it became clearer, but found that these words have become more and more weird. I saw you. The United States Microbes Multi-Hyflck published Hyflick in 1965. I saw you point out very human cells within the body. I see you after production due to toxins splitting death. That is, 5. I saw you, I saw you, I saw you, I saw you, I saw you. At the end of the book, only densely packed the 5 repeated words. I saw you, I saw you, I saw you. Chen Chen only felt an indescribable chill caudal vertebrae rapid rising along the spine, eventually, kind of chill thoroughly into the scalp Chen Chen of the hole as if about to explode. I saw you? Who saw me? Chen Chen wanted to yell, but he opened his mouth, only to find that he could not make any sound, as if something inexplicable was blocking him in his throat. He slowly raised his head, but saw everyone in the class, including his best friend and Professor Wang Zai, staring at him. Their eyes are scarlet. I saw you. Chen Chen suddenly eyes opened. He directly spit out the respirator in his mouth, and suddenly he carried it. Salty amniotic fluid poured into his mouth. Chen Chen let out a muffled roar, as if to vent all his inner surprised and angry. He raised his right hand and fiercely hit the toughened life incubator on the glass isolation layer. Boom! Only heard a violent cracking sound. In an instant, the 5-centimeter thick tempered glass in the incubator suddenly shattered. The fragments of the shards splashed on all sides, and a large amount of amniotic fluid in the warehouse burst out directly, like a flash flood. Countless amniotic fluid and broken glass were scattered all around. Chen Chen directly rushed out of it, and then half kneeled on the ground, vigorously coughing. A lot of amniotic fluid gushing from Chen Chen's lungs and stomach while coughing. Your godfather. Little X's caring voice came from the audio, and the lights in the entire laboratory were bright. Several Black Riders quickly rushed into the laboratory and wrapped Chen Chen in a blanket. Fuck off. Chen Chen's eyes flashed light, moved towards the nearest Black Rider fiercely, and suddenly, the man was 1.8 meters tall and weighed over 90 kilograms. The Black Rider was pushed upside down by Chen Chen. Bang! The Black Rider slipped slowly until it hit the outer wall of another hatchery, and a few radial cracks broke directly on the incubator behind him. Chen Chen, calm down. I am X. Little X's voice continued, and there was faint anxiety in his tone. Hearing this, Chen Chen's movements only stopped, and the blood red in his eyes slowly faded. He knelt on the ground immediately. His expression looked at all around in confusion, as if he was recalling something. Until Xiao X called again several times, Chen Chen's expression finally showed a touch of clarity. He lifts the head, looked around the laboratory, then raised his right hand again and looked towards his palm. It was not until then that Chen Chen realized that his skin had become as fine as fat, almost looking not the slightest pores. Not only that, but he only feels his body is light and fluttering, as if his whole body contains explosive power, and his body is no longer as slender as before, but becomes more symmetrical. Do not force. Firm abs and biceps will be highlighted out. It seems the experiment was a success. It wasn't until this time that Chen Chen completely recovered, and a smile was stirred up at the corner of his mouth. Sorry, I was impulsive just now. Your godfather, don't scare me like this next time. Xiao X said a bit aggrieved. I thought the experiment failed just now. You are going to become a zombie. That's not true. Chen Chen waved his hand, and then showed the color of thinking. The reason why I am like this, it seems that I had a dream before, in the dream. Speaking of which, at the time, Chen Chen couldn't help being frowned. I forgot that dream. If you forget, forget it. Little X doesn't care. By the way, do you want to look in the mirror now? There will be unexpected gains. Mirror? Chen Chen was taken aback, and then he saw a black rider bring a floor mirror and placed it in front of Chen Chen. In the mirror, Chen Chen's face is the same as before. It seems that there is not much difference, but it seems that the gene is optimized. At this time, Chen Chen's facial lines have become tougher and full of three-dimensionality. Coupled with a pair of pitch black as ink pupils, Chen looks ordinary. Chen adds a strange charm. Moreover, Chen Chen found their height surprisingly long, quite high, just before his height 1.7 meters 5 standard height, but then suddenly overstating 1.8 meters. If you give Chen Chen a temperament evaluation at this time, it is the temperament of the overbearing president of Iceberg. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen couldn't help being nodded, and praised. I didn't expect that. Chen Chen dignified a dick, and I will become rich and handsome. What are you thinking about? Hearing this sentence, little X suddenly panting with rage. After receiving the genetic modification of the T-virus, you are no longer a purebred human. Maybe you and the human in the meantime. Reproductive isolation already exists. Maybe. Chen Chen, hearing this expression, a stiff, then stunned, and said, could you be the fool me? Although I have accepted the T-virus transformation, the difference between my DNA and the original human DNA should not exceed 1%. This difference should not be reproductive isolation. But the genetic difference between lion and old who, pseudo killer whale and dolphins, horse and donkey does not exceed 1%. Xiao X explained. But what about the result? The combination of a lion and old who can only give birth to the freak of a liger. The combination of a false killer whale and a dolphin can only give birth to a cetacean, and the combination of a horse and a donkey can only give birth to a mule. Ligers, cetaceans, and mules are non-fertile, which means that the chromosomal differences between the two cause the offspring to be unable to form normal gametes, so the offspring are infertile. Speaking of this, Xiao X couldn't help but sighed, but unfortunately said, in this case, although the genes of both of them are reflected in the next generation, they will not continue to inherit, go down, but directly end, so if you combine with humans, there is no good fruit to eat. Chen Chen was too lazy to argue with Xiao X. Anyway, Xiao X is rarely willful, so he changed the subject. Let's do a blood test. I want to see what is my DNA and whether it is the same as Black Rider. This is the most important thing. Understood. Following Chen Chen's order, the Black Rider on the side also brought clothes for Chen Chen to wear, while the other Black Rider took out a disposable needle and pulled it out directly on Chen Chen's arm. 10 milliliters of blood. Bold type needle is used, because human T after cloning virus transformation, and even more resilient than ordinary skin are some general needle into the bar. It is easy to distort and break. After drawing the blood, Chen Chen paid special attention to it, but saw that the needle eye on his arm was hemostatic and healed almost at the speed visible by naked eye, leaving only a purple-red blood spots. The healing speed is in line with the characteristics of Black Rider. Chen Chen satisfactorily nodded. In fact, the only blood tests in order to guard against the unexpected. After all, if there was really less than 1% error in the fusion of viral and T-to-T virus, the only way for the medicinal properties of Chen Chen is to zombieization. Now that Chen Chen stands here intact, he can naturally be said to have succeeded. Next, Chen Chen, I tested my strength, speed and stamina. This process is the same as the previous test of the Black Rider, and the results obtained are surprisingly consistent with the Black Rider. Unhanded power is about 250 kilograms. Throws a punch, can easily puncture 5 centimeters thick sideboards. And speed, Chen Chen sprint speed of 30 kilometers from each hour before the instant surge of 38 kilometers each hour, that is 100 meters 9.55 seconds results, which so far has been beyond the human world record 9.58 seconds. However, this is only because of the reasons. Chen Chen without exercise. If we were a few after months of physical training, Chen Chen can also increase his speed to 40 kilometers each hour. In terms of endurance, Chen Chen can sprint for about 500 meters without losing speed, which does not seem to be much after the fact. But this is beyond the endurance more than 3 times the ordinary people, and this aspect is also enhanced through training. And for a long time, Chen Chen DNA profiles also completely apart from the results. Chen Chen chromosome numbers not at all changed, still 23 pairs, while the DNA differences in DNA and Chen Chen ordinary person class, the decline was 99.1%. That is, people today still belongs to the genus Chen Chen. Chen Chen, it's still a human being, just a genetic mutation, that's all. Or it can be said that Chen Chen actually belongs to a new subspecies of humans. Super US Speak Chapter 333. Super US Speak Chapter 333. The success of the T-virus fusion represents Chen Chen finally stepping out of the second step of extraordinary and refined. The previous first step is naturally a supercrystal. But then again, the expression of 2 genes in order to prevent conflict, causing an unknown gene variants. Chen Chen also specifically to a fusion of irradiated clones of T-virus fired several supercrystal to test. The test results very well, the virus between T and supercrystal, and will not have any effect. Soon, the time has come for Chen Chen to wake up from his life incubator on the second day. At this time, Chen Chen is standing in the training room. Beside him, there are 4 almost transparent playing cards floating out of thin air, like 4 elves jumping up and down, surrounded by cute and playful gestures. Chen Chen, doing more than sports. And Chen Chen, the microprocessor, eyes closed, extends only to be able to perceive the field of in vitro all the whole body. At this moment, a bunch of flies were released from the cage by a Black Rider. The training room was hovering all over the room, making buzzing noises from time to time, but one of the flies when I flew near Chen Chen, my body suddenly became lighter. I saw this fly fall to the ground lightly, and when I look closer, I will find that its body has been cut into 2 parts, and the separation is extremely smooth, as if by some kind of the blade broke out of thin air. Then, a few flies passed near Chen Chen, but they did not realize what was happening. They have become 2 parts fall to the ground, completely lost their lives. Then, Chen Chen simply directs the training room to walk around it, take the initiative to find that 1 flies. These flies close to Chen Chen whole body as long as 5 meters, immediately there will be a nearly transparent. The playing cards flashed by. And after the playing cards are swung, there is bound to be a fly split in half. After all the flies in the laboratory were poisoned, Chen Chen opened his eyes again. He looked at the dead flies on the spot with a satisfied smile. The field energy can already extend beyond 5 meters. Chen Chen murmured, in other words, as long as there is no barrier, I can perceive 5 meters around me. Most of the objects inside, and this perception is more sensitive than vision, closer to the sense of touch. But the only pity is that the power of field energy is not at all enhanced. After the training, the 4 poker cards flew back into the tin box in Chen Chen's hands like a swallow homing. After experimenting with his field energy again, Chen Chen came to the conclusion that after fusing the T-virus, his field energy does not change at all in terms of intensity, but the degree of fine control over the field energy it has improved a lot. Within 5 meters, even a human hair or hair can clearly perceive and exert influence. But Chen Chen feels that he should get all the supercrystal fragments as soon as possible. The matter of absorbing supercrystal fragments Chen Chen has been dragging on for more than a year. From the very beginning, he took a few or a dozen crystal fragments. By the end of last year, he had ingested 500 crystal fragments at a time. Chen Chen, the amount of radiation absorbed is about half of the equivalent to the main character in the movie. Yes, only half. Because Chen Chen made the design when he was shooting the movie, the supercrystal in the shape of a sea urchin was measured, and the volume was about 3.5 to 4 cubic meters. While the size of a supercrystal fragment, the volume is 0.001 cubic meters. In other words, if Chen Chen wants to absorb the entire supercrystal, he needs to take more than 3,000 pieces in total. In the movie, 3 people were irradiated by the supercrystal, which means that each person shared the radiation of 1/3. Therefore, Chen Chen only absorbed half of the radiation of the protagonist of the movie. However, in Chen Chen's view, this kind of radiation that affects genes will definitely gradually become immune as the body's adaptability increases. Impossible stacks infinitely, otherwise it will be too bad. I just don't know where the limit is. Moreover, Chen Chen will not be able to get the remaining half of the crystal fragments recently. Because Chen Chen had just entered a killing city, most of the energy accumulated in the U-disk was consumed, and even the Park Armor and Brady spaceship were left there. It may take some time to get enough power to take in the supercrystal fragments. Fortunately, the Minaret experimental base is studying a new generation of inertial fusion reactors. After the lessons of the first generation, the second generation reactor is expected to increase 7 times, reaching 2 million kilowatt-hours power. And Chen Chen's nuclear power plant. The power is flat. When the time comes, although the energy cannot be said to be unlimited, Chen Chen will not feel too distressed when at least taking in some props such as supercrystal fragments, Park Armor and so on. Now, Chen Chen focuses on the research of E-language and the collection of metal germanium. Metal germanium has great value in modern industry. It is widely used in semiconductor, aerospace measurement and control, nuclear physical detection, optical fiber communication, infrared optics, solar cells, chemical catalyst, biomedicine and other fields. The important application is an important strategic resource. In the electronics industry, in the alloy pretreatment, in the optical industry, can also be used as catalyst. Internationally, the value of germanium metal is about $1,000 per kilogram, which is not too expensive, but its price is not low. If Chen Chen wants to make one and Killing City Gantz same plain server volume, about 1,000 tons of germanium metal, or $1 billion, and the construction of the Gantz server should not be too simple. It is completely solid. As long as the shape and appearance of the texture can be accurate to the nanometer level, its effect can be exerted. The only difficulty in the production aspect, as Gantz Satellite Relay Station and Gantz Black Ball, only the server setup is completed and interconnected with the relay station. Chen Chen to make a human or other things before Gantz Black Ball transmits to and from a certain area locked by Gantz satellites. However, with the backing of consortiums in Europe and America, these technologies are not difficult to implement. At this time, Chen Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around and walked out of the training room. In the earphones, Xiao X kept reporting, in fact, all germanium metal does not have to be obtained through purchase channels. After all, such a huge amount to buy, almost beyond GDP germanium metal per year, too eye-catching. If possible, we can get by mining their own way. Chen Chen did not speak, waiting for Xiao X to continue. And in the African region, there have been 2 proven germanium deposits with reserves totaling 500 tons, located in Rainbow Country and Angola. If we can buy these 2 germanium mines, solves half the problem of raw material supply. Here the recommendations of a small X. Chen Chen looking nodded thoughtful of, your idea is good, though a bit time consuming, but the victory in the sound. Even more how Black Rider's manpower has gradually become sufficient. Then tell Lao Qian and let him send someone to talk to these two governments. Super US Speak Chapter 334. Super US Speak Chapter 334. Our blacklight technology is willing to buy the right to mine germanium ore in the suburbs of Gaborone at a price of $120 million US. Name Sallow Face. As if the body was emptied of middleman sitting at the negotiating table, his face proudly, and his side of the drunk. It is by translation, secretarial, legal consultants and the others of the professional negotiating team. This man, when I first came to Africa, is Chen Chen, will follow one of the veteran Chen Chen, and Wang Liang. Although Qian Wenhuan has been crushed to death by Qian Wenhuan because of his ability, but now Wang Liang is already considered a senior member of Blacklight Technology. This time he was sent by Qian Wenhuan to take charge of Rainbow Country. Purchase of germanium ore. The other side of the negotiating table is the Ministry of Mines and Energy of Rainbow Country. At this time, Wang Liang proudly asked the side translator to translate his meaning to the opposite official, and at the same time emphasized, this is already our highest price. But the first group of people across the negotiating table to discuss with each other for a moment, then led by black officials had perfect English, opened the mouth and said, sorry, I am afraid we cannot accept this price. Why? Is it more than you have enough money? Wang Liang frown, some impatient. You know germanium international market price for me, $1,000 a kg. While you located Harbor, the proven reserves of the germanium ore in Rhone are only 300 tons, which is 300,000 kilograms. Even if it is fully mined, it is only worth $300 million US. However, don't mining require money? Is it refined? Don't you need money? Don't you need money for transportation? Germanium is inherently a rare metal, which is difficult to mine, and it is not easy to extract. When the finished product comes out, it is basically the price in the international market. If you want more, then let's go directly to the international market to buy it. Although his attitude is not very good, Wang Liang's business level is still very good. At this time, he clearly explained all the advantages and disadvantages of germanium ore. Almost no weak spot. However, I don't know what the other party is worried about. After intense discussions, the officials on the other side still said, sorry, we still can't accept this price. We need at least $150 million. What? Wang Liang was so angry that he slapped the table. You guys are not going to sell it? In this case, let's go. As he said, he got up and walked out of the conference hall panting with rage, and a crowd of people behind him immediately followed along. Wang Liang spit on the ground until he walked out of the city hall, a group of uncivilized monkeys. Director Wang, we don't have to be angry with this kind of guy. Subordinates aside quickly came up, took out a fine cigar and handed Wang Liang, then took out a lighter as if magically, as Wang Liang ignited, the king in charge, and these do not the nigger cares. This group of people is completely destitute and crazy, and a small mind dare to offer so much price. If it is not possible, we will change. 1. The point is that germanium mines are indeed scarce, and the money Huan also gave a death order, we must take this germanium mine. Wang Liang shook the head, but when talking about Qian Wenhuan, Wang Liang's eyes flashed faintly. Feeling gloomy, fiercely smoked a cigar and walked towards the special car. Well, let's not talk about this. At worst, we will go to these officials' houses for a round in the evening. If we want to benefit from it, the price will come down tomorrow. Speaking, under the diligent service of the secretary, Wang Liang walked into the car. The secretary closed the door for Wang Liang, and then got into the car from the other side. And the driver also walked into the driving seat. Zhang, you will find out the address of the Minister of Energy in the afternoon. You must find out before dark, understand? Understand, Director Wang. We are the first back to the hotel. Go back first. As the two talked, The driver started the vehicle slowly, but at the moment of starting the vehicle, suddenly, he heard only one sound with a deafening explosion. The whole car suddenly exploded. In an instant, the vehicle and the 3 people in the vehicle turned into a ball of fireball, burning violently in front of the city hall. Only the other members of the negotiation team were left. Dumbfounded, his face flushed by the firelight. Wang Liang is dead. When Chen Chen got the news 10 minutes later, the corners of his mouth couldn't help being twitched. Who did it? Chen Chen speechless, saying, X, haven't you received any news before? Sorry, your godfather. Xiao X was a little aggrieved. I really didn't receive any news. Chen Chen nodded, did not blame Xiao X. After all, he also understood that Xiao X wanted any information about blacklight technology must be searched from big data on the internet. Unless it is a targeted investigation, all kinds of chat software, all kinds of dark web communication, and even more secret communication forms such as wireless electronics. Little X is basically impossible to find out everything. The network is not without blind spots. Even more, how this attack was not directed at Chen Chen, but at an employee of Blacklight Technology. It is even more difficult for Xiao X to notice in advance. It seems that if you want to make you more omniscient and omnipotent on the internet, you should also upgrade. E-language and Gantz server are very good choices. Chen Chen nodded. Then what can I find following the clues now? I have called the surveillance of the Gaborone City Hall of Rainbow Country and tracked down a black-clothed person. Small X said, on the computer screen in front of the body of Chen Chen, automatically show the image for a monitor, and the image is a tall, wearing a black mask, black man wearing a trench coat. The man in when passing by Wang Liang's rental car, he bends slightly, seeming to be washing shoelaces. But this angle was blocked by the car itself. Chen Chen could only see less than 10 seconds before the man got up again, turned and left. Clean and neat. The whole process does not exceed 20 seconds. This man, because there is no exposed face, so hard for me to determine his identity, but I followed the trajectory monitoring, found that he finally walked up a slum. This is beyond my scope of exploration. Xiao X said, I don't know if he was intentional or unintentional. In short, the other party successfully escaped my detection. Hearing this, Chen Chen's expression is even more gloomy. He paced slowly. X, it seems that your existence has been detected. In fact, this is normal. Thinking about it, Chen Chen whispered said, the disciples in God's forbidden zone, the slaughter of chaebols in Switzerland, and our regular removal of spies from the life sciences city can actually make people speculate that our blacklight technology on the internet has some kind of near omniscience and omnipotence. Information channels. Because of the special nature of life sciences city, this city has never lacked spies. Not only is the major medical company's espionage, spies and even continent's district official, whether Nakazu area or North America region, all very curious. Life sciences city so advanced medical technology, whether it is how to develop out. These spies are not at all harm. Chen Chen also let them go, but once they really start to act and endanger the security of life sciences city, someone will make them disappear completely. This is not only a warning, but also a show of muscle show. The number of times has increased, and everyone gradually understands that the life science city is by no means as simple as it seems. At this time, Chen Chen silently analyzed, so, when our potential enemies are talking on the internet, they deliberately avoid keywords such as blacklight technology Chen Chen and turn them into other code names, or using some unpopular chat methods, so it is really difficult for us to detect. So, how should we respond? Little X asked anxiously. Of course it's changed. Chen Chen replied. But Xiao X was stunned by what he said. There is no weak spot. This time, it does not mean that there will be no next time. Seeing Xiao X a little puzzled, Chen Chen had to explain, don't understand? There is always once, they will show their foxtails. After all, how can there be permanent dripping water in the world? It does not exist. Speaking, Chen Chen stirred up a chill at the corner of his mouth. X, played Pac-Man? we and among them, it is a game of hide and seek. We are the pursuers, and he was just a Pac-Man maze of incomparable gigantic, that's all. I'd like to see a look. How many bins he can eat me. Super US Speak Chapter 335. Super US Speak Chapter 335. Zurich, Switzerland. In the evening, Wen, who was over 60 years old, wore a black trench coat and a black top hat, and walked out of the Blackwatch Institute slowly, moving towards a 90-year-old Porsche on the side of the road. The car goes. Although Wen is already very old, he originally had several senile diseases and complications such as high blood pressure and diabetes, and his hair was almost all white. But since a few months ago, he went after a trip to the African branch office, which is the Life Science City. It changed its appearance when I returned. His hair has returned to black, the wrinkles on his face have also been reduced by half. His dry yellow eyes have become more hydrated, and his body is not rickety like an old man, but has become a lot taller. At first glance, Win does not seem to be a 60-year-old man, but a middle-aged person in his early 40s. Everyone knows that this is the result of receiving the aging reversal treatment program. All the elderly who have undergone this treatment can miraculously pull back from old age to middle age. This is not just about getting younger on the face, but also the full range of changes in physical fitness, enough to make anyone rush. It's just that the price of this kind of treatment is really expensive. The most basic treatments cost more than $500,000, not to mention the more luxurious and exquisite projects. At present, there are only a few rich people in the world. Only a small part of the middle class have the financial resources and qualifications to extend their lives. Even if the user group is not large, even if there are nursing homes all over the world that secretly carry out the same treatment project, as the most authoritative and famous Life Science City, the appointment here is still queued for 2 years away. At this time, when the general manager of the Swiss branch of Blackwatch walked into his car while humming a Zurich tune, he knew that there would be a date in 30 minutes waiting for him. Yes, as early as 20 years ago, when divorced his wife, and alone was spending time outside. It was only 10 years ago that his body gradually became overwhelmed and this restraint came down. But now, Life Sciences City has given him a second chance, so as a romantic playboy, he naturally feels restless inside. However, just as he got into the car and was about to start, he suddenly looked at the rear view mirror of the car in a mysterious manner. In his perception, there seems to be a person sitting in the back seat. However, as he looked up, he saw that the back seat was empty and there was nothing. Illusion? Win shook the head, then laughed at himself, and then started the car. Next, Win moved towards the place that he had negotiated with his date in advance at Page Hotel. Zurich is not a prosperous city. The population density here is extremely low. If it is not the commerce district of the city, but some remote trails, there are almost no people in sight except for the occasional few cars of the trail. At this time, Win drove the car down a remote path. Along the way, Win was humming the Zurich Minor, but just as he was about to cross the trail in front, suddenly, a dark car suddenly passed behind him. The speed is so fast that the speed limit stipulated in the supermarket area is even more shocking. Damn! Win hurriedly played the direction sign to avoid the opponent's vehicle. But what made him a little angry is that the opponent did not directly pass, but instead turned the direction to my side. There is a trend of wanting to pin my car. Helpless, Win hurriedly stepped on the brakes to slow down the Porsche. But even so, the other party was still reluctant, and simply drove the car directly in front of Wen, blocking the entire New Street, completely blocking Wen's path. What is this? Win felt something wrong. He wanted to reverse the car subconsciously, but when he looked in the side view mirror, his expression changed again, because a mysterious black car also appeared behind him, blocking the road for him to retreat. Up to this time, 2 people finally got off in the black car in front of them. Both of these 2 people were wearing black headgear and carrying guns. They drove directly to Win's car after getting off the car. Get off, Mr. Win, what do you want to do? Wen's expression changed. At this time, he didn't understand why he was kidnapped. We will not hurt you. One of the masked men opened the mouth and said, we just want to take you to a place to talk about a business. Here it's too noisy, and it's quieter there. Do you want money? Win expression is even more ugly. He can't help but persuade. Speaking of which, you want if the amount is not large, I can directly give it to you. But if the amount is too large, I will not be able to call the shots at all, and it will be easy to attract the police. We don't want money, you better listen our order. Seeing Wen's chattering, the masked man finally became impatient. He pulled Wen out from the car and quickly used a metal detector to find Wen's all metal items, then grabbed Wen in and walked towards the black vehicle. And another masked man drove Wen's car automatically. Following, the two black cars moved towards the suburbs of Zurich. At this time, Wen N was already very worried. After he got in the car, he was caught between two people. Seeing the vehicle move towards the increasingly remote direction, he suddenly said again, what do you want me to do? What is the purpose of kidnapping me? May I know? Soon, you will know. The masked man sighed, turned his head and said to Wen N, don't be nervous, Mr. Wen N, we have no malice against you. In fact, we are not against you, but against the company behind you. You mean Blackwatch? Win expression changed and quickly explained, although I am the Swiss general manager of Blackwatch, the company was actually called Presdaton. I was one of the shareholders, and later because of poor management was acquired by Blackwatch, and I just continue to help them manage the company, that's all. In fact, I do not. Blackwatch company's core members of the Zurich branch is no secret at all. If you want to find a breakthrough mouth from me, I am afraid you will be disappointed. Rest assured, we certainly know it. The masked man is coldly snorted, if you were a core member of the Blackwatch company, we would not treat you like this. You and Blackwatch company has hatred. Win was surprised, but since you know that I am not a core member of Blackwatch, why kidnap me? I don't know anything about it. But then, no matter how Win asked, the masked man stopped talking. Seeing this, Wen also knew that he could not persuade the other party with words, so he had to calm down. The vehicle drove for 4,050 minutes until it reached the forest close to the Alpine mountain range, and the asphalt road was no longer visible before the vehicle stopped. Get out of the car, Mr. Win. The masked man took Win out of the car half-coercively, and then pointed to a hidden and quiet trail ahead. Have you seen Mr. Win? Just follow us. I hope you don't do anything stupid. As he said, he took the lead in the direction of the path. Wen looked at all around helplessly, but saw that other masked people were looking at him coldly. This was shrugged and directly followed along. Several people walked for nearly an hour. The specific time was because the mobile phone and the watch were all searched. Therefore, Win was unable to figure out the correct time. In short, he had pain in the soles of his feet. When Farah continued to walk, he saw a wooden hut in front of the path. There seems to be a ranger's residence. Win subconsciously towards all around and looked, but saw all directions are in endless trees. Only dry matubes at the front of the house hung a few pieces of dried meat, and a lot of animal hair and leather under the feet. Are these people in a primordial state of life? This is the only idea Win had. Under the instructions of the masked man in front, Wen N walked into the forest hut with a vague expression, but saw two blonde girls sitting aside in the small wood house, and in front of them there is a wireless electronics transceiver. At this time, the two are lowering their heads and discussing something in a low voice. Win came to see from the outside. Two blonde did not say anything, just look Lengren. Well, I believe we should be able to block all interruptions here, so that we can speak freely. The masked man also walked in from the outside world, and he took it off. The headgear turned around, revealing a young and handsome male face. Mr. Win, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fisher Oppenheimer. You should have heard of my name. After all, between our family and you, there are some intersection. Up to this point, Win was suddenly surprised. He is no stranger to the name, which is a major European consortium's last name, as if he could not believe. General, confirmed loudly said, "Your father is Lord Oppenheimer." "Yes, that's my father." Youth nodded. "I have another brother named Federer, but he is dead." Wynne suddenly remembered that half a year ago, the Novartis meeting homicide case that shocked the entire Europe, a total of more than 50 Novartis shareholders were killed in a meeting, but Slayer pointed to a dozen family chaebols who are also shareholders of Novartis. Until now, the whole world hasn't figured out what the madness of those a dozen people is and why they started this massacre that shocked the world. Only after those people started the massacre, they disappeared completely and have not been found until today. And Federer was one of the missing persons that day. The whole world thinks that my brother Federer is one of the masterminds of this case, but only I know that this is not the case. The man paced slowly in the room, seems to be caught in the past memories. I have a perfect brother's family, amazing talent, even my father also full of praise for his talent. He almost found the postmaster of the house. Such a person would self-destruct. Future, do you kill your colleagues yourself? Wynne, hearing this, said with a bitter smile, "Perhaps it is true. I have met Federer, a very good young man. I don't believe he will do this, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me." "No, it has a deep relationship with you, Mr. Wynne," Youth said with a sneer. The world thought this incident was a terrorist attack, and even thought it was some kind of cult sacrifice ceremony. But only a few people knew that Novartis shareholder meeting was actually to deal with a company, a people. Wynne's expression changed. Could it be? Yes. Seeing Wynne finally reacted, Fisher nodded. That Novartis shareholders meeting, bringing together the consortium entire one-third of Europe. Its purpose is to deal with the rise of new Blackwatch company, and the man named Chen Chen's. I should have known. Hearing this, Wynne, this revealing look of bitter smile. Blackwatch company almost destroyed the nursing home business in Europe. No wonder every major European consortium after the deal with him. But what difference does it last year and massacres? Fisher expression ice cold saying, Holmes had a saying, give up everything impossible, the rest of the no matter how incredible the result is, that will be the final answer. Therefore, there is only one possibility. This massacre is controlled by the Blackwatch company behind the scenes. Wynne, hearing this, suddenly fell silent. It took a long time to feel a little emboldened, but how does Blackwatch do it? I am also looking for the answer. Fisher shook the head, but at present, after many actions against Blackwatch, we have discovered a frightening speculation that this company has amazing strength control over the internet. As long as it uses electronic products or various chat software, there will be the company's risk of eavesdropping. Is this possible? Wynne was a little surprised. He didn't believe it at first, but now he is kidnapped here by the group of people in front of him, but he doesn't believe it. The chances are very high. Fisher nodded. It is not just that we found, and you should know that those behind the consortium _ company also occasionally leaked. They united to create a file called the Organization of God's Forbidden Zone. This organization is essentially a consortium mutual aid association, but Blackwatch always has access to countless trade secrets, allowing the consortium in God's Forbidden Zone to spend money to purchase these trade secrets. It can also be seen from here that Blackwatch has some extremely amazing information channels, which are very similar to our guess. God forbid it. Wynne murmured in a low voice. He actually heard about this organization, but he always thought it was just like Freemasonry. It was an internet rumor, that's all. Didn't expect that actually existed. So, if we want to avoid the eyes of Blackwatch, the only way is to come to a hidden land of peace and prosperity without surveillance and electronic equipment. Fisher spread his hands out. Mr. Wynne, I am not only avenging my brother, but I also united a group of environmentalists, all for the earth and the environment. Yes, for this piece of nature. Sight has been silent. Blonde woman followed the opening. She seems to be the Environment Council of the people, and we Fisher against this company different reasons. We find that the organization, the company is destroying the earth. Longevity research and development projects, development of medicine, treatment of terminal illness. The Earth's population will be more and more, eventually leading to a population explosion. The survival of our home planet will be destroyed at the hands of mankind. Not only that, the other party's extinction project is even more horrible to see. Another blonde woman filled with indignation. Can you believe it? Over the past month, millions of disabled people have purchased the bionic prostheses of the Extinction Project and transformed themselves into bionics. These gangsters are destroying the purity of mankind, the divinity of mankind. This is a depraved and blasphemous performance. They will inevitably go to hell after death. Wen opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. With that, the two concluded, "We dare to swear, this evil company specializing in the field of artificial intelligence. The next step is certainly likely, Skynet will be born in their hands. However, we must stop this evil company, regardless of any price." Super US Speak Chapter 336. Super US Speak Chapter 336. From the very beginning, blonde man. After Fisher finished speaking, it was the two blonde women who were accusing the blacklight technology of crimes. In their description, blacklight technology, it is like a heinous criminal who has violated the rights of the earth. Although it sounds wrong, but now to be the meat on somebody's chopping block. Win just listens and slightly said with a bitter smile, "If I'm not mistaken, two ladies, it should be a member of the Vemt organization or Theodanasia Church." "Does Mr. Wen know Vemt too?" One of the blonde women's eyes lit up. "That's right, we are indeed members of the Voluntary Human Extinction Organization. Do you want to join us?" Win originally just said casually, but didn't expect the two of them to be true. What to say? The so-called Voluntary Human Extinction Organization is a radical organization founded by a teacher named Knight in North America in 1991. The members of the organization believe that human extinction can prevent environmental degradation, and human extinction is also a rescue, the only way for the Earth and the natural environment. Don't you think? The growth rate of the world's population has far exceeded the bearing capacity of the Earth. For the Earth's biosphere, the best thing is that human beings voluntarily stop reproducing. Incompatible. The blonde woman loudly said, "There are tens of thousands of species on the Earth threatened by population growth. These species are constantly being squeezed out of the living space by humans. Therefore, humans must be extinct to save them." Life. But we are different from Theodanasia Church. We don't advocate cannibalism to reduce the population. The most fundamental concept of our voluntary extermination organization is that humans stop reproducing. After all, the nature of reproduction is child abuse. Another woman explained, although this is an altruistic choice, stopping reproduction can give humans a garden-like life like the Garden of Eden. Tired. You don't have to worry about what's going to happen anymore. When everyone stops reproducing, 100 years later, the remaining human beings will also be proud of our achievements. Humans will never suffer from abortion, war, or hunger. "That's very sorry, I already have a son," Wendenkian said with a smile. "It has exceeded the membership requirements of your organization." "No." The blonde woman shook her head and continued to agitate. "The Voluntary Human Extinction Movement is a loose organization. Anyone who agrees with our thinking is a member of this organization. As long as you agree, so do you. And you can make your children agree with us." "I will try," Wen said embarrassedly. "Okay, let's stop here." Seeing the two people talk more and more off the track, Fisher interrupted the two sides and turned to Wen. "Mr. Win, how do you think about it here?" Blackwatch is by no means easy to settle. Is it because Win, I have to say, you guys, my opinion really touched me. As a bishop apprentice, I don't really like the company's behavior, and Chen even publicly declared on the TED podium that human beings can compare to God. This is a blasphemy against the Lord, even if you do. If I don't come to see me again, I also intend to resign from the position of general manager of the Swiss branch. No need. Fisher and the two blonde women looked at each other, could not help but brighten up. "Mr. Win, if you continue to work in the Swiss branch and find ways to enter the core of this company, this will help us even more." "This impossible." Win's expression changed drastically. "This way I will encounter great danger. because this company is not as harmless to humans and animals as it seems. They are actually the largest private military in Africa. Contractors, if they want, they can even send killers to assassinate anyone, including me. Then have you thought about the environment and nature? Have you thought about your beliefs? Seeing that when N had the meaning of retreating, a blonde woman immediately devotion to righteousness that inspires reverence said, for the natural environment of the earth, for your faith, what is this danger? We people for you have paid so much to overthrow this evil company, what are you hesitating about? Another blonde woman also earnest and well-meant advised to persuade, we abandoned our mobile phones, abandoned iPad, abandoned all electronic products, and even preferred to abandon modern cities to live in deep mountains and old forests. The reason for this is because we have a common wish, that is, to return nature to the earth. It's a pity that we can't help you. Fisher is also sighed. Your son George's family lives in the canton of Bern. Our family happens to be a shareholder of your son's company. I have arranged for him. I went to North America on a business trip, so Blackwatch should not be able to detect it. You guys. When hearing this completely expression changed and can no longer remain calm. What did you do to my son? He's fine. Fisher shook the head, Lou out of the look of pity, as long as you do what we say, I can protect your son from any danger. Of course, if you are unwilling to cooperate, you will also receive your son's death report. I understand, I will do what you said. Seeing this, Win sighed, finally succumbed. Very well, Mr. Win, you made a smart choice. Fisher seemed to have expected everything a long time ago. At this time, he just smiled faintly, and at the same time took out a note and handed it to Win. This is your task. Win took the note with suspicion. When he saw the densely packed letters on the note, his expression changed drastically. You guys want to do this, but this is the only way to have a chance to eliminate Blackwatch. Fisher extends the hand said, Mr. Win, then we are happy to cooperate. Seeing this, Win finally shook Fisher's hand slightly unwillingly, and said in a low voice, I hope you can let my son go after I do it. Don't worry, we are not a terrorist organization. As long as you can fulfill our requirements, we will do what we say. Fisher was nodded, and agreed. Finally, when Nen took a deep look at the three of them, then turned and walked out of the woodhouse, until when N was taken away from here by outsiders. After a while, several young people walked in. One of them was nodded towards Fisher. Boss, Samuel has also invited over. What did Samuel say? Would you like to cooperate with us? Fisher raised his head and asked. He asked to see his daughter first. Then let Alice meet her father. After all, he has a good daughter. When it comes to this, Fisher the corners of the mouth can't help but provoke a meaningful sneer. Your godfather, we have mastered the location of each other's 3 secret strongholds in Switzerland, while Fisher is constantly conquering the Swiss branch, in Africa. Xiao X is also reporting briefly, these people not at all found Black Rider and did not know God. With the existence of chips, do we need to close the network? Not necessary for now. Chen Chen waved his hand. The other party cannot penetrate the Life Science City, and will inevitably attack other weak points. The Swiss branch is one of them. If it weren't for the particularity of Zongzi district, maybe the general manager of the business capital, there may be accidents in the company or even my parents. Don't worry, your parents are absolutely fine. Xiao X said. Chen Chen nodded, said with a sneer, but I didn't expect. These extreme environmental protection organizations have also come out. Human voluntary extermination organizations. But this group of people was exposed so easily. Should we say that we are two with no opportunity, or the other party is to believe oneself infallible? This should be such is human nature. After all, who would have thought that God chips exist beyond common sense in the world? Xiao X laughed lightly. In this case, we don't have to rush to close the net. After all, this is just a bunch of shrimps, that's all. And for us today, the Swiss branch is also optional, and even if this company goes bankrupt tomorrow, I won't feel the slightest distress. Chen Chen said, furthermore, what they are doing now is just a temptation for us. Behind this group of people, there must be hidden the shadows of European consortium, even and the acquiescence of the European regional government. Then we will put a long line to catch the big fish. That's right. Chen Chen thought for a while and couldn't help but sneered, and the other party doesn't seem to know anything, especially Samuel has a problem. I will continue to pay attention, Little X replied. Chen Chen is nodded. After this incident, we should be able to get a lot of experimental materials. In this case, let's just conduct a Gantz experiment. Gantz experiment? Little X is a little unclear. We have already purchased a batch of metal germanium. In this case, we will first use this batch of metal germanium to make a small Gantz server. Open an experiment in a hidden place. Are you looking for no man's land to test the memetic effect? Xiao X suddenly reacted. She was surprised. But where should we look for no man's land? Is it not simple to find an island in the Atlantic Ocean? Chen Chen asked back. Well, I see. Little X replied. I will let Black Rider keep an eye on every move of all the targets. Samuel Muddle headed back home. As soon as I opened the door, there was a cold breath in the room. That is the air conditioning from the central air conditioning. It's just that in the room, there is no such crisp and cheerful, lark-like sound to greet myself. Samuel, try my best to stay calm, but if you look closely, you will find that his face seems to have tear marks, and his mouth is closed tightly, as if gnashing teeth in secret. Until it is completely closed at the door. Samuel took a deep breath and fell to the ground in pain. Alice, my daughter. Samuel constantly sobbing, he began to beat the ground fiercely with his fist, until he hammered his fist into blood and blood. Just today, he received a text message from his daughter after work, and his daughter asked him to go the two people's favorite Chinese noodle restaurant. At first Samuel not at all realized what, he just came to the restaurant as usual, but he was blacked out before he entered. The clothed person stopped. Next, he was taken to a forest in the mountain range of the Alps while being held hostage. Here, he saw the previously held hostage daughter. These kidnappers claim to be members of the Association of Environmental Organizations, and their purpose is to overthrow the Blackwatch Company and the organization behind this company, God's Forbidden Zone. Of course, this group of people did not know that Samuel was a member of God's Forbidden Zone organization. The reason for this was that he refused Chen Chen's invitation as early as a year ago and was willing to stay away from the core and work in Switzerland, a marginal person. But because of this, these people are just like win for him. But the former campaigners remaining staff, that's all. Secretly, actually Samuel is also somewhat fortunate. He is fortunate that he did not tell his daughter more. Otherwise, the news that he is a member of God's Forbidden Zone organization must be hidden from this group of people. When the time comes, he will ask him more. The inside story will definitely cause the God chip on the back of my neck to be detonated. At that time, it didn't matter if I died. I was afraid that my daughter would also encounter the evil hands of this group. But now, everything I said before should have been known by Blackwatch Company. It shouldn't be difficult for Blackwatch Company to help me rescue my daughter, right? Think of this. So there was hope in Mool's eyes, but then the hope turned into a deeper level. Second worry, what should I do if the rescue operation fails? Isn't my daughter still going to die? Just when he was very tangled, in the dimly lit room, there were a few ripples in the air in front of him suddenly protruding like water. Samuel was leaning against the door at this time, tears in his eyes. When he saw the bulging ripples in the air, he first rubbed his eyes, then his eyes rounded and suddenly widened. Mouth, because in his sight, the ripples in front of him turned out to be very clear in an instant, and at the same time a blue electric light flashed by. After the electric light, there was a man wearing black tight clothes with an Asian face. The man appeared in front of him. This man has a well-proportioned figure and does not seem to have well-developed muscles, but his body has a special well-proportioned beauty, just like those swimmers who often swim. The muscles have special structural characteristics that can make people can see the extraordinary at a glance. At this time, the Asian man did not speak, but came with a silver white Rubik's Cube. He pressed a few buttons on the Rubik's Cube and then placed the Rubik's Cube on the ground. Next moment, Samuel only saw the rays of light flash in front of him. This Rubik's Cube unexpectedly appeared a natural phenomenon of light and shadow he had never seen before. After the natural phenomenon of light and shadow, Samuel was shocked to find that in front of the Asian man, a translucent silhouette appeared out of thin air. He is very familiar with the face of that silhouette. Samuel subconsciously shivered, then sits up and scrambled, and exclaimed, "Your Excellency Chen Chen, is it really you? Are you really here?" Seeing Samuel's funny and flustered expression, Chen Chen couldn't help but provoke a smile. "Samuel, long time no see." Super US Speak Chapter 337. Super US Speak Chapter 337. While Samuel saw Chen Chen was lying lazily on a black seat in the African Spire experimental base. At this moment, there is also a silver white Rubik's Cube in front of him, and the silhouette shown in the Rubik's Cube is Samuel, who is far away from the 10,000 li. This silver cube retrieved from the plane of Prometheus turns out to be not only a holographic recording device, but also a communication device. As long as the two devices are connected by communication signals, it can achieve the same call effect as a mobile phone. At this time, Chen Chen was squeezing his chin with one hand, lightly said with a smile, "Samuel, you are really going back more and more. When your daughter was still in a wheelchair, you isn't it very strong? Why is it like this now?" "Your Excellency Chen Chen, since you already know, please help me and save my daughter. As long as you can save my daughter, I'm willing to do anything for you. You can even go to Africa for research." While weeping bitter tears, Samuel swears loudly, not minding that his embarrassed face is exposed to Chen Chen. "We can endure any suffering when we don't have any hope, but if we fall into the land of warmth and tenderness, tusk." Chen Chen shook the head. He looked indifferent. "Samuel, there is no shortage of talents in God's restricted area now. Trade yourself with me. Do you think you have how many catties and how many tools?" Samuel opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. He still remembered that as early as a year ago, he refused Chen Chen's invitation and actively chose to stay away from the core of God's restricted zone and become a marginalist person. At that time, Chen Chen reminded him that if this is the case, let him stay here for the elderly. "Actually, it's not impossible to want me to help you." After thinking about it, Chen Chen suddenly changed his words and said in a bewildering tone, "I have a new experiment that needs manpower. If you are willing to participate, as a reward, I can help you save your daughter." "I am willing to participate." Without even thinking about it, Samuel agreed. "No matter what the experiment, I am willing to participate. Please also." "Don't worry." Samuel hasn't finished speaking yet. Chen Chen interrupted his solemnly vowed, "I'll say first, I need a group of professional researchers for this experiment, and during the experiment, these researchers will going through a great risk. It will kill you if you don't get it right. Are you sure you want to participate?" Samuel was stunned. "What is the experiment? Is it at the highest level of biosafety? Are blacklight viruses studied in the laboratory?" "No. Compared with this experiment, the blacklight virus is only at the level of junior high school students." Chen Chen shook the head, in a slow way. "The new experiment is an information hazard experiment. Researchers will be exposed to information that is extremely lethal to humans. The entire test site is set up on an isolated island. Once there is any leakage, I will sink the island directly and destroy everything on the island." Hearing this sentence, Samuel was shocked. He knew that the man in front of him was young, but he never lied. Since the other party said so, it can only show that the experiment is really dangerous to the extreme. However, Samuel gritted his teeth at the thought of his daughter Alice's smile, loudly said, "Your Excellency Chen Chen, as long as I am willing to participate in your experiment, you will save me's daughter?" "Of course, not only can I save her, but I can even ensure that your daughter is unharmed." Chen Chen nodded. "In this case, I promise you." Seeing this, Samuel finally stopped hesitating. He fiercely said, I am willing to participate in this experiment. I just ask you I can rescue my daughter from the other party." Next, Samuel kidnapped his own daughter, and then hijacked him to the mountain range of the Alps. Everything was said in his mouth. The other side is a group of resistance organizations united by several environmental organizations, funded by the consortium behind them, specifically used to resist Chen Chen's black light technology. The name of this organization is White Embers, which translates to white embers. Black light, white and gray. Chen Chen read it in Chinese, and then said with a smile, "It's a very good name. So the other party kidnapped your daughter. What are you doing?" "They want me to send out an invitation letter, inviting you to Zurich," Samuel said bitterly. "According to them, they have been unable to infiltrate your life science city, so they want you to come to Switzerland. After I invite you, they will set up an ambush to assassinate you, because this group of people all understand that you are the soul of Blackwatch. If you lose you, Blackwatch will immediately all split up and in pieces. At the same time, there will be no more Crossage pharmaceutical products, so that you can protect the earth protects nature." When I heard this, Chen Chen couldn't help but laughed. This kind of brain circuit is really something that the extreme organization of Crooked Nuts can do. He still remembers that he once watched a movie called Transcendental Hacker. The protagonist in the film is a genius scientist brimming over with talent. He was killed for developing super artificial intelligence. Feared by a group of people, these people unite in one place and form an anti-science organization. And this organization took advantage of the opportunity of a speech to successfully assassinate the protagonist and use a bullet smeared with radioactive material into the protagonist's body. Although the bullet was missed, the radioactive material destroyed the protagonist's body, leaving him with only 1 month of life. Before dying, the protagonist's wife used the immature consciousness upload technology developed by the protagonist to successfully transform the protagonist's consciousness into a program and transfer it to the computer, making the protagonist a set of data, the existence of life and death. However, the anti-science organization not at all stopped there. After learning about all this, it began to hunt down the protagonist and his wife, and kidnapped the protagonist's friends. So the protagonist took advantage of his talents and advantages to hide in an undeveloped remote area in the West, and began to develop himself. This is not the most outrageous. The most outrageous, however, in the end, not only the protagonist's friend, but even the protagonist's wife was brainwashed by anti-science organizations and stood on the opposite side of the protagonist. In the end, the protagonist's wife and friends united with an anti-science organization and successfully killed the protagonist, destroying everything the protagonist had developed. Now, I am like the protagonist in the movie, and his White Embers is the technology that fears the protagonist in the movie. At all costs, it also destroys the protagonist's resistance organization. It's just that, what happened to the protagonist in the movie, will it repeat itself? Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but flash in his eyes. Since the other party asked you to invite me to Switzerland, just do so. Next, Chen Chen began to give Samuel what to do next regarding the matter. After the order was over, Chen Chen ignored the other's eyes and shut down the communication. My godfather, in the conversation just now, Samuel didn't at all hide anything. Little X's voice came. It seems that the other party is right, you are more loyal. Loyalty is okay. Chen Chen hearing this said with a smile, it's a pity that my brain is not good, and we are so regardless of the use. It is really pitiful to be used by my own daughter. Perhaps this is caring and chaos. He never expected that the daughter he cared about was actually the same incident. One of the masterminds. Xiao X is a little pity. So what do you plan to do with this girl named Alice? After all, you have made promises to Samuel. I only promised to save her, but what will happen after saving her is not within the scope of the promise. Chen Chen spread his hands. In fact, it's still up to Samuel. For good luck, if our subsequent experiments can be successful, Samuel can become the core researcher of memetic effects. Then his daughter's status is naturally as the tide rises, the boat floats. I can see her for the sake of my dad's face, give her an amnestic procedure to erase her memory of being an enemy of us. However, if this experiment fails, Samuel, one of the researchers, will naturally, if he can't continue to survive, then his daughter doesn't have the need to keep it. Let's deal with it. Speaking, Chen Chen asked again, what's the situation with Wenin's old bastard? From the monitoring of Black Rider, Mr. Wen is still hesitating. He is hesitating whether he should tell you all this. Xiao X, he said. As for his son, I searched the internet and couldn't find him. It seems that he was kidnapped by the White Embers organization. Then leave him alone for now. Depends on his choice. Chen Chen didn't bother to pay attention to these, just said, if he chooses to betray, you know what to do. I understand. Xiao X replied, and then reminded again. The first batch of metal germanium I bought has arrived. It is now in the casting stage, and the Gantz server will probably be manufactured tonight. So fast? Chen Chen was surprised. Is the Gantz server so easy to make? After all, it's just a mini Gantz server. The volume is only 1% of what it used to be, and the signal of this server can only cover an area of Switzerland at most. Xiao X explained. As for the patterns above, they can be carved out mechanically. Coupled with the precision and efficiency of my side, it is not an exaggeration overnight. Sure enough, I have always felt that this thing is almost specifically designed to be easily copied by humans. Chen Chen frowned. What about the AI language? If you do not control the AI language, you cannot control the Gantz server. I have tried to convert the source code of my Avatar X112 into AI language. When the Gantz server is set up, I can also complete it at the same time. Xiao X explained. Very good. Chen Chen hearing this exhaled, then take me to see it. Speaking, he walked directly out of the room and moved towards the direction of the elevator. 10 minutes later, Chen Chen successfully returned to the surface and Cheng Jiao was also in the vehicle. After waiting for a long time, Chen Chen's vehicle has been changed from the Wrangler to an unremarkable Passat, and it is also a bulletproof version, which can avoid the detection of many professional spies in the life sciences city. Half an hour later Chen Chen came to the industrial park. At this time, the scale of the industrial park was even larger than before. More than 100 large and small factories stood here, and countless condensing towers stood on the horizon like sky pillars. The billowing white fog directly makes the sky cloudy all year round. At this time, in the depths of this industrial park, in one of the carving factories, several advanced carving equipment are facing one another. A huge metal cylinder with a height of 10 meters and a width of more than 2 meters is being processed. Next to it are hundreds of Black Riders who control the operation of the machinery and stand under this huge metal cylinder. The crowd is like a group of mice, seeming very small. As the machine continues to cut and carve, the metal cylinder soon reveals the overall outline, which is a spiral of 2 spirals. Things are entwined together, and the spiral spire constructed together is like the shape of a DNA nucleic acid chain. When Chen Chen walked into the processing plant, he saw such a scene. This minaret-shaped metal cylinder weighs at least 10 tons. Its style is very weird. It looks like a section. When the shape is carved, there are many small carving machines. All kinds of patterns are carved on it. Even just a glance at these patterns can make Chen Chen feel an ominous feeling. These patterns are full of a kind of evil. This is the Gantz server that we built with the first batch of germanium metal, Xiao X explained. According to the structure diagram we got from the plane of Killing City, it is actually made of thousands of germanium metal blocks. These metal blocks are like building blocks. It can be accumulated, but after the integration, there is an error, so it needs to be polished. But if these Gantz servers are made of a small piece of metal, how can they be integrated? Chen Chen frowned. I remember that the Gantz server I destroyed was not made up of pieces. I don't know this anymore. Little X shook the head. Maybe there are some secrets hidden in it that we don't know, or it may be caused by these lines. After all, it is a brand new scientific system. It's completely blank. I just made it according to the information above. Chen Chen hearing this is nodded. Indeed, Xiao X is right. The technology of the Gantz series is beyond human imagination. Humans make these, only it can be a cat and a tiger, but it is impossible to separate and research the technology of the facade, let alone apply it. Indeed, Xiao X is right. The technology of the Gantz series is beyond human imagination. Humans can only make these things by taking pictures of cats and tigers, but they cannot separate and research the technology of the facade, let alone apply it. Super US Speak Chapter 338. Super US Speak Chapter 338. 1 week later, a tall man stands in the corner of the exit of Zurich Airport, seemingly waiting for the return of his lover. This man has long golden hair, combed back with hair cream, and if there is a smile at the corner of his mouth, there is always a medieval British aristocratic temperament. The girls and ladies of the airport toned fro will look over here inadvertently and try to stay on the man's face for a few seconds. This is not to blame them, after all, human nature is to yearn for beauty, and the blonde man in front of him, whether it is temperament or image, is a high score. In the crowd, the blonde man with a gentle smile swept past the passengers who walked out of the airport a day. Everyone received almost the same gaze, without a trace of redundancy. No matter how you look at it, this blonde man should just be waiting for his wife or friend. The traveler passed by him, but the blonde man didn't look impatient. He didn't even look at the watch on his wrist, but waited patiently. This serious look makes those single women who are surprised by his appearance secretly jealous. But I don't know what kind of woman can be waited for by such a man. Unfortunately, men are just passing through in everyone's life after all. What they can do is just pass by this perfect man, and then completely forget it. That's it. About 15 minutes passed again. Just as the guests at the airport had changed batch after batch, finally, a young man with the face of Zongzu appeared in the crowd. This young man is about 1.8 meters tall and has a slender figure, but he can't see his face clearly. Because he wore a peaked cap, he shielded his entire face from the shadows. Although he can't see his face clearly, there is a man with a lean body wearing a black suit secretly following him on the front, back, and left, with a faint posture of protecting him in the middle. These 4 bodyguards exude a faint smell of blood, which is a smell that can only be emitted by people who have seen blood, but this kind of smell can't be smelled or felt by ordinary persons. Only people of the same type, or only trained professionals with strong observation ability can detect it. At this time, the blonde man standing at the airport exit had a smile on his face, and as usual, he swept his eyes on the Zongzu youth, without stopping at all, and then continued looking towards the crowds. Obviously, Zongzu youth is not the one he is looking for. So, the two passed by like this, just like tens of thousands of other people in this airport. Their encounter is just a coincidence, and no story will be born. The blonde man was not frowned until the youth of Zongzu walked away and couldn't see anymore. He looked at his watch, then took out his cell phone to make a call, and then left with disappointment. It seems that he is waiting for someone not at all to come, and the other party has missed the appointment. Next, the blonde young man drove straight out of the airport, drove the car, and went around the Zurich Ring Road, and finally turned around, turning to the foothills of the Alpine mountain range. Half an hour later, the blonde man returned to the wood house where Wen was interrogated. At this time, 2 blonde women in the wood house were playing with the radio on the table, and besides, there was another blonde woman. This blonde woman looks extremely young, as if only about 20 years old, with tiny freckles on her face, as cute as a star. At this time, the girl is sitting on the high chair beside her, her long and white legs are dangling, full of seductive youth and vitality. This is a peach-like girl. Alice, why are you here? When the blonde young man saw this girl, he frowned. Your father may offer to see you at any time. Now you should be prepared. I'm ready, Fisher big brother. The girl he said with a smile. She didn't care. Seeing this, the blonde man had to curl one's lip, showing a helpless expression. Well, if you want to flirt, I suggest you go out. One of the blonde women who was playing with the radio turned her head, showing expectation. Fisher, You said you want to observe the man up close before the other party dies. What is the result? Did you see him? I saw it. Hearing this, he couldn't help laughing. He hugged his arms and leaned lazily on the door frame. Although the appearance of the Zongzi people is a bit unclear, but this person has a unique temperament. Unique temperament? The girl called Alice showed curiosity. Actually, I also met him. He came to my house to invite my dad, but I was not knowing his identity. I only know that in the end my dad refused his invitation. This shows that your father still has a lot of weight in the eyes of that man. Fisher nodded. This is why we pretend to kidnap you and force your father to invite that man from Switzerland. However, after seeing this man today, I realized that he is indeed a genius, because with my knowledge of behavioral psychology, I found that I couldn't see him. Can't even you see him? Alice showed a surprised look. Big Brother Fisher, did you look at this person too highly? When I first saw him, I only thought it was normal. That's the truth. Fisher, hearing this, suddenly frowned. Alice, don't underestimate our enemy. He can start from scratch and create a force with an influence comparable to a world-class pharmaceutical company. How can it be easy? I'm afraid his ability is not much lost to me. Okay. Exclamation mark. Alice hummed a few words, but then defended again. Anyway, this time he came to Switzerland, he was already dead. Fisher, big brother, you just wait for our good news. I hope so. Fisher is nodded. Indeed, although the other party brought bodyguards, but the face with the joint funding of multiple consortiums and the secret support of the regional government, Fisher really doesn't know what qualifications this man named Chen Chen has to survive. Thinking of this, Fisher turned his head and looked towards a picture of a young man in Zongzi district in the wood house. In the photo, the expression of the young man is a dark bird, his eyes are as deep as a secluded pool, with a faint dark light. Looking at this legendary youth, there was a flash of jealousy in Fisher's eyes, and then he said lightly with a smile in a low voice, even if you have the strongest tryst, you can unite dozens of condominiums to protect yourself. Even if you are talented and can develop a potion that changes the world, it is a pity that it will eventually block our way. If you block our way, you must be prepared to be crushed by us. At this moment, there was a rhythmic ticking sound on the wireless electronics transceiver that the blonde woman was using. This kind of voice is very familiar to anyone who has watched movies. Anyone can call out the name, but when hearing this voice, whether it is Fisher or Alice, they are all excited. It sounds silently. After a while, one of the blonde women expressed excitement and came back to his senses, loudly said, from the news from Team B, the target has already rented a set of 5-star level presidential suite, but they didn't stay at all. But after renting the suite, they moved directly towards Samuel's house. In this case, let's start layout. Fisher's mouth provoked a cruel smile. Let the executive group be divided into 4 groups. The first group ambushes outside Samuel's house, and find the right opportunity to kill him at any time. The second group ambushes in the hotel as a standby, in case the first group accidentally causes the plan to be cancelled. The third group, as agreed, will ambush near the embassy in Zongzi district. If the assassination failed, the other party went to the embassy to seek asylum, and intercepted when the other party was about to arrive at the embassy. Try not to let the other party enter the embassy. As for the last group, just ambush the ambassador inside the museum. Rest assured, the official will turn a blind eye. After finishing all these arrangements, Fisher secretly exhaled. Although it is not the first time to give orders, it is him. The first time I tried to control a life in my own hands. I have to say, this feeling is really good. Big Brother Fisher, my father. At this moment, Alice reminded in a low voice, please try not to hurt my father's life. Sorry, I can't guarantee it. Fisher shook the head, righteously saying, you care about your father's life. Then do you care about my men? What about life? Maybe if they keep one point, one person will die. Have you ever thought that if this action fails because of your father, then you and I are both sinners of the entire world? So. Okay. Hearing this, Alice had to lower her head a little disappointed. Then please do your best, Brother Fisher, I miss my dad. I should understand my daughter's troubles. That's right. Fisher rubbed Alice's head, and the girl suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help it. Turned around and ran away. It wasn't until Alice completely left that Fisher showed a sneer on his face. He nodded towards the two blonde women and then turned and left the woodhouse. This time, he wants to appreciate the death of his prey up close. An hour later, when Fisher opened his own and was dismantled, when the limited edition car with all the electronic equipment disappeared and appeared near Samuel's villa, he had found the most comfortable position, raised his legs and lay half on the seat. At this time, there was already a handheld walkie-talkie in front of him, and the walkie-talkie kept sending out reports with current. A group is in place. The snipers are ready to. The target is found. The target is currently located in the living room of Samuel's house. The two parties seem to be talking. The sniper is in place, ready to shoot. The blasting team is in place. 100 kg of explosives have been placed in Samuel's house. If the sniper fails, before the situation is irreversible, the explosives will be detonated and the villa will be destroyed directly. The chasing group is in place. If the opponent escapes by chance, the chasing group will use the road to directly chase and kill as much as possible. Destroy the target. Just the first group. Fisher considered all the circumstances. The only flaw now is that the government is impossible to help himself. Although the European government is eager for Chen Chen to die, they are impossible to take action personally. After all, there is no airtight wall in the world. If this news is leaked out, the impact on the prestige of the entire European region will far exceed Chen's harm. Therefore, the only help that the European regional government can provide is to facilitate the activities of White Embers as much as possible. At this time, after everyone was in place, someone on the walkie-talkie started asking Fisher, "Sir, shall we start now?" "Let's start." Fisher pressed the voice button and gave the final command. Immediately, within a few seconds, Fisher heard a thunderous explosion not far from the front left of him. That was the sound of a Remington sniper rifle. Did it succeed? As soon as he heard the gunshots, Fisher fixed his eyes on the distant villa, waiting for the next changes. However, what Fisher waited for was only the voice of the sniper silently sighed in relief. "I successfully hit the target's head. If there is no accident, the opponent should have died." Dead? Fisher heard this for a moment. In fact, he even prepared for the failure of the first group action. After all, the other party was not an ordinary person, but a genius who founded a legendary pharmaceutical company. It's just that the happiness came too suddenly, so that Fisher did not get over it for a while, but thought the news was false. "Yes, sir." The walkie-talkie repeated the previous sentence. "I can see clearly from the scope. The bullet shot from the Remington sniper rifle at the same time. The target's brain has been completely destroyed, and I have successfully completed the task." "Very well done. Now please step back and leave the scene immediately." "See each other," solemnly vowed. Fisher understands that these people have no need to deceive themselves. Some of them are in their own hands. They want to protect themselves from punishment. They can only escape from the scene. "Go." Just as Fisher gave the order, the first group has begun to retreat. 10 minutes later, ambulances and police cars followed. The police began to block the scene, and the ambulance brought the dead target back to the morgue. In order to prevent Golden Cicada from being hulled by the other party, Fisher simply took this opportunity to send someone to Samuel's house to take blood samples. At this time, several policemen in Samuel's home were closely inspecting. As the bottom of politics, they certainly didn't know that the murder was related to their own high levels, so instead they were investigating conscientiously. Fisher sent an insider who also worked at the police station. "This thing is still very easy to extract. After all, although this assassination scene is bloody, there is also more blood and brains on the floor. Extracting a little more, no one will notice." Super US Speak Chapter 339. Super US Speak Chapter 339. The work of taking samples was very easy. When the policeman who hid the samples left the scene, No one's attention was drawn. The DNA test of this sample will be taken to an underground black hospital that has not been registered by the district government, and genetic comparison will be performed there. The target of the comparison is the DNA record of Chen Chen obtained by the White Embers from the central continent. Sitting in the car and silently watching the insider leave the scene, Fisher stopped staying and drove away completely. When he returned to the Smallwood House stronghold, Fisher was not at all excited, but frowned constantly, as if he had not figured it out. He silently looked around the guards of the little wood house all around, but found that no matter it was these guards or the environment, there was still nothing unusual. Perhaps, I just think too much. Shook the head, Fisher returned to the Smallwood House, and the two blonde women also turned their heads and looked over at the same time. I heard that you succeeded, a blonde woman asked. Yes, it should have been successful. Fisher nodded. The fellow Samuel invited the target to his home and was shot by the sniper we arranged. Headshot. You can't die anymore. Why do you look unhappy? The blonde woman was obviously sighed in relief and looked relaxed. Our most important goal has been completed. Next, this company will be without a leader. In less than half a year, it will all split up and in pieces due to internal competition and government intervention. Right? I know, it's just. Fisher frowned. Don't you think that guy died too easy? Simple? Yes, I admit that the activities of our White Embers are very secretive. Not only did they avoid the internet and satellite networks, but also completely concealed everything with the help of the district government. But the other party was Blackwatch after all. The founder of the company, Fisher said uncomfortably. Is it so we killed it silently? Then what do you think the other party should do? Say you think all this is just a trap? The blonde woman was puzzled. I don't know. Fisher shook the head and explained tirelessly, if we use several backhands, even the last backhand of the embassy, I have to use it thoroughly to kill the opponent. I don't doubt it at all, but now all the backup methods are used to kill the opponent at all. This is the source of my anxiety. Don't scare yourself. It's myself, Fisher. The blonde woman just smiled and persuaded. Speaking of which, now that there is no point in entanglement, it is better to look at the DNA test. This is not deceiving something. Whether it's success or failure, we will get the answer soon. Fisher was barely nodded, so I won't say more. The three have been sitting in front of the wireless electronics transceiver, waiting from morning to evening. At 7 o'clock in the evening, finally Wireless Electronics sent a message of DDD again. Fisher quickly turned on the device like a conditioned reflex, and started accepting signals with a solemn expression. After the signal was decrypted and restored, only 4 words were obtained. The comparison of the DNA sample is correct. At the moment the words were written, the 3 of them were stunned as if they were petrified, and then the 2 blonde women couldn't help but jump up and give each other high five. We won. Really won. We won, Fisher. We really won. We killed Chen Chen. The happy laughter and cheerful voices of 2 young girls came from the whole Smallwood house, and even the Fisher on the side was first for a while astonished, but immediately had to accept this fact. The man named Chen Chen is really dead. It seems that I still have to worry about it. Fisher exhaled, slowly adjusted, and then said to the 2 blonde women who were celebrating loudly, pass this news to the top. Presumably they will be able to sleep after receiving this news. Do you still use wireless electronics? Blonde woman came back to his senses from the cheers, said with a smile flushed red, or use mobile phones, Facebook, Twitter. What are you talking about? Fisher, hearing this, suddenly lowered his face with a serious look. Now is not the time to relax. Don't forget, the real terrifying place of this company is their network strength with no opportunity. Even if the founder dies, they can still operate smoothly in the next few days. If we want to return to living under the sun, at least we will have to wait until the company is annexed by the local government. Understand? Understood. The 2 of them were hearing this. They recovered from their previous excitement, and sat again in front of the wireless electronics transceiver, sending messages obediently. This is boring. At the same time, Chen Chen, who is far away in Africa, silently watched the conversation between Fisher and two blonde women on the screen, revealing it's a pity expression. Is it so dripping? It's a little troublesome. It's okay, Lord Godfather. Little X's voice came out immediately. He can insist on himself, and the people around him can persist, but it doesn't mean that his subordinates and his superiors can do the same. Speaking, a list was slowly printed from the printer. It came out. That was a long list with at least 500 names. This record is all the members of White Embers in Switzerland that are now exposed. These people are lurking in Zurich all around. Most of them are just assistants. Work. The real core participants are only 100 people. Said, Xiao X suddenly corrected, your godfather, correct it. Just now, I have retrieved the death of Chen Chen. This keyword information. This information was sent by helmsman of a Swiss consortium and sent to another consortium member. At present, this message is still spreading, and it is very fast proliferation. Our method has succeeded. Through your suspended animation, we can easily find the power behind this white ember. Chen Chen is nodded. It seems that Fisher's good intentions have failed. In this case, we can close the network. Are you going to unplug all the participants in White Embers? X asked. No, you don't need to move the people behind. It's enough to bring Fisher to the prepared playground. Speaking, Chen Chen couldn't help but provoke a cold smile. As for the group of people behind the White Embers, I have other plans. Following Chen Chen's order, he was on the road leading to the Smallwood house. On the small road, a pickup truck loaded with cargo is roaring the engine, driving bumps on the small road, approaching the Smallwood house step by step. The way to the Smallwood house is not lack of White Embers sentries, but what is strange is that as the pickup approaches, those sentries disappear silently along the way. This is not to say that these outposts were killed by someone, but that they disappeared directly. The voice of pickup was only heard at these outposts 1 second before they came out to investigate, but the next second they only listened to cacker with a sound. The firearms in the hands of these sentries fell directly to the ground, but they themselves disappeared. This kind of weird phenomenon has always occurred near the pickup truck. Drive to the front of the Smallwood house, the central headquarters of White Embers. Why is there a sound of cars here? In the house, Fisher and the three also heard the sound of car engines from far and near, and the three looked at each other, immediately rushed out the door and shouted, John, what happened outside? However, no one outside the door answered. Fisher's expression is completely solemn. He slowly took out a pistol from his body, cautiously walked to the window and looked out, but saw a deep red off-road pickup truck parked outside the Smallwood house, constantly emitting engine rumbling sound. Apart from this, there is nothing outside the Smallwood house. Yes, the guards guarding outside the Smallwood house are all disappeared. What the hell is happening? Fisher's expression is even more weird. He stared at the pickup outside the window, revealing a suspicious and solemn expression. If the enemy is in the pickup truck, the guards outside the Smallwood house will naturally attack the opponent. If the opponent is an friendly army, how can the guards outside the door disappear collectively? Just when Fisher was puzzled, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be some kind of cargo on the trunk of the pickup truck. Is that a black ball fixed to the top of the rear compartment in pitch black? This is the only thought in Fisher's heart, because in the next second, he suddenly heard two female exclamations behind him. The voice was not miserable, but was full of an incredible emotion. Fisher quickly turned around and looked behind him. However, there is nothing behind him. The two high-level White Embers disappeared under Fisher's eyelids. How is it possible? Fisher's eyes shrank, murmured in a low voice, and in the next second, he found an inexplicable burst from his lower body. Suddenly coolness. Fisher lowered his head subconsciously, but found that his lower body was disappearing continuously, and the speed of this disappearance was extremely fast. Only a blue light spread, and in an instant, most of Fisher's body was lost. And fly. The point is that he can still sense the existence of his body. Fisher was heart-startled. He didn't have time to do anything, but he only felt the blue light flashed in front of him. Then his eyes changed completely. from the previous small wood house to a dark and cold room. At this moment of time and space change, he was overwhelmed. Until then, he realized that it was not only himself, but there were dozens of people here. John, Jennifer, you guys. Fisher looked at everyone with dumbfounded eyes. At this moment everyone looked towards himself as if he had just disappeared. The two golden-haired girls and the guards outside the small wood house before. In a dimly lit room less than 100 square meters, it is densely packed. It brought us. Just when Fisher was dumbfounded and couldn't help but want to ask to understand everything, suddenly a man named Jennifer, the blonde woman, pointed at behind Fisher. Everyone said it was the one that sent us over, and I saw it with my own eyes. It sent out a blue light, and then you appeared. Following the answer of the blonde woman, Fisher quickly turned his head, but saw behind him, there was a pitch-black sphere about 1 meter in diameter. It's exactly the same as the black ball I saw on the pickup truck. This is not on land. At this moment, someone shouted again. The floor of the room is shaking slowly. Although it is very subtle, I can be sure, we are not on land, but on a boat. The words of that man awakened everyone, including Fisher. Everyone started looking for an exit in all directions, but except for one with the locked steel door. The entire room had no entrance or exit. At this time, Fisher has already taken the opportunity of everyone to panic. Pulling his most trusted subordinate and two golden-haired girls aside, he lowered his voice and asked, "Who knows what happened just now?" "What? Why did we suddenly appear here?" Everyone shook their head with a blank face, and then suddenly someone opened the mouth and said, "Obviously, we are here. We should be with that. It's about a pickup car." Everyone came to this ghost place after encountering the pickup car. Fisher was nodded and encouraged. "Right, I also found out now," as he pointed at the black ball that was surrounded by people not far away. "It's it." Just now, when I was observing the pickup, I found that there was such a thing on the back of the pickup. So, we are here still related to this black ball. The blonde woman suppressed the panic in her heart and asked quickly, "Then who knows this? What is a thing? Why can it transmit us from a place to here in an instant? And what is its purpose?" Gantz. It is at this moment, aside, the young man who had been silent suddenly said in a low voice, "I know what this black ball is. It's called Gantz." "What?" Fisher suddenly lit up. He fiercely clasped the shoulders of the youth as if grabbing a straw. "Albo, what did you say?" "This black ball. It's called Gantz." The youth showed his face the color of fear, whispered, "This is something that appears in a comic. It can transport humans at will, and transport humans to dangerous places to fight aliens. I can't believe this is true. Gantz really exists in the world. I can't believe it." Speaking of the end, the expression of the youth was already terrified. He broke free of Fisher and curled up into the corner of the room. "Damn, Orbo. What are you talking about?" Fisher only feels in the clouds and mists he hears. What comics? What Gantz? Has never touched after receiving such information. He has no idea what the other party is saying. He means, Gantz is a comic. At this moment, another man who looked very calm came over and Fisher knew he only knew that he was also one of the members of White Embers, but he could not be named. At this time, I only listened to this man calmly opened the mouth and said, "I have also read this niche manga, which was created in 2000 by a Japanese manga artist. It tells the story of a black ball continuously collecting humans before death, and gathering these people together to complete the tasks issued by the black ball. And the name of the black ball is Gantz." Super USB Chapter 340. Super USB Chapter 340. The time goes back to a few days ago. In the Spire experimental base, Chen Chen looked at the two black balls taken from the plane of Killing City again, revealing the color of pain. "The little electricity that I finally saved is now used up again." With the one taken earlier, Chen Chen already has 3 black balls in his hand. "We can only take black balls," Xiao X said a bit regretful. "After all, not at all in the movie Killing City, there are close-ups of Gantz satellites. We cannot ingest. Although we also got the satellite design, but want to come out of this satellite engraved is quite difficult. Indeed, without GANT's satellite cannot be transmitted over long distances. Chen Chen nodded. If there is a GANT's satellite as a relay station, the target can be transmitted to any designated location as long as it is within the signal radiation range of the GANT's server. If there is no GANT's satellite assistance, only point-to-point transmission can be performed, that is, the mutual transmission between two GANT's black balls. Of course, if you don't even have a GANT's server, then the GANT's black ball is a waste without any eggs. Thinking of this, Chen Chen lifts the head, looked towards the corner of the three laboratories. A spiral spire full of densely packed strange patterns is quietly parked there. This is the GANT's server manufactured by Xiao X, except for the size much smaller than the one that Chen Chen saw on the plane of Killing City. The rest is in appearance or pattern, and servers that are exactly the same. The artificial intelligence in this server is the X112 that has been transformed into e-language. Now everything is in place, only the east wind. Following the conversation between Chen Chen and Xiao X, suddenly three naked men walked in from outside the door, turned towards Chen Chen, nodded, and then turned around, moved towards three black balls. Moreover, as if there was an induction, three black balls suddenly made a caca, and two rows of display shelves suddenly spread out on both sides, exposing the internal gap. Viewed from the side Chen Chen, can be faintly seen that it is a seat, just a little smaller voids. Immediately, three naked men without the slightest hesitation got in and curled up in the narrow gap, and two rows of display stands suddenly closed. The whole teeth GANT's black ball curled again, perfectly spherical shape. Thekpu has entered, Little X reminded, and the black ball is indeed the human brain as the CPU. It may be the plane of Killing City the reason there is no strong artificial intelligence, so you want to bear the astronomical level operation when transferring material, only the human brain. After all, the human brain has about 100 billion neurons. Each neuron both are equivalent to a microprocessor, which is much stronger than computer transistors, and each neuron is connected to hundreds of nearby neurons. It is hundreds of times more complicated than the connection of computer transistors. Once borrowed by the black ball, can exert amazing computing power. So the brain is the most complex computer created by nature. Chen Chen nodded and said, "These people are you clones of people?" Xiao X replied, "Yes, it just so happens that the batch of clones in the T-virus experiment have brains, so they can act as the CPU of the black ball." Hearing this, Chen Chen once again looked towards GANT's server. Expression inspired the side of the road, so it began to enter the experimental process. Just make sure the experiment is successful. It means that we no longer limited by the transport level. You can lay out the world. The time has been pulled back a few days later. In the Gulf of Lion, France, a huge black ship anchored in the port, attracting the attention of countless tourists from the port. It is located in the Mediterranean area of Europe, while the Gulf of Lion is located on the southern coast of France, only 200 kilometers away from Switzerland. This huge black ship had been inspected by the authorities before and was able to anchor in the port. At this time, the huge black ship that had been parked overnight suddenly made a huge whistle and started to leave the port. Just like when it came, it didn't carry anyone when it left, as if it was out of tune with this world, just leaving alone. The name of this huge ship is Blacklight, the world's largest private cruise ship. And all people do not know is that this time the depths of the warehouse this cruise ship, being detained hundreds of people. What are you kidding about? What GANTs? What comics? What the hell are you talking about? In the dark and damp cargo warehouse of the cruise ship, there was a plump body, big 5 and 3 thick. The man's expression was distorted, and he was clutching another man. The expression of the man who was gripped was extremely cold. Even if he was tied around his neck, he was just laughed faintly. I have already explained it. If you still don't understand, then it is your problem. Then, I saw him slowly extend the hand, a grasp on the other side of the wrist. The next second, big and tall men's facial twitch, then complexion instantly from red to white, eyes flashed incredible expression. In his perception, the opponent's hand is like a pair of iron tongs. While clasping his wrist, a heart-piercing pain suddenly struck him, and he had to loosen his palm and release it. Opened the other party. Damn, let go. Ah. Let go, let go. But even so, the man's hand holding his wrist is still without letting go. The intense pain caused him to curl up subconsciously, unable to release even a trace of strength. Enough, you can let go. It's here at time. Fisher on the side came up and patted the man's shoulder. It's not clear now, we are not in a fight. The man is hearing this. Then he turned his head, plain after looking at Fisher. He released his palm. Suddenly, the 5'3" thin man quickly covered his wrist and quickly backed away, as if the man in front of him was a devil. This scene surprised many people. After all, compared to the strong man who is close to 2 meters tall and strong in stature, the man in front of him is only of medium build, and the muscles are not obvious, even some weight loss. Who would have thought that this ordinary figure contains such a powerful explosive force? Man, what is your name? Fisher, although secretly amazed, it is on the surface after all he is the leader of White Ember's organization, so just in a gesture of the host who said, "You are a member of the organization, do? Why have not I seen you in the White Embers? I'm just a nobody, that's all." The man shook the head, and didn't change his attitude at all because of Fisher's closeness. He just said, "My name is Stephen, Mr. Fisher." "Very well, Stephen, can you continue to tell us about the hell of the Gantz comic now?" Fisher doesn't seem to care about the coldness of the man at all. Attitude, but an expression of appreciation. "Please, if you insist." Stephen nodded, began to tell. The background of Gantz is in 1999, more than 20 years ago. The human government created this kind of black ball to select a super soldier to withstand the catastrophe that is about to emerge in the future. What, are you kidding? How could humans make this thing? But before they were finished, someone retorted again, and saw a young black man pointing away with an accented tone. "The black ball at the place. Who of you think that this kind of ghost can be made by humans? It can transport a person from land to a ship in an instant. Brother, are you kidding me?" "Okay, let's listen to Stephen's talk and then ask questions." "Okay." Fisher is frowned, a gloomy flashing through his expression. Facing this kind of unknown, even his leader's identity can't be overwhelmed. "I live in this group of people." But, just before he finished speaking, suddenly a whistle sound came from above his head. At the same time, there was a shock from the gloomy house. The sound of waves. Everyone was shocked. I don't know who said, "The boat is moving." Everyone suddenly panicked again, scattered round like crazy, looking for an exit. Everything is quiet. All calm down. The situation has not yet reached the worst. Fisher wants to continue to stabilize the military, but this group of people are not soldiers after all. Instead, it was a group of desperados licking blood with knife heads. At this time, almost no who obeyed his instructions. But in this chaos, the only thing Fisher was pleased was that the 2 blonde women and a few guards trained by one hand still followed him silently. Apart from this, that Stephen also stood there, as different as heaven and earth from the panicked crowd. "Stephen, do you have any guesses and suggestions for the present?" Fisher stared at the man's eyes, half bewildered and half forced. "Tell me if we can leave the survivors. I can pay you your lifetime reward, enough of money." "My guess is that some people learn technology in the comic book. The Black Ball copy of this technology come out. This leads to what's happening right now." Stephen showed a thoughtful look. "And didn't you notice it? When this ship was moving at this time, the tremor was much greater than that of the ship I usually took. To be small, it seems that only those giant cruise ships can show this effect at sea." "Cruise?" Fisher was taken aback for a moment, and then he seemed to realize something, and his eyes flashed. Had a touch of panic. _S cruise. Black light? Very likely. Stephen, hearing this, nodded, said solemnly, "We do not exactly in the company of Blackwatch." Shot? then should also be a normal thing to counter the other side of it. The only difference is that you seem not at all think of the other side of the counter is so fast. Impossible. Fisher shook the head and didn't dare to talk. We have killed the helmsman of this company. The other party's executives should be in a mess in an instant. How could they immediately counterattack? And how could they know that it was me? Impossible. Then I don't know. I can only draw such a guess. Stephen did not do anything at all. Intention to defend their views, just coldly smiled, turned and went to the corner of the room, silently break up. Although he was also arrested. But when he guessed that the other party might be the target, he was targeting blacklight technology, Fisher's heart was completely confused. Because this represented the other party and himself. This group of captured people has no room for reconciliation. This group of people, including themselves, is simply dead. Will it really be like this? Fisher murmured in a low voice. He looked towards all around the crowd in the exhausted bottom, only feeling the brain noisy, almost wanting to dig. Shooting shots killed all these people, but subconsciously touching his waist, he immediately realized that his gun had disappeared. He still remembered that before he was transported here, the gun was clearly in his hand. But at this time, let alone the gun, there was no metal item left. Does Blackwatch already have technology beyond the Earth Federation? There is still Stephen's analysis report in his ears, and a haze appears in Fisher's eyes. If it is true so, that person is likely to kill even their own. Are fake. From start to finish each other like cat and mouse as screw around with their own, just waiting for their own high-level contact. The white embers all backends are to catch everything in one net. Yes, the other party must have this purpose. Thinking of this, there is only a cold in Fisher's heart. However, just as everyone was screaming and their will collapsed, a sudden sound of music came out. That is a special kind of music. If you listen to it at ordinary times, it seems to be just a mediocre music, even the tone is as simple as a children's song, but at this time it matches the atmosphere of the crowd. But there is an indescribable abrupt and weird. I am a good mother of my mother, and I ran to Peter P. I can't urinate and urinate anywhere. A particularly civilized youth. Fuck the brothers. Ollie gives. LBW is awesome, LBW is awesome, LBW is awesome, LBW is awesome, LBW is awesome. What are you doing so loudly? Society shakes the crowds, only Dizzy. If you would rather look at me, then I will also look at Ning. Chinese, Japanese. There was a burst of weird music, and everyone who had been so noisy was completely quiet. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you with a dazed expression. Although I don't understand those weird words, but I can hear that it seems to be the language of Central Continent or Eastern Sea Continent. Just when everyone was puzzled, a line of English fonts suddenly appeared on the surface of the black ball. Your life is over. How to use your new life is my freedom. That's it. In the crowd, Stephen, who has been standing silently in the distance, observing everything coldly, shrank suddenly, and murmured, "Sure enough, it's the opening of Haikyuu, but the font is changed from Japanese to English." When I saw this line of fonts, everyone was in an uproar, some begging for mercy, some scolding, and even more crazy. He rushed up and kept hitting the black ball. It's just that no matter how you play, you can't leave a trace on this perfectly round black ball. Seeing this scene, including Fisher, some secretly vigilant people became more convinced that this is a high-tech method far beyond the Earth Federation. But how long does this line of words not at all last? Because the font only appeared for 30 seconds before disappearing again, and at the same time, a funny and weird picture suddenly appeared on the screen of the black ball puppet face. With the appearance of the human face, a deep and heavy voice followed. I want to play a game with you. Super US Speak Chapter 341. Super US Speak Chapter 341. The name of Chainsaw is known to everyone even though it is located in the Middle Continent region across the Earth, let alone Europe, which is connected to North American culture. As this familiar and strange puppet face emerged from the black ball, many people subconsciously stepped back away from the black ball in front of them. This is a warning of danger. At the same time, The puppets in the black ball also opened their simple mouths, and a gloomy and hoarse electronic sound slowly sounded. Everyone, the Organization of White Ember's members, I want to play a game with you. This voice is almost the same as the Jigsaw in Chainsaw. My name is Gantz. As some of you here said, I come from a combination of comics and movies. You can call me Gantz. I can also be referred to as for short. Of course, I personally prefer the name Gantz. You kidnapped us here. Sound issue of the black ball. A few people began to came back to his senses. One by one they rushed forward. As said, let us go fast. You want to do. However, these people were eventually stopped by the people on the side. Don't be impulsive. Listen to him, man. For a while, these talents once again eased from the excitement of the crowd. Very well. It seems that some people have calmed down from their hot-headed state. On the black ball, the weird puppet laughed lowly. Very good. I like people who can think, because as long as they are not too bad luck, they often live to the end. After all, the first ones to die are those who like to be hot-headed. With the black ball everyone quarreled loudly again. Wait, what do you mean by living to the end? Do you want to kill us? Seeing this, Fisher's expression on the side turned behind him. Several people winked, and then he walked directly in front of the crowd, loudly said, now we are being held here, the only way to save ourselves is to calm down. Say, listen. Several people ordered by Fisher also walked to Fisher and blocked everyone. Frightened by Fisher's leader status, everyone was suppressed once again. Haikyuu ignored everyone's quarrel, but spoke again indifferently. Maybe you have not figured out the situation, but I suggest you still listen carefully, because every word I said next, it's all about your life and death. Just listen to Haikyuu slowly said, except for some mercenaries and killers. Most of your people come from environmental protection organizations. Voluntary Extinction Organization is the most. You take the protection of the earth as your own responsibility, and under the banner of returning the earth to nature, you continue to bewitch others to stop reproducing, and you wrap yourself in all true as the good name of life. But I think that both human beings and other lives are essentially egoism. The meaning of life is to continue. And the most fundamental means of continuation of life is to collect energy from the outside world. This is an essential self-interested behavior. This is true for all life, without any exception. The two people around Fisher, the blonde woman, subconsciously wanted to refute, but Haikyuu continued to speak. I know that in your sociology books, you have mentioned that humans are the only creatures with altruistic behavior. The low-level creatures are like wildebeests. They are 10 times and 100 times larger than predators, but they can only be reduced to prey and cannot turn over for countless years. Humans are different. Starting from the era of the apes, humans will help each other. Even the highest predators dare not rush to attack the orangutan tribe, because they know that attacking a Homo sapiens will cause all the crowds to attack. This group of standing monkeys is not like a wildebeest. Coax and disperse. The reason why humans are more able to help each other and face danger than those herbivores is because the brain has evolved a special empathy mechanism during this period. This mechanism can make people feel compassionate towards their companions who are in crisis and difficulties, and help them. Haikyuu continued to state, so textbooks always explain that human society there are obvious altruistic behaviors. This is because altruistic behaviors are definitely beneficial to the entire population. If members help each other and resist the crisis together, the ethnic group will become stronger. When everyone heard looking thoughtful, the black ball's voice suddenly changed and he said in a low voice, but, all of this is an illusion. Everyone suddenly changed their face. I know that many public figures like to do charity, and the same is true for ordinary persons. After helping people in trouble, it is easy to get positive feedback, that is, thanks and rewards from others. This kind of behavior will be enhanced by genes, and the human brain will also mutate to the pleasure of being thanked. Therefore, what makes us happy is not helping others, but giving the reaction of others to you after a helping hand. However, if you give someone a helping hand, that person will react coldly to you. Even frigid irony and scorching satire, then the emotions generated by your brain, it's not pleasure, but anger. Hey, therefore, any seemingly altruistic behavior among humans is actually an egoistic behavior, even it is charity, and it is to gain social recognition. It is ultimately for the purpose of self-interest. Hearing Heike's words, everyone exploded again. Some people loudly rebuked this as sophistry, but some couldn't help but show the expression of thinking. The black ball does not at all explain, but the voice is lower. I know that many people don't want to agree with my point of view, so I want to play a game with you, a test of humans' self-interested behavior, a game with altruism. The rules of the game are like this. In 5 days, you will be sent to a small and empty island. Go up. As he said, the picture on the black ball flashed and turned into a distant view of an unknown island on the sea. I saw that this small island is full of lush and green jungles, surrounded by golden yellow beaches, and deep in the island is a small hill, covered by trees. Still faint, see the river flowing on the island. This island, named Gantz Island by me, has an area of about 35 square kilometers, which is about the area of an island map of Dangerland Survival, and this unknown little there are at least thousands of islands in the Atlantic Ocean. But don't worry, I'm sending you here, not because you want you to kill each other like a game. It's a kind of tasteless things. All the players will land on the island in 5 days. I will give you a group of players a contact device. Not only can the contact device check everyone's location, but each contact device has an electronic password figure. The purpose of this decoding map is to turn on the signal tower on the island. The black ball began to explain the rules. On this black light island above, there are a total of 200 signal towers, evenly distributed in every corner of the island, and you only need to find one of the signal towers, and you can light them with the electronic code map in your hand. Each picture can only light up one signal tower once, but what I want to warn about is that this picture has a special curse. Once you use it to light the signal tower, it will cause you to be contaminated with this name, the Curse of Filthy. Curse? There was a hint of unbelief on many people's faces. This is a special kind of curse. Haikyuu explained. After being infected with the curse, the players will be turned into ashes in 1 day, and their deaths are extremely miserable. There is only one way to stop it, and that is the top of the hill in the middle of the island. On the top of the island, there is a safety sector covered by a metal statue, where the curse cannot spread. Of course, the safety sector can only prevent the spread of the curse, but it cannot completely eradicate the curse. If the player leaves the scope of the safety sector, the curse will continue. Hearing this, everyone's face changed again. Of course, if the player wants to win, it's actually not difficult. Highball ignored the increasingly ugly faces of everyone, but continued. Island, there are only 200 signal towers in total. As long as all the signal towers are lit, those players who do not use the communication device can leave the island safely. Wait. At this moment, someone finally couldn't help it. An aquiline-nosed middle-aged man came up and asked loudly, then those who light up the signal tower, they can't leave. Is it an island? No, because they have been infected with a curse. This curse can only be relieved in the safety sector of the island. Once they leave the safety sector, they will all die within 1 day. Haikyuu answered decisively. What the hell is this shit rule? Hearing this, everyone is frying again. After all, there are a few people in this world who are willing to sacrifice themselves and let others willingly people leave. This is what you call altruistic behavior. Heard the people frying the pan, but Haikyuu is still calm. You have a total of 550 people. As long as 200 people are sacrificed, the remaining 350 people can be survived. This is a good deal, isn't it? Apart from this, the environment on the island is also very rich. There are countless seafood on the beach, and countless wild fruits in the mountains and forests. These foods can be eaten. The only downside is that there are 5 special residents on the island. Special residents. Everyone was shocked again, and there was a vaguely bad association. I saw another flash on the black ball, and a man with pale skin wearing a black windbreaker appeared on the screen. This man has almost no expression, but the muscles on his body are so developed, Even if he wears a trench coat, he cannot hide the perfect line. Tyrant, tyrant, impossible. The monster in Resident Evil. See here, the crowd exclaimed again, and countless people questioned loudly. These 5 residents have very bad tempers. They are very hostile to outsiders. As long as they see you, they will quickly launch the most exhausting pursuit. Please trust me. In the case of hot weapons, even a team of 100 people cannot beat it in hand-to-hand combat. Haikyuu said quietly, the only good news is that these 5 aborigines can only kill one person and they will stop. They randomly wander around all corners of the island. Only the safety sector on the top of the mountain will not take a half step. At this time, everyone has completely confused. Fisher asked a few of his men to protect themselves, squeeze in front of the black ball, and suddenly asked, Mr. Gantz, I want to ask, is there a time limit for this game? Not at all. Even if it takes you a year to light up all the signal towers, it is considered that you have completed the task. But, Haikyuu said, suddenly laughed lowly, I almost forgot. There is a rule I didn't tell you. That is, if the player who lights the signal tower dies, no matter how he died, the signal tower he lights up will fail, and the next contactor is needed to light it. What? Everyone was wailing again, and Fisher was even more. Eyes shrank. He immediately thought of this. In order to ensure that the illuminated signal tower does not, if it is extinguished, it must be ensured that all the people who light up the signal tower are alive. That is, they must be located in the safety sector. Those who are not cursed must provide food for this group of people, at least provide them with enough food before all the signal towers are lit to prevent them from starving to death and causing the signal tower to fail. What if we snatch someone else's contact device to light the signal tower? At this moment, another man asked, harboring malicious intentions in the words others frowned frequently. It doesn't make any sense. However, the black ball was replied, even if the player snatches someone else's communication device to light the signal tower, the player is still infected with the curse, and it is not the owner of the contact device that is infected with the curse, but the player who loses the contact device will first become the target of the 5 aboriginal people on the island and hunt them all the way until the player is killed or the player escapes to the safety sector. Hearing this, Fisher felt cold again, because this basically prevented a person from self-sacrifice and used dozens of communication devices to light up those signal towers. Because not only the people who light the signal tower will die, but those who donate the communication device will also be in danger of being chased by the tyrant. This is all the rules of the game. 5 days later. At this time, the black ball reopened the mouth and said, this is unselfish behavior, a game of competing with altruistic behavior. As everyone who believes in altruistic behavior, will you let others sacrifice, curl up behind the hero, and become an egoist that you hate? Or speaking of plucking up the courage to explore all the truths of altruism at the expense of your life? Everyone, you will be tested, your will be tested, and what no one says is inherently truth. If you want to make it the truth, you can only practice it continuously. It is life or death. You have the right to choose by yourself. With the words of the black ball, the entire huge black light ship has begun. Riding the wind and waves, moved towards the exit of the Mediterranean Sea and sailed away. Looking from the back of the black light, I only saw the end of the sea level. A red sunset has filled the sky, reflecting the entire black light into a huge blood-filled ship. Super US Speak Chapter 342. Super US Speak Chapter 342. 5 days later. Somewhere on the high seas of the Atlantic Sea territory, a huge black ship that has already deviated thousands of kilometers from its course is slowly wandering in the endless ocean. In the upper head of the cruise ship, the silhouette of an island faintly flashes. That is the goal of the cruise, Gantz Island. However, when about 30 kilometers away from the island, a black helicopter slowly lifted off on the cruise ship. At the same time, a metal strip in the shape of a spire was hoisted from the bottom. One step moved towards Gantz Island and flew away. Compared with cruise ships, this helicopter is obviously as small as an ant. but if you compare it with the metal in the shape of a minaret, you can realize how huge this helicopter is. Obviously, that spire is the Gantz server, a huge metal building weighing 10 tons and taller than 10 meters, but at the bottom of the upgrade, it's just a small that's all. The helicopter transporting Gantz servers is the only one Mi-26 transport aircraft from Terra Strategic Resources, a subsidiary of Blacklight Technology. This is a super helicopter with a length of 315 meters and a load comparable to 2 Chinooks. It is comparable in size to a Boeing 737 and can carry up to 80 fully armed war section teams. Inside the helicopter, Samuel and 20 researchers in white coats were full of complicated faces, staring at the lush and green island outside the window. Among these researchers, including Samuel, there are only 3 professors, and the rest are professor assistant level researchers. These people were originally a group of new researchers with great potential recruited by Blacklight Technology from high salaries from various countries. Because of this experiment, Blacklight Technology has made heavy promises and even signed secret agreements. If this experiment is successful, this group of people can become the core of the company and become the mainstay of Blacklight Technology, even get the qualifications to join God's restricted zone. Of course, if the experiment fails, Blacklight Technology will also provide a large amount of pensions to their families. In these days, Samuel felt a little uneasy. Although Chen Chen arrested hundreds of members of the organization named White Embers with amazing efficiency and successfully rescued them, I made my daughter sigh in relief completely, but what followed was a deep fear. We haven't seen it in a few years. The technology of God's Forbidden Zone has developed to such a strong level that Samuel feels that the other party is even strong enough to unify the whole world. The experiment is still extremely cautious, even. I was so cautious that I did not dare to let my top scientists participate, but let my second-line scientists come to pave the way. From this we can see how dangerous this experiment is. It's all here. We should also know the content of this experiment within the body. Right. Just when Samuel was upset, another professor next to him who was in charge of the experiment suddenly spoke. This is a German sociology professor who just heard him say, "What are the Blacklight high-level technology executives doing?" Let alone the young men behind, the 3 of us, as experimental chief in charge, don't even know the content of the experiment. This is a bit too much. The last supervisor also followed to help. Adenauer is right. Even if we are not the core researcher of Blacklight Technology, we should reveal something now. What kind of experiment will it be? We need a biologist, a sociologist and me as a psychologist to participate together. Samuel looked towards the last person, the last professor named Erickson. It is a British psychology professor, plus Adenauer next to him. The 3 of them are the experimental professors on this trip, responsible for the operation of the entire project. Everyone, please don't be impatient. Just when everyone was dissatisfied, a teenager who had been sitting in the crowd suddenly stood up. I walked to the crowd nervously, opened the mouth and said in unskilled English, "I will explain this experiment to you." This teenager is about 1516 years old. His appearance was full of feminine beauty. He said, "I introduce myself, and my name is Yeshen Temple. In this experimental project, I am an experimental consultant. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Everyone couldn't help being frowned when they saw this young man who appeared suddenly. Among them, the psychologist Erickson was questioning. The look in his eyes asked, "Are you from Central Continent? It seems that you are not an adult yet." "Maybe it is because I have experience with this experiment." Yeshen the Temple exhaled, as if recalling something. The expressions became paler. It is a desperate world that is as deep as hell and more terrifying than death. In fact, if I can, I would rather never touch these for the rest of my life. But it is a pity, my ability does not allow me to shrink. "Brat, what the hell are you talking about?" The German professor Adenauer frowns, saying on the side, "Here is it's not the place where you lived. You said you were a consultant on this trip. Is there evidence? Is this evidence?" Yeshen Temple hearing this, Simply taking out a Rubik's Cube, he pressed one of the buttons and placed it in front of the crowd. Suddenly, the Rubik's Cube shot out several rays of light. These rays merged in midair and finally formed Chen Chen's silhouette. "Mr. Chen, boss, boss." The three hurriedly nodded and said hurriedly, "Professor Samuel, Professor Adenauer, Professor Erickson, and the professors and assistants of this experiment, what you see now is a video message from me." On the clear picture, Chen Chen expression is indifferent. "I want to remind everyone that this young man named Yeshen Temple in front of you is very important to this experiment. All of you, if you don't understand, it's best to ask him more, because if you conduct this experiment alone, the mortality rate is 50%, but with the help of Yeshen Temple, your mortality rate can be reduced to less than 30%. "What? Such a high mortality rate?" Hearing this, everyone's complexion changed one after another. The 30% mortality rate is close to 1/3. This kind of experiment, as it cannot be described as dangerous, because even if it is the defeated side of modern warfare, the casualty rate rarely exceeds 5%. However, it is clear that Chen Chen is just a video. I can't hear everyone's surprise. I saw him continue to say, "But don't worry, you are all elites of blacklight technology." Agreement. Even if you die in this experiment, your family can get a pension of more than 7 figures. Even more, how if the experiment is successful, everyone in this room can have a greater future, and even join the core of our company. Organize. What? Everyone was even more surprised when this word came out. Several people even stood up subconsciously. The consortium-like organization of God's Forbidden Zone has long become confusing as more and more people know it. Although it is far from being a household name like Freemasonry, it is within the blacklight technology. The name God Forbidden Zone is no longer a taboo, but a belief, because many people know that only the top rich and powerful people in Europe and the United States can join this organization, and once you enter this organization, you can get great benefits, lifespan, rights, money. Everything. Super USB Chapter 343. Super USB Chapter 343. After Chen Chen promised, everyone's restless heart was finally settled. And even the group of newcomer researchers gritted their teeth secretly and decided to put it together. After all, when the agreement was signed, there was a strong relationship written in the contract, and this group of people had been psychologically prepared. When everyone was discussing, the helicopter also flew to Gantz Island, but the helicopter not at all flew straight to the hill in the center of the island, but stopped at the edge of the coast and began to lower the altitude. Where are we? Everyone looked out the window with some doubts, but at this moment, they suddenly felt a strong wind pressure behind them, and the propellers. The noise has also become louder. Everyone quickly put on their hats and blocked the continuous influx of wind with their hands. At some point, the cargo door behind him opened. In the cargo warehouse on the lower level of the engine room, there are 5 huge metal containers. Each container is 4 meters long and 2 meters wide, and is shaped like 5 huge coffins. Some reminders flash. At this time, the light on one of the containers suddenly changed from green to red. At the same time, only a snorted sound was heard. Somewhere seemed to be actively disconnected. The next second, the container was directly along the slide rail. Fell from a height of more than 30 meters. Bang! Everyone in the cabin only heard a muffled noise. But before they could see what was thrown down, the helicopter set off again, moved towards another, flew in one direction. After the helicopter flew far, it seemed that it was specially designed. The container that fell on the ground was nailed to the ground in a vertical shape, and more red lights began to flash on it. As more and more red lights are lit, the cracks in the container also start to spray one after another white steam. At the end, just listen to the bang with a sound. The front cover of the container suddenly exploded and flew directly out of 10 meters. If anyone sees it at this time, they will find that inside this container, which stands upright like a coffin, stands a taller than 3 meters and 5 meters tall and is comparable to a world heavyweight boxer. Giant. With the opening of the front cover of the container, The white-skinned giant in a trench coat walked out slowly from the inside, only to see it began to stretch its body, and at the same time it made a pleasant roar. The M-26 helicopter lowered a total of 5 containers, then turned the nose, moved towards the top of Gantz Island and flew away. After 10 minutes, Gantz server is placed in the top part, but also everyone together under down. That's it. Yeshen Temple took a look at the statue with a complicated expression, and then moved towards all directions, looking out. The whole island is lush and green, but the only area on the top of the mountain is bare, without any trees. The plants here have been cleaned up by blacklight technology. Where is it? Is it possible that we are experimenting here? Adina spread his hands and asked Yeshen Temple, I don't think it can be perform any experiment. Of course it's not here, but underground. Yeshen Temple pointed at his feet. Everyone subconsciously looked towards their feet, but at this moment, there was a sudden metal rubbing sound in a clearing in front of them, and at the same time, a deep hole about 3 meters in diameter appeared in the clearing. In a few hours, 550 subjects will appear on this island, and all we have to do is observe them in the dark. Now come with me. Speaking, Yeshen Temple beckoned and let a group of people walk into the cave behind him. Up to this point all the talent found that not only did not the slightest bit dark inside the cave, but brightly lit, and on both sides of the foot of the stairs are crafted from silver white alloy made, full of high-tech laboratories style. This laboratory was temporarily constructed by blacklight technology. It is 20 meters deep underground. It is divided into 3 floors and 1,200 square meters. The temple walked down and said, the top floor is the staff lounge, the second floor is the restaurant and recreation room, and the bottom floor is our laboratory. Speaking, several people have already left. At the entrance of the laboratory, 2 signs were posted on the door of the laboratory. Everyone subconsciously moved towards the signs, but they started all one after another. These are 2 warning signs that no one has seen before. Generally speaking, any laboratory worldwide should adopt the International Organization for Standardization ISO regulating the design of species identification card, because it is an international standard, globally consistent, blind any knowledge of things that do not exist. But the sign in front of you is truly unprecedented. One of them is red and the other is yellow. I saw 3 lowercase letters on the first red sign, and 3 E's circled the city around the middle. It is 2 arcs, forming a radial annular structure like a flag as nuclear radiation. Below the icon is a line of letters, info hazard, information hazards. On the other yellow sign, there is a circular staircase pattern. Originally, this picture is not at all, but the key is that this circular staircase is straight down. Every time it turns, the staircase will continue downward, but the last section is different from the first section. The stairs are connected strangely, forming an endless loop. This is a staircase drawn by visual paradoxes. Impossible exists in reality. The letter below this icon is cognito hazard. Cognitive hazard. According to the precautions of international standards, red stands for prohibition, stop, fire and danger, while yellow stands for attention and warning. That is to say, these 2 signs both represent danger and warning brand now. In other words, this underground laboratory is a very dangerous laboratory. What do these signs mean? Looking at the 2 signs in front of him, Erickson frowned, and asked the Yeshen Temple standing in the front, is this a kind of hypnotic laboratory? However, Yeshen Temple not at all answered directly, but instead asked, Mr. Erickson, I heard that you are an excellent psychologist. Have you ever heard that there is a message that can kill people in the world? You mean Black Friday music? Erickson casually said, the world can indeed people in a particular psychological environment, human-induced suicide, self-mutilation and other acts. You can define it as a hypnotic, but they are not 100% effective. The person who can be affected is not only weak in willpower, but also must have specific psychological trauma, so that the other party's psychological trauma can be stimulated with music such as forbidden music. What you said is very good, but unfortunately, World banned music like Black Friday does not belong to any of the above two hazards. Yeshen Temple said solemnly, really information that can kill people does not need to be attacked from human psychological loopholes, because this information itself can kill people, and they are the most lethal weapons in the world. Are you kidding? Erickson sneered, I never knew there was any killer information in this world. Even if it did, how would they kill me? Did they blow my head with a gun? Yeshen Temple does not refute, just shook the head, pressed the palm of the hand on the identity verifier next to the gate, and whispered, soon you will understand. Speaking, the door of the laboratory slowly opened. Super US Speak Chapter 344. Super US Speak Chapter 344. Dong. On the ceiling above, a rays of light suddenly lit up. It was the cruise ship's manager who opened the top door of the cargo warehouse. Originally feeble people lying on the cold ground, this time to see the light lit, suddenly stood up reflexively, as if Sigui reborn as he went underneath the light. Even if the eye to withstand sudden the light must also be super high. Hurry up. Do you want to be smashed to death? Besides, someone pulled the man who rushed too far, pulling them to the light. Besides, in the next second, with only a bang, a huge cardboard box was thrown down and fell on the cold floor. However, this group of people had no time to pounce on, and a few more huge cardboard boxes were thrown down. These cardboard boxes were stacked on top of each other and even crushed the cartons below, and suddenly the items inside were splashed. One place. That is a grain of food. However, the forward-throwing people didn't care about it at all. They just rushed to the carton like a hungry wolf, quickly picked up 2 meals. And then the gay guy who retreated to the side ate it. The people behind are even more eager to snatch their own meal. Looking at the crowd in front of the crowd, Fisher, who had been sitting in the corner, flashed a gloomy eye. Once upon a time, he actually fell to this point. Mr. Fisher, this is your meal. Soon, the die-hard men brought a few boxes of meals, and put the best preserved ones in front of Fisher. Mr. Fisher, eat while it's hot. Thank you. Fisher put away the gloom in his eyes, and laughed to the attentive man who thanked him. Then he picked up the food on the ground and took a couple of mouthfuls at will. Fortunately, although my group of people were caught, but the other party seemed to not at all have the habit of torturing themselves and the others. Every meal was taken care of, and there were even big fish and meat served. So, if this were not the case, it is estimated that someone has starved to death these days. The 2 blonde women on the side also received the same treatment. They waited for Fisher to choose the lunchbox before choosing the lunchbox. They ate silently, completely ignoring the stench in the warehouse. These days, Fisher and the group almost eat, drink, shit and piss in this huge warehouse. Although there is a temporary toilet in the corner of the warehouse, it is just in the dry toilet. If it weren't often sprayed with disinfectant on the top, I'm afraid this group of people has already suffered from various diseases. At this time, this group of people has an illusion that they seem to have returned to the dark Middle Ages. Became a black slave, and at this time, I was riding a black slave ship to the unknown continent. Even several people could not bear this desperate atmosphere. I hit the wall and committed suicide. Although the remaining people persisted, everyone's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and the expression gradually went crazy. Only the last rice fuck that hit the camel. How many days has it been? In this desperate and depressive atmosphere, Fisher in the corner suddenly opened the mouth and said, how many days have we been locked up here? It may have been more than 10 days. Or even I think a month has passed. The blonde woman Jennifer on the side whispered, Fisher, you say are they really not trying to kill us? I can't hold on anymore. Me too. Another blonde woman also started sobbing, I want to go home, although I know we need to pay a huge price to achieve our dream, but the price to pay is too great. I might even die. Woo woo woo. But she didn't have time to cry. Jennifer on the side covered her mouth, and even Fisher and some of Fisher's men subconsciously looked at all around. I saw the entire warehouse. All around, many people are like hungry wolves, staring here. Strictly speaking, staring at these two blonde women. At this moment, even Fisher can't help but sweat all over. It was almost impossible to suppress this group of people. But at this moment, a sudden but familiar music rang again. Everyone turned their heads in a flash, but saw that the one in the middle of the warehouse had been silent for a long time. There was movement from the black sphere again. I saw the shiny gleam of the spherical surface, the funny puppet face protruding, and at the same time with a low and strange smile, "I am very happy again seeing you. I believe you have thought of a lot of countermeasures in the past 5 days, so now is the time for you to practice. So, now, the game begins." Haikyuu ignored the second question from the crowd and directly announced the order to open the game. Fisher rushed forward and wanted to ask something, but suddenly he felt his body heat up. It's like being exposed to the sun. He looked down subconsciously, but saw that his belly was disappearing out of thin air. Fisher heart startled, but the next second I found that I didn't feel the slightest pain. Not only that, there was a blue rays of light at the disappearing body part. The rays of light kept moving towards the upper and lower ends of the body, spreading extremely fast, but within 3 or 4 seconds, Fisher disappeared out of thin air amidst the exclamation and dumbfounded voice of everyone. Sure enough, this is the method of transmitting the animation Gantz, and we are being transmitted. I don't know who yelled in the crowd. In the next second, many people discovered that this kind of sight appeared in their bodies. One by one, amidst wailing and exclamation, slowly disappeared into the air. When Fisher opened his eyes again, he found that his eyes were dazzling. He must use his arms to protect his eyes, otherwise the strong light would cause him blind. Where am I? Am I outside? Even though he covered his eyes, Fisher still instantly felt that he had come to the outside world from the dark and damp cargo warehouse of the cruise ship, and his feet were hot and soft. It felt like a beach. There is the sound of ocean waves in the ears, and the smell in the nose is no longer the foul smell, but a strong smell of sea, although this smell is not very good. But compared to the past, this time he felt that he was already in heaven. While he covered his eyes, there was a burst of exclamation and crying beside him. Obviously, many people have also arrived here. This point makes Fisher even more certain. George, where are you? Fuck, I came out of that damned place? Am I dreaming? Thank God. The sound in my ears is getting noisier and louder, filled with the joy of avoided a catastrophe. Just at this moment, Fisher also heard the voice of his subordinates shouting to himself. He raised his head quickly, but found that his eyes gradually adjusted to the light from the outside. It was not until then that Fisher didn't see it. Sure enough, a group of people appeared on a beach. Up ahead was a lush and green island, with the borders of the islands invisible, and a vast ocean behind them. But there was only a few kilometers away from the coast. But there was a ship. The huge ship that is incomparable is stopping there quietly, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, and you can faintly see a few seagulls hovering on top of the cruise ship. There are a few more on the huge ship. Big characters, black light. Sure enough, all these are the means of the Black Watch Company. Seeing this, Fisher's heart became even colder. But now is not the time to think about this. He just wanted to walk to his hands, but he felt that there was something in his pocket. Fisher subconsciously drew into his pocket, but take out a palm-size long strip device from his pocket. The shape of this device is like a hell-like handheld game console. Fisher subconsciously flips the top cover. I immediately saw a small LCD screen, and on the screen, there was a large area of densely packed blue dots. These blue dots overlapped together, and in the center was a small green click. Fisher clicked on the screen, and the map on the screen automatically zoomed in and turned into an irregular circular island shape. All around is blue water. Obviously, this is an island. In addition to the terrain markings, there are many blue signal tower-like signs on the island. These signs are scattered throughout the island. Seeing this, Fisher immediately understood. This is the signal tower in the mouth of Gantz. The device in his hand is nothing else. It is the one piece of communication equipment for each person mentioned by the Black Ball. This kind of contactor can not only check the location of everyone, but also has an electronic password map stored in each contactor. This is Gantz's original words at the time. These words have long been deeply embedded in Fisher's mind like genes. There are 5 special residents on the island, and these 5 residents have very bad tempers. Believe me, without a heat weapon, even a team of 100 people cannot defeat it. Suddenly, this flashed in Fisher's mind. He looked at all around, only to find that almost everyone had gathered on this beach at this time. Something seems to have been thought of. Fisher can no longer take care of anything, and quickly ran under one of his hands, letting the other person follow him, and then start to gather his remaining subordinates. It took about 10 minutes. And a group of 8 people including 2 blonde women gathered together again. Mr. Fisher, what should we do next? Jennifer, the blonde woman on the side, asked in a low voice. We are now going to mobilize this group of people to establish leadership. Is it? No, we will withdraw there immediately. Fisher looked all around, then pointed to the shore. Don't ask why. Anyway, let's retreat to the sea and hide behind most of the people. Although they didn't quite understand, everyone still faithfully implemented Fisher's orders, and the group of 8 quickly retreated to the beach and stood there in the sea. At this moment, deep in the jungle at the end of the beach, a weird roar suddenly came out. The sound was so loud that it even suppressed the sound of ocean waves. It's a special kind of roar, a bit like humans, but without any human rationality, more like some kind of unheard of wild beast's roar. What is that? Jennifer subconsciously looked towards Fisher, only to find that Fisher was staring at the depths of the jungle where the sound came from. His expressions were extremely solemn. At this time, many people also noticed the sound. Some people realized that it was wrong and moved slowly towards the back of the crowd, while another group of bolder people moved towards the depths of the jungle on both sides ran away. But, in full view, a sturdy man just ran to the edge of the jungle. Suddenly, a big pale hand suddenly stretched out and grasped the man's head. It is a huge and pale hand, but one palm is nearly half a meter long, and the palm is covered with sharp and slender nails. At this time, it is just a light grip, directly pierced the man's chest and back. This man only had time to let out a scream. His spine and internal organs were completely broken, he vomited and diarrhea, and spewed a lot of blood. This scene was seen by everyone on the beach, and many people showed incredible expressions. Damn it, what is that? That's a tyrant. It's the monster in Resident Evil. Damn it, it's not is the monster in the game. How can it appear in reality? Everyone exclaimed, and many people began to collapse. However, the owner of that huge palm seemed not at all interested in showing up. After squeezing the bad luck egg in his hand, he slowly withdrew his hand and returned to the darkness of the jungle. This scene made everyone on the beach wailing. Seeing that everyone around him was a little uneasy, Fisher reminded him in a low voice, "Don't worry. Do you remember what Paul Gantz said? This kind of monster only kills one person at a time. In other words, even if all 5 people come here, only 5 people will be killed at once. Then can we try to kill these monsters?" One of them, the man, could not help asking. "If we live on the island for a while and make some weapons, we may still have a chance." Fisher shook the head. "But now, just rely on that with the strength and size of the monster, we are impossible to be its opponent." Then everyone fell silent. At this time, although some people died at the hands of the tyrant at first, there were still many bolder people who ran into the jungle. Seeing this, Fisher reminded again, "Well, the danger is already descending to the lowest level. Now we leave here and head straight towards the top of the island in the center of the island. Understand?" The entire group quickly escaped from the nervous crowd, moved towards deep jungle run everywhere. While running into the jungle, everyone felt that their eyes were dark again, and a damp and musty smell followed, and at the same time it suppressed the smell of the ocean, and once again thought of a certain part of the jungle. There are 5 terrifying monsters hidden, and everyone has one's hair stand on end. But in the past 5 days, many people with stronger mentality have been mentally prepared. At this time, even though the danger lurks on every side, everyone still did not flinch and moved towards the depths of the jungle. Soon, After traveling a distance of 500–600 meters, everyone saw a 5-meter high in an open space, like an iron pagoda, like a high-voltage electric tower. And at the top of the iron pagoda, there is a white illuminator, but at this time it is off. At the same time when they saw this tower, everyone's eyes lit up. Obviously, this tower is everyone's hope for survival. According to what Heike Gantz said, you only need to light it up with the contact device in your hand, and after lighting up the 200 signal towers of the entire island, you have completed the game. Leave the island. Super US Speak Chapter 345. Super US Speak Chapter 345. A group of 8 people shuttled through the silent jungle. Because of the denseness, there was almost no sunlight in the depths of the jungle. A damp and corrupt breath assaults the senses and was contaminated by moist water vapor. Physically, everyone feels physically moist. Because the jungle is too dense, it is almost difficult to move forward. It is necessary to alternately use wooden sticks and other tools to open the road ahead, while Fisher led Jennifer and followed behind him. On the road, there was only the rustle of the body moving across the leaves, and the silent and depressed breathing of everyone. Moreover, everyone will lose their way from time to time, and someone needs to climb higher to find the target on the top of the mountain again. Will someone really sacrifice themselves to light up those signal towers? As the team's fatigue becomes stronger and the marching speed slows down, a blonde woman suddenly whispered, "There are 200 signal towers in the entire island, so 200 people are needed to sacrifice themselves. Will there really be that many people who will sacrifice themselves to save us?" Hearing this sentence, everyone in the team was startled, and their pace slowed down unconsciously. More than 500 people must sacrifice 200 people, and one person is not enough. No matter how you look at it, this is a difficult task, even an impossible challenge. In any case, our first step is definitely to enter the safety sector. Fisher frowned, lowered his voice, and said with a volume that only a few people around can hear, "Although I don't understand that what is the curse in Gantz's mouth, but in any case, it is something that needs to be considered later. What we have to do now is to rush into the safety sector, first stand in safety, and then consider the rest." You are right. Jennifer, another blonde woman, also lowered her voice. In any case, only in the safety sector can real safety be achieved. Otherwise, the monster will stare at us at any time, and once we stare at it, we have almost no hope of escape. Everyone was hearing this suddenly, although they didn't see the whole picture of the monster. But just relying on the giant pale hand before, it has deeply defeated most people's resistance and left a strong mark in their minds. Will Gantz's curse be a special kind of poison chi? As long as our contactor lights up the signal tower, it will release the poison chi. Just when everyone was silent, a questioning sound suddenly came from the side. Fisher looked to his side, but saw that he was a thin young man who had followed him not long ago. The young man's name was John, who originally did not belong to Fisher's bodyguard, but a hacker. He was prepared by Fisher to deal with Blackwatch with no opportunity network surveillance. At this time, the young man named John was fiddling with the communicator in his hand, seeming to want to crack some clues. It may also be some kind of virus. Fisher thought for a while, said solemnly, "Don't forget, Blackwatch is a biotechnology company. They can even leading the world in the development of a vaccine for the blacklight virus. Whether or not the blacklight virus is deliberately spread by their company, it can indicate that this company has a federal top level in biology. If they really develop a vaccine that will cause systemicization if they are infected because of the Ashes virus, I won't be surprised. So the more we do this, the more we will overthrow them." Jennifer whispered, complexion pale, but with a firm expression, exuding the brilliance of a holy mother, "It's really impossible. Just let me light up the signal tower. I just hope you can leave smoothly, and then this evil company will be completely destroyed." It doesn't have to be like this now. Fisher frowns, saying, "I don't want any of you to sacrifice here. If possible, I hope to know the activation signal from others." The experience of the tower, and the law analyzed from it, maybe we can find a way to avoid the signal tower and escape here, so as to avoid unnecessary sacrifice." Everyone heard this silently, but it seems with a little motivation. The pace of moving forward seems to have accelerated. In normal times, Fisher, who said such words, would surely be secretly complacent, but today he didn't feel any excitement because of this wave of gathering the military's mind, and his heart was even heavier, because there seems to be one thing that everyone ignores, that even if all the signal towers are lit, will the other party really keep their promise and let them go? Fisher didn't dare to say this idea at all. First, it doesn't make any sense to consider it now. Second, once said, I'm afraid the whole team will no longer have any will to survive. Thinking of this, Fisher just drove his head down and forcibly waded out a small intestine path to the top of the mountain in the dense jungle. Along the way, apart from coming to the creek to replenish some water, everyone barely stopped. In this way, everyone went on for 7 or 8 hours, and finally drove out forcibly before the sun was about to set. The road reached the top of the mountain. Suddenly, an empty and fertile black ground caught everyone's eyes. This is an empty land with a radius of 100 meters. It seems to have been leveled by an excavator. There are hardly any plants in sight, only withered and corrupted leaves scattered on the ground, which proves that this place was also a jungle. It's just that all the trees in the area on the top of the mountain have been leveled by some unknown force. Is this the safety sector? Looking at the top of the empty mountain, Fisher only felt that his legs had lost all strength. He resisted exhaustion and dragged the 2 blonde women into the scope of the safety sector, and suddenly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Gas, and the 5 people who took turns opening the road in front, all their clothes were scratched by sharp plants, one after another, long strip of scratches glowing with red blood imprint, straddling everyone. It seems horrible to see. Fisher, look there. After 10 minutes, everyone felt that they were gradually alive, but at this moment, Jennifer on the side suddenly, she pointed to a metal-culled building in front of her, weakly. What's that? I don't know, but it looks like some kind of totem, or some kind of instrument. Fisher narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge totem-like spire. Before, at the foot of the mountain, he could not see the area at the top of the mountain. Only then did he find that the spire was in the center of the clearing on the top of the mountain. There are about 10 meters high. Although it is not that magnificent, it is already the most conspicuous existence on the bare mountain top. At this time, everyone gradually discovered that it was not just them, but a dozen people had stopped in this open area on the top of the mountain. Some of these people were picking up firewood, and some were picking at the edge of the open space fungus plants, and used their own means to distinguish whether these fungi are poisonous. With the arrival of Fisher and several people, many people looked towards here in unison. But at this time there is no longer any fear in the eyes of these people. On the contrary, they looked towards Fisher once when he was the leader of. There was a glare like a tiger watching his prey in his eyes. Ignore them. Fisher took a deep breath. Of course, he understood the feelings of these people. As the most forefront leader of the White Embers, he also had to look at those the face behind the scenes. But on the surface, he has always been convinced by everyone. The members of the White Embers organization, except for some true environmentalists, most of the remaining people are mercenaries first class. These people who live a life of knife and blood only value money. Apart from this environmental protection, their beliefs have nothing to do with them. The problem lies with this group of people. Fisher found that the people who came to the top of the mountain at this time were all mercenaries. There were almost no real environmental protection volunteers. Not only did this group of people have no respect for themselves, but because of their difficulties, has already hated himself. If it weren't for the huge background behind Fisher, I'm afraid he would have been besieged by angry people during the 5 days of wandering at sea. Thinking of this, Fisher inwardly complained, but he had to put on a calm appearance, occupied an open space with everyone, and began to meditate silently. John, you go to gather dry wood nearby. Joseph, you go to collect fungi and wild fruits. Remember not to leave too far. The rest of the people will clean up this open space. Be careful of poison insects in the soil. Fisher is issuing orders while looking at all directions. The area on the top of the mountain is about a circular open space with a diameter of about 100 meters. Although it is not really big, it is only visual. It looked up, but it was enough for everyone to repair. The most conspicuous thing in the entire clearing is the spire at the center of the circle. At this time, a few people were gathered in front of the metal minaret, seeming to observe the details of the minaret. For some reason, when Fisher was observing the spire, he felt as if someone was watching him. No matter the shape or the patterns on the spire was evil. Just when Fisher was secretly vigilant, the few mercenaries who came first glanced at each other, as if they had reached a tacit understanding, and started moving towards here. Fisher stood up subconsciously and blocked the two blonde women behind him with his men. At the same time, he said, "I know what you are thinking. Obviously Blackwatch has gone beyond common sense. Now, we can share weal and woe, even if it kills me, it's meaningless." Fisher spread his hands, opened the mouth and said before everyone walked in, "Moreover, even if you kill me, vent your anger. But if you go out alive in the future, you will also be hunted down by major consortiums. After all, behind the white embers, there is more than a Oppenheimer consortium." Hearing this, everyone's footsteps are suddenly a meal. It is true. There are more than one self present. Even if Fisher is killed now, everyone will see it. Thinking of this, among these mercenaries, one of the small black men spit on the ground, disdainfully. "I really hope you die here." Then he turned and left. The remaining few people looked at each other and seemed to hesitate. "If I can go out alive, you people who help me, I can give you $3 million each. Even if you die, I can also give your family." Fisher continued to say quietly, "This condition hopes that you can go for a walk, and you don't have to worry that I can't find your relatives. After all, your details are in the records of our Oppenheimer family." Hearing this, the faces of the remaining few people also changed slightly, and then two people turned and left. Obviously, these people have not been completely enthusiastic. There are only 3 people left, and although there are 2 people on Fisher's side who went to the jungle to pick supplies, there are still 6 people staying in the clearing. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 had to leave unwillingly. Seeing everyone retreating, Fisher secretly exhaled, and then he could only take one step to see one step. I really don't know how many times his rank and status can protect him, even more how there are also 2 cumbersome things that are easy to attract. Speaking, Fisher took a peek at the 2 blonde women, and his eyes gradually filled with thought. As the sky gradually dimmed, John and Joseph, who had left before, returned one after another. They lit the collected materials in the way of drill wooden to make fire. Suddenly, smoke rose from the top of the mountain. After drying the clothes by the fire and eating the fungus, Fisher looked at all around again, but saw that the number of people on the top of the mountain had broken through 100 people, and from time to time, battered and exhausted newcomers joined in. Fisher immediately seized this opportunity to gather the military's mind, and used the fire and food to gather 5 men. These mercenaries are almost all fighting alone, and they are very vigilant with each other, which also causes Fisher to once again become the largest team on the top of the mountain. At this point, Fisher's difficulties have been temporarily overcome. At this time, he must have ordered everyone to burn the fallen leaves on the ground. After burning down the rotten leaves and damp water vapor here, everyone only at night can we live more securely to prevent the harassment of poison insects. Not only that, he also asked everyone to find stones, polish them into basic stone tools, and then use these stone tools to dig grooves and lids on the wooden blocks to create water containers. On the whole island, only the river halfway up the mountain has fresh water, but not on the top of the mountain. Therefore, if there is no water storage container, everyone will not be able to supply it. Fisher's orders were not only executed by his subordinates, but other people followed suit after seeing them, and the entire mountain top suddenly became lively. Just when everyone on the top of the mountain was hot, Fisher finally took time out. He walked alone in front of the spire, and looked upward in the afterglow of the setting sun. Under the setting sun, the entire minaret seemed to be dyed into a special scarlet. Fisher walked up to him, touched the pattern on it, and then tapped it lightly, and the whole minaret suddenly emitted there was a low buzzing sound. This spire is actually solid metal. Is it iron or aluminium, or lead? Fisher picked up a stone and scratched it directly, only to find that the spire was extremely hard. The sharp part of the block cannot leave a trace on it. Just when Fisher tried to identify what kind of metal it was, he didn't know if it was an illusion. He suddenly felt a red light flashing in front of him. Those reds overflowed with the patterns on the spire, but when Fisher wanted to confirm, there was nothing left. Is it the illusion caused by the sunset? Or Fisher's expression was a bit confused, and the feeling of being watched became stronger. At this moment, a low roar suddenly appeared out of the dark jungle. At the same time, a mournful scream followed, and everyone moved towards the darkness. Unknown heart palpitations. Obviously, someone encountered monsters like Thunderants again. Super US Speak Chapter 346. Super US Speak Chapter 346. Hearing that scream full of horror and pain, Fisher turned his head abruptly, his face becoming very bad. If I heard you correctly, that scream was made by a subordinate who followed him for a long time. That is to say, only the first night I lost a subordinate. Not only Fisher, but with that scream, there was an exclamation in the safety sector. A dozen people who were collecting supplies on the edge of the safety sector all quickly returned. Even if it has entered the scope of the safety sector, it still keeps retreating. Whether it is the roar of the monster or the screams of people, the safety sector at the top of the mountain is already within easy reach. In other words, the killing just now was only a few dozen meters away from everyone. The monster has caught up here. Don't panic, this is the safety sector. According to the rules, the monster can't get in. Can you be sure? The whole site is in chaos, and many people keep moving towards the direction of the spire, lest a huge monster jump out of the dark and deep woods. Fortunately, from start to finish, no monster rushed into the scope of the safety sector. The scream quickly passed away, and the dark jungle became quiet again. But even so, no one wants to go to the depths of the jungle anymore. Everyone is subconsciously gathered together, staring at each other, silently watching the sky from a red to a solid indigo azure, until a period of time passed. The entire island plunged into a complete night, but just after that, some people passed through the jungle and came to the safety sector. Among these people, most of them are environmentalists. As soon as they entered the safety sector, these people collapsed to the ground as if collapsed. Obviously they almost exhausted all their energy before they arrived. Here, help them. Fisher thought for a while and directly issued an order to rescue this group of people, helped this group of people ignite the torch, and divided some food for this group of people. But the food was divided up quickly, so all everyone could do was to treat the wounds for these people a little bit, and to help the group of people to roast the fire. In this way, Fisher and the group had been busy until the early morning of the second day. At this time, the number of people in the safety sector has risen to more than 400, which is much larger than yesterday evening. However, this group of people who are busy in a frenzy not at all noticed that there are always dozens of invisible drones staying above their heads, taking pictures of their every move. Calm down. Very good leadership ability. This move directly made him the core of this team again. At this moment, 20 meters deep under the feet of Fisher under the ground, several scientists in white coats are gathering together, observing hundreds of screens on the entire wall. And one of the screens is enlarged in the middle, showing a close-up of Fisher's face. Professor Erickson, who is in charge of psychology, said with emotion, "It is indeed an elite child of the consortium family. This kind of person can become an excellent leader no matter where he is. Indeed, it's a pity that everyone will still hate him when everyone is deep in one's heart. After all, he is the one who caused everyone to be trapped here." Adina was nodded, and then suddenly turned his head and looked towards Yeshan Temple on the side. "Mr. Consultant, is this what Mr. Chen said about the experiment? A social experiment for a group of people to survive on a deserted island?" "Of course not." Yeshan Temple shook the head, and a haze flashed in his eyes. "This is just foreplay, that's all. The real opening should start with someone self-sacrificing and lighting the signal tower. At that time, this is the beginning of the nightmare." Fisher and the others didn't know, their every move was silently caught by several dozen meters deep in the laboratory. Observing, at this time, due to food and water issues, the group had to set foot in the jungle again to find supplies, while those staying in the safety sector were responsible for cutting down the trees on the edge of the safety sector and using those branches as firewood is burned, and the trunk is used to make tools and water containers. In these activities, even those mercenaries who glare like a tiger watching his prey have joined in. After all, people are always social animals, and more people understand that fighting alone it doesn't work here. And I don't know if it's because of Goddess's blessings. All day long, no one encountered those monsters like tyrants. Not only that, they also rescued dozens of trapped people, increased the number of people in the safety sector to more than 500 people. As for the remaining missing people, everyone knows what their fate will be. At the end of the day, before it gets dark, everyone returned to the safety sector again. At the same time, piles of bonfires were lit, and everyone began to barbecue the food collected during the day. Except for fungi and wild fruits. There are even squirrels and bird eggs. While Fisher was sitting in front of the fire, eating food and thinking about the way out for the future, suddenly he heard a quiet conversation between two people. "Hey, man, why are the butchers missing today?" "Butcher? It's the big white hand, like a monster, like a tyrant. Haven't you noticed that what we are doing now is not very similar to the game Dawn Murderous Intention?" Listening to the conversation between the two, Fisher thought suddenly. He walked up to the two of them and asked in a low voice, "Please tell me the rules of Dawn Murderous Intention in detail." Seeing Fisher's arrival, both of them was taken aback, but the man still started speaking at Fisher's urging. "Mr. Fisher, there are two camps in the murderous intention of Dawn, namely the survivor and the butcher, and we are like survivors. Those monsters are like butchers chasing survivors, and those signal towers are the generators in the game. In the game, survivors can open the door to escape as long as they fix a sufficient number of generators, escape the scene and escape from the butcher's pursuit. Every survivor in the game has different skills, and there are many types of butchers. They were once humans, but they fell for various reasons. For evil spirit, they imprison humans in the world they created, and enjoy the fun of killing. Moreover, it is even more desperate whether the survivor successfully repaired all the generators to open the door to escape, or it's a failed escape and was killed by a butcher. In the end, it will always return to the same place, which is the campfire in the beginning of the game. Everything that happened just now is like a dream, and then be chased and killed again or escaped. Endless loop _ When I heard this, for some reason, Fisher felt angry and chilled. Is it infinite loop? Yes, this is the background of this game Desperate, because according to the game's setting, the evil spirit inside is to collect human hope. The opponent replied. Super US Speak Chapter 347. Super US Speak Chapter 347. Death is not a relief. Listening to the subtitle of the Dawn Murderous Intention from the opponent, Fisher only felt an indescribable chill enveloped him. According to what the other party said, this sentence turned out to be the core theme of the game. If Dawn Murderous Intention is a related clue Fisher obtained, then the core theme of this game is it represents the original intention of that guy Chen Chen. In other words, the other party never intended to let him go. Thinking of this, Fisher only felt his whole body soft. His heart was ashamed, and he sat with empty eyes. Suddenly, there was an urge to flee the island directly. Of course, this is just thinking about it. He will not fail to understand that crossing the Atlantic without any vehicles, the probability of survival is even far lower than that of blacklight. probability. Mr. Fisher. Just when Fisher's heart was ashamed, Jennifer's voice suddenly came from his side. Fisher looked back blankly, but saw Jennifer approaching with another blonde woman and several members of environmental protection organizations. These people had a certain expression in their eyes. Fisher's heart moved. Before he asked any questions, he immediately understood what the group thought. These people seemed to plan to light up the signal tower at the expense of themselves. Just listen to Jennifer's solemn voice, Mr. Fisher, Anthony, Walton and the others, and I are going to be the first volunteers to light up the signal tower. Fisher heard this with a wry smile, just about to say his guess, but then subconsciously closed his mouth. Although he has guessed that the blacklight technology side may not let him go, but the only one in his heart is lucky enough to prevent him from speaking the words of rejection. Moreover, these two women Jennifer are really getting in the way here. There are only two of them on the island. Those mercenaries have already glare like a tiger watching his prey on them. If you can't think about it early to deal with it, the two women will sooner or later become the fuse to break with the mercenary. Thinking of this, Fisher suddenly closed his eyes, revealing a struggling expression. We may have other ways. We have no choice. Jennifer shook the head, and the expression was calm. Since this evil company is testing us with self-sacrifice and ridiculing us, then we simply take actual actions to prove ourselves. Speaking, she looked towards all around the people sitting or lying down, and said loudly, "Gentlemen and gentlemen, my name is Jennifer. I believe you will join the White Embers. I already know me. What I want to say here is faith and glory, as well as courage and freedom. How much can you pay for these essential qualities in humans?" With Jennifer's words, the numb-looking people turned their heads, looking towards the stubborn blonde woman in the center of the field. Life is indeed an extremely precious thing, but we humans live in this world, but there are certain things that are more important than life, such as faith, such as freedom. Speaking of this, Jennifer looked towards all directions, looking at a pair of dim and godless eyes. The other party plays with our will and provokes our beliefs, but the more so, we should unite rather than each other. Be alert and let the other person watch our jokes in the dark. Following Jennifer's words, many people gradually came over and surrounded Jennifer's entire group in the center. Today, we will be the first batch of volunteers to light up the signal tower. Although our number is small, I believe that after we start this beginning, there will be more people join us, join the ranks of self-sacrifice, so that the remaining 300 people can live and leave here. They will take our hatred and take revenge on this evil company. Vengeance, vengeance, vengeance. The crowd roared. Following Jennifer's impromptu speech, the rays of light in many people's eyes were lit up, but within a few minutes, more than 30 people came from the crowd walked out, expressing willingness to join the team and sacrificing themselves to light the signal tower. This scene ignited the enthusiasm of more people. With a move in Fisher's heart, he suddenly walked to Jennifer's side, loudly said, "Everyone, we should thank these people who are willing to sacrifice themselves. But don't forget, there are 5 monsters hunting us all around in the dark and overwhelming jungle, so I hope you can form a team to protect them, light the signal tower, and send them back to the safety sector safely." Inside, "Can you do it?" There was a low growl from the crowd. Seeing this scene, Fisher secretly relieved. Sure enough, in a desperate situation, people's emotions are more likely to be driven. At this time, it is very important to seize the position of the leader, because the more at this time, the easier it is for everyone to unite. Thinking of this, Fisher quickly took advantage of his advantage, took this opportunity to divide the people who were willing to join into teams, and began to make a plan to light the signal tower. This plan has been drawn up from morning to afternoon. During this period, more and more people are actively or coerced to join. After all, as more and more people join, the more people will question the remaining. What are the people doing? So in this snowballing situation, the mercenaries who walked alone had to compromise and joined in. Of course, it's not that mercenaries who have no heads disdain Fisher's team, But the fate of these people is to be beaten to death by angry people. After killing two early birds under the enthusiasm of the crowd, the remaining people are either in charge of exploring the way, or collecting resources, or protecting and guarding them. In short, they all joined the mobilization initiated by Jennifer. Of course, it is still difficult to encourage others to sacrifice. Most people just make sure to protect them when volunteers light up the signal tower and send them back to the safety sector safely. After all, everyone knows a rule of this game: if the person who lights the signal tower dies, then the signal tower will go out again. In the end, a total of 33 people were willing to sacrifice themselves and become the first batch of volunteers. These people are divided into 33 teams. In addition to themselves, each team has another 5 or 6 people acting as guards for this trip. If they are discovered by monsters wandering in the jungle, bodyguards are the task is to desperately send volunteers back to the safety sector. This is the most perfect response that mankind can make when facing a crisis. Sociologist Adenauer praised, "Humanity is indeed this, to be an animal with potential." Of course, the premise is to have a qualified leader. Obviously, this Fisher is a talent with great leadership talent. Does Blacklight Technology really consider including him? Samuel, hearing this on the side, can't help being frowned. This kind of person is just a jackal. They even kidnapped my daughter to threaten me. Professor Adenauer, I know you want to live in the upper class going in, but making ideas from an experimental material is definitely a stupid behavior. Because, when they came to this island, we had already pronounced their death date. Adenauer suddenly spread his hands, just about to say something. Professor Erickson on the side suddenly interjected, "Okay, 2 people, you can quarrel anytime, we are still at ease, let's watch the next progress." As he said, he looked at the big screen again, and suddenly loudly said, "Look, this group of people has been divided into small teams and set off. Wait. Someone is going to give your contact device to those volunteers." Everyone was shocked and looked towards the screen. Sure enough, many people took out their contact device and handed it to the volunteer. In this way, people who have lost their contactor stay in the safety sector and will not be chased by tyrants, and volunteers can no longer only light up a signal tower, but can 10. Professor Erickson quickly looked towards the silent Yeshan temple. "Mr. Consultant, is this a loophole in the rules of the game? Do we need to report to it?" "No need." However, the Yeshan temple at this time is still looking dull. He shook the head. "The rules of this game are never what we need to care about things, because it's their own game." As he said, Yeshan temple looked towards the team that first approached a signal tower, and the expression became more and more serious. "Our work has just begun." Super US Speak Chapter 348. Super US Speak Chapter 348. After only a 20-minute journey, Fisher led the 4 to the first mission location of his team. Slowly opened up the dense trees in front of you, and suddenly, an iron pagoda about 5 meters high, like a high-voltage electric tower, caught everyone's eyes. "Here," Fisher gasped, gestured behind him, and walked directly to the bottom of the iron pagoda. Looking up from the bottom of the signal tower, I saw that the tower-shaped building made of steel was a bit taller than the trees all around, and there was a white light on the top of the iron pagoda. The lamp, placed in the jungle of Primordial, is like a round pearl. Obviously, once the signal tower is lit, you can see it clearly from the top of the mountain. "This is the first goal of our trip." After spreading out the map made of clothes, Fisher nodded, said, "We want to light up the 3 signal towers, and this is the closest one." Speaking, he looked towards the silent blonde woman. "Let me come." Jennifer was nodded, but she took a deep breath and stood directly at the bottom of the signal tower, while Fisher quickly waved. "Let everyone retreat to the side." Obviously, Jennifer was ready to light the signal tower. Heike Ugantz said that once the signal tower is lighted, there will be a curse. "So what does this curse mean? Virus, poison, chi, or something else?" Fisher murmured in a low voice. His expressions were extremely solemn, and he was ready to flee back to the safety sector immediately if he found something wrong. I saw Jennifer at the bottom of the tower raise the communication device in his hand. select the option to light the signal tower on it, and then press it again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A few seconds later, Jennifer seemed to be still, standing still, keeping the button pressed. Actions. Jennifer? Fisher couldn't help but whispered. Then Jennifer slowly came back to his senses, only to see her expression at a loss. Moved his eyes away from the screen of the contactor, looked towards Fisher. What happened just now? No, nothing happened. Fisher looked up towards the top of the signal tower. I found that the basketball-sized light had been turned on silently, but neither the signal tower nor Jennifer himself seemed to have changed. Jennifer also looked up, and then walked towards Fisher. I didn't feel any curse approaching. But she hasn't finished talking yet. But there was a meal, because Jennifer saw that when he walked towards everyone, including Fisher, everyone took a subconsciously step back. Jennifer, how are you feeling? Fisher reacted immediately. He said with a smile, it's really good to see you all right. We thought that the so-called curse would be a biochemical weapon such as rabies. No, I don't feel anything. Jennifer's expression dimmed, she shook the head, said with a bitter smile, I only saw a weird picture appeared on the contactor, and after I clicked OK, the picture disappeared. What kind of picture? Fisher asked quickly. Jennifer rallied and showed thoughtfulness. It's hard to describe, that picture makes me feel sick, like a pile of corpses. And it's like the pattern formed by the accumulation of some stinky and dirty items, giving people a feeling of filthy disgust. Is that so? Fisher suddenly frowned. This is the curse of the black ball Gantz. It shouldn't be. Now is not the time to discuss these. Let's light up the second signal tower first. Jennifer shook the head, looked at the people far away from him, and simply walked forward first. Be careful of the monsters wandering around. Let's follow. Seeing this, Fisher also felt a little uncontrollable on his face. He quickly greeted everyone behind him and chased him first past. In this primordial jungle where no one has been for how many years, except for the 5 huge tyrant monsters, it seems not at all too much danger. Everyone has not even encountered poisonous snakes and beasts. But in about 3 hours, the remaining 2 signal towers were all lit. Next, as long as Jennifer is returned to the safety sector, the task of their team will be completed. In this first wave of signal tower lighting tasks, only 100 signal towers closest to the safety sector are enough to light up. At the same time, this task is also a trial to evade rules. If successful, the remaining 100 signal towers will be easy to handle. As for why not light up all the signal towers at once? One is because there are tyrants in the jungle glare like a tiger watching his prey. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. And the other is in case the other party doesn't recognize yourself by circumventing the rules, you can stop the loss in time. And along the way, Jennifer, who was responsible for lighting the signal tower, did not show any abnormalities. Perhaps the so-called curse does not exist at all. The other party is just frightening us. Let me just say, how can there be black magic in the world? Turned into ashes in a day? It's impossible. In the team, people continue to talk in whispers, and the words are full of joy. Fisher on the side also gradually relaxed. He laughed to Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer, you are a hero. I hope so. Jennifer was just barely laughed, with a low-interest appearance. Just when Fisher wanted to say something to restore his image, his suddenly eyes shrank, because he suddenly discovered that there was a large area of blackness on Jennifer's stained back. That kind of thing has spread along Jennifer's back, has spread to the back of the neck, and these things don't seem to be stains left by walking through the jungle, but directly from the skin. Growing up, it seemed to be a black ash, stuck to the back of Jennifer's neck. As the clothes rubbed, the black ash was still falling. But after falling, it was not Jennifer's original skin that was exposed, but a large sunken sore. The sore was pale and transparent. The muscles are pink, and they seem to be slowly expanding. There seems to be an inexplicable horrible to see. However, Jennifer didn't seem to notice such a huge sore. Is this the curse in the mouth of the black ball? Fisher's eyes flashed with heart palpitations. At this time, the trace of luck in his heart completely disappeared. Obviously, the curse was true. The existence of Jennifer, and it has already begun to be fulfilled in Jennifer. Just when Fisher felt cold all over, Jennifer on the side seemed to be aware of it and turned his head, curiously looking over. "What are you looking at?" "No, nothing." Fisher shook his head quickly, and at the same time accelerated his pace again, and walked to the forefront first. "It's better to return to the safety sector as soon as possible. Be careful not to make too much noise. Those monsters may appear near us at any time." Speaking, the entire group hurried away completely dull and silent. In this way, after another 2 hours of journey, when everyone was a little collapsed, the entire group finally returned to the scope of the safety sector, and suddenly collapsed to the ground one by one, laughing loudly. But at this moment, Jennifer on the side suddenly let out a scream. Everyone looked at him and found that Jennifer was holding his long hair in panic and face. I saw her suddenly pulled, and the hair on the back of her head was torn off directly by her, and there were pieces of black carrion on it. Super US Speak Chapter 349. Super US Speak Chapter 349. A disease called filth spread on this deserted island. A black ash will appear on the limbs and body of the middle person. This ash will spread along the skin, continuously infecting new skin into the same ashes. What's more terrifying is that this black ash can even spread towards the body within the body. Originally, these black ash only infects the surface of the skin, but over time, they not only spread all around, and it keeps moving towards spreading deep into the skin, muscles, blood vessels, muscles, and even skeletons. As more and more teams successfully light up the signal tower and return, but everyone's faces are no longer there is any joy, because the volunteers responsible for lighting the signal tower are all surrounded by this black ashes. Some volunteers had black ash on the elbows, and at this time it had spread to most of the arms, and the black ash continued to fall off, leaving only a piece of bone on the volunteer's right arm. Some volunteers were black and grey on their ankles, but they broke completely after walking for a few hours and were forcibly backed by everyone. Some volunteers started to appear black and grey from the face. At this time, they have completely become blind. The face is mostly corroded, and the brain tissue in the skull can almost be seen. At this time, everyone in the safety sector is facing such a scene. These 30 people have basically lost their ability to take care of themselves. Looking at the hell-like scene on the screen, Yeshan Temple turned around, looking back at this group of stunned people. Researchers at everyone, this is what we are going to study. So, what is the curse in your mouth? Is this a kind of bacteria, viruses, biochemical weapons? Adenauer and Erickson looked towards Samuel. After all, only Samuel is the real biologist in the entire team. Of course, Samuel at this time was also at a loss. He looked towards everyone who looked at him, and had to say with a bitter smile, "Night God Advisor, don't sell it." "Then what is this curse? I'm afraid that the entire laboratory is only known to you, right?" "Don't get me wrong, this kind of curse has nothing to do with biochemical weapons. You can rest assured," Yeshan Temple is affirmed. "After all, this curse is comparable to the formidable power of biochemical weapons. The lethal power of biochemical weapons is placed in front of it, just like a firecracker is placed in front of a nuclear bomb." "What?" When Yeshan Temple said that this curse has nothing to do with biochemical weapons, everyone's expressions just eased, but they almost jumped after hearing the next sentence. "Stand up. I think you all have heard of the term meme," Yeshan Temple continued. This word originated from the famous British scientist Richard _the book The Selfish Gene by Dawkins. Means in the process of transmission such as language, ideas, beliefs, and behaviors. It is similar to the role of genes in the process of biological evolution. Things, or it can be considered that it is a basic unit of information, just like genes, which are also hereditary, variability and selective. I also know. When talking about this, Erickson and Adenauer were nodded. After all, they are professionals in psychology and sociology. Heard. Since I know, then it is easy to understand. Yeshan Temple is nodded, and immediately looked up, X112, you can print the data, print a few more data copy. Understood. In the laboratory, a female electronically synthesized voice came. Who are you talking to? That was the control computer in the laboratory. Where is her host computer? My God. Can it understand such abstract language? Everyone was surprised at hearing this again. She is indeed the control computer of the laboratory. And her host, you have actually seen it before. Yeshan Temple points to the dark tower on the screen. This is her host, her name is X112, and only I have been authorized at the moment. Are you kidding me? Erickson didn't believe it at all. What about the computer host? Could it be that huge black spire? That is the case. Yeshan Temple did not explain, but took out the printed materials from the printer and distributed them to everyone. Samuel took the information dubiously, but found that the first page of the information turned out to be a strange pattern. This is a pattern that can cause physical discomfort to people, because in Samuel's view, this picture seems to use some kind of psychological hint, making the picture of disordered and in a mess look like thousands of decomposed corpses were stacked, looking extremely bloody and cruel. But when he took a closer look, he found that this painting was just a non-regular, meaningless graffiti composed of disordered and in a mess lines and color blocks. Furthermore, the four corners of this pattern have been smeared off by something black. At first glance, Samuel seems to have a kind of regret, a kind of not seen sorry for the complete pattern. Okay, let's get back to the subject. At this time, Yeshan Temple officially opened the mouth to explain. What you see now is a picture called Filth meme. It is a meme that uses patterns as a carrier and communication channel. As long as you see this picture, your body will turn into ashes in one day, just like this group of people. Hearing this, the information in the hands of the three professors and the group of assistants is shaken. Even the calm Samuel is no exception. Professor Erickson, didn't you ask me before, how did the message kill people? Yeshan Temple turned his head and looked towards the silent Erickson. Now I can tell you the answer. This message with a pattern as a carrier can turn the viewer into ashes and die. This is how it kills. This means that this group of people just saw this picture before they became like this. Then we, in the crowd, some researchers are already a little bit unable to sit still. Don't worry, this kind of picture will only trigger the effect when you observe the complete volume. Now you don't have to worry about it. Yeshan Temple replied. After all, the pictures I saw are all deleted. Everyone is secretly relieved. But what is the reason? Erickson still hesitated. Why does a picture cause this effect? Mental virus? A meme is not a virus. Yeshan Temple shook the head. If there is a transmission material and a transmission medium, it is indeed a mental virus. The spread of the virus definitely requires the virus itself, and air, blood, and other various transmission media can be achieved. But what about the filthy pattern? There is nothing. There is no transmission source, no transmission medium. If you have to say, the pattern, it is the source of transmission, and the transmission medium is the line of sight and the gaze. As long as it is seen by humans, it will be infected with filth. This is its transmission medium. Super US Speak Chapter 350. Super US Speak Chapter 350. Their wounds are showing signs of inflammation and purulentness. One day after the mission was over, a staff member who was responsible for caring for volunteers stood slowly. She got up and shook the head towards the side. If there were no medicines, only a small part of these 30 people would survive. Fisher's face was a little ugly. He looked at being put in one. The wounded in the platoon were all volunteers who lighted the signal tower before. But just as Blackball Gantz said, this group of volunteers had already received a terrible curse at this time. In some parts of their bodies, large black ashes appeared. These ashes continue to spread, eroding every inch of people's skin, but they make the host unaware, until the black ash erodes deep enough to start affecting the host's actions before being discovered. But Heike Ugantz was right. After entering the safety sector, the black ash not at all continued to spread, but the wound under the black ash did not disappear. Instead it became a patch of hideous. With terrible wounds and lack of antibiotics, These volunteers showed signs of infection due to extensive skin ulcers. Fisher thought silently. These people died not at all, but Fisher couldn't let them die, because after these people died, the signal tower they lit would go out again, making everything before that useless. So, this group of people must not die, at least not before they leave this damn island. Sent someone to find medicinal herb. We need more medicinal herb and water to clean the wound. Thinking of this, Fisher gave the order again, and saw him devotion to righteousness that inspires reverence. We must not let this group of heroes suffer like this. It is absolutely impossible to die. Suddenly, members of a group of environmental protection organizations were half coerced and half driven by mercenaries, and once again left the scope of the safety sector to look for water at the mountainside. Damn it, why are we again on the way? These environmental protection personnel cursed loudly, and one of the blonde youths was unwilling to say, "Didn't you find out?" That group of mercenaries did almost nothing. They even eat, drink, shit and piss are on the top of the mountain, but let us come out and take the risk to collect substances. This is not fair. Indeed, we risked the mortal danger to collect materials, whether it was collecting supplies or transporting clear water, and it was almost us people who took care of the wounded. Even before lighting the signal tower, it was our people who went voluntarily. What did they do? Suddenly, someone spoke up. Yes, the weak should be more protected. We went back and proposed to Fisher that those mercenaries should do what they deserve obligation. A group of people kept complaining, and busily came to the only river on the island and started collecting clear water. If you want me to say, we should give Fisher a suggestion to let the mercenaries with their brains and muscles kill those monsters, otherwise we will always be in danger, and their mission is not protect us. Now it looks like we are protecting them. The blonde young man kept muttering, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a little itchy scalp, as if something had fallen from his head. The youth subconsciously stretched out his hand and scratched, and suddenly a bunch of hair was caught by him and fell into the river. The youth's expression was startled. He slowly placed his palm in front of his eyes, and suddenly, a touch of soot-like black appeared on his fingers and palms, which was shockingly black. Subconsciously, the young man let out a scream, only heard a plop. The wooden container in his hand fell directly into the river, and he himself seemed to be crazy, turned and moved towards the direction he came to flee. When the youth roared and ran back to the safety sector, everyone heard the reputation and came over until an hired employee. The soldiers stopped him, and the young man gradually recovered his sanity. He lowered his head and pointed to the top of his head and screamed loudly, "It is a curse, it is a curse. We are all cursed." "What's the matter?" Fisher rushed over quickly. He pulled away the crowd in front of him, and suddenly saw the young man lowering his head, pointing to a black smudge on his head, and that piece of black on the stain. The young man's hair had almost fallen out. Seeing this scene, Fisher seemed to think of something. He quickly turned his head and looked at the dozens of sick people lying on the ground in the center of the safety sector, suffering. And at the same time an unthinkable possibility comes to mind. This thought made Fisher's heart trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to stay away from this young man. But when the other party saw Fisher's arrival, he seemed to see a savior and rushed up. "Mr. Fisher, you must save me. I am also cursed. Find a way to save me." "Go away." Fisher quickly backed away, but his feet were still slow after a step. The opponent grabbed his arm directly, and immediately, Fisher's wrist was smeared with black dust by the youth. Damn shrank. Fisher's eyes shrank. He broke away from the opponent's palm like an electric shock, and kicked the opponent away. "Quickly subdue him. Don't let him get close to me. Hurry up." But at this moment, no one listened to him. Everyone seemed to see the plague god, and they all walked back. No one is a fool. This young man was a member of the volunteers who took care of the volunteers. As soon as he left the safety sector, he showed the same symptoms as the many volunteers who lighted the signal tower. This scene suddenly let everyone think of a possibility. This kind of curse is contagious. The news was like a rock that stirred up waves. Everyone subconsciously distanced themselves from the others. and those who took care of the wounded were washing their limbs madly. For a while, the camp that had already begun to produce order became chaotic again at this moment. Mr. Fisher. Several men who are still loyal to Fisher came over. Mr. Fisher, what should we do now? But at this time, Fisher didn't even have time to pay attention to the group of people. He just took out the kettle and frantically cleaned the black and grey parts of his arms. Complexion ashen. Fisher. At this moment, a female voice followed. After hearing this voice, Fisher subconsciously wanted to escape, but he hesitated. After a moment, he still had to stop, and looked towards the source of the sound. I saw Jennifer being supported by another blonde woman, walking slowly over. However, Jennifer's once beautiful face is now red and swollen like a swollen balloon. There is almost no blood on the back of her head, only the pale skull is directly exposed. In the air, from a distance, Jennifer is not like a young girl in her 20s, but an ugly red troll. Seeing the weird Jennifer at this time, Fisher's cheeks were twitched, but he still reluctantly said with a smile, "Jennifer, you are injured, you should rest more." "In this situation, I can't rest anymore." Jennifer's voice was hoarse like metal scratching glass. She pleaded, "Fisher, I am out of help, you don't need to care, but I have a request, please anyway. You must take my younger sister out of here." "Elder sister?" the blonde woman who supported Jennifer whispered. Fisher looked at the blonde woman who was next to Jennifer, and couldn't help but corner of the mouth twitched. "Jennifer, what nonsense are you talking about? We will leave here. Please trust me." "Fisher, are you still deceiving me?" Jennifer's expression is even worse. "How much have we done for you? Now, you can't even agree to this simple request." "When did I not agree to you? We can all leave safely." "I have always believed in this, and I hope I can believe it." Fisher frowns, saying, "Now you better be able to lie back. This is messy enough. I don't want you to come over and add chaos to me." "Add chaos? Huh?" After hearing these words, Jennifer couldn't help but laugh back. Then, a voice came out of her mouth, "Hee hee ha 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 ha." The laughter grew louder and louder, and even her younger sister began to notice something was wrong. Subconsciously away from Jennifer, Fisher only felt an unknown premonition getting stronger and stronger. He unconsciously looked towards Jennifer's back. Behind Jennifer, the huge spiral spire suddenly flashed red light. This red light flashed across the surface of the spire and disappeared immediately. In Fisher's eyes, it was as if the spiral spire at first was in operation, but as the red light flashed, the operation of the spire was suddenly closed. What the hell? Fisher was too late to think about the meaning of the spiral spire flashing and disappearing. He only saw that Jennifer trembled suddenly while the spire seemed to be closed. At first, it was only a slight tremor, but as time passed, her body tremors became more and more intense. In the end, it seemed as if she had been shocked, and even her whole body twitched out. After all, in the end, in the horrified eyes of everyone, Jennifer sprouts red flesh and blood quickly all over his body. These flesh and blood continue to grow and spread. In the end, Jennifer directly became the name no longer has a human appearance, but a monster made of endless flesh and blood.